Good morning. Another fun-filled morning for you. I'm Danny de Hek, aka the Crypto Ponzi Scheme Avenger, here to name and shame anyone running or promoting a Ponzi scheme or a scam. We're just tuning in to a meeting with ARE ALL SATOSHI, or Boomerang, if they want to be call it that. Fake arbitrage system where they're defrauding people. I've turned the sound off. They're just getting started. I haven't even heard anyone talk yet, but I will turn the sound on now and see who's talking. Yeah, it sounds like we've just got background, which is okay because I can turn that down. What am I doing, Danny? Learning. Right. I've been keeping up with current events lately. Got some news on the internet that Keith Williams has sadly passed away. If you don't know Keith Williams, he was probably the main instigator for the Ponzi scheme that I did my apprenticeship on, Hyperverse. He had liver and bowel cancer and was fighting that battle since probably December last year. And he lost that battle on the 12th of April 2024. Hopefully you can hear me all right. Looks like Grace is on the scene. She's still there. Grace is a judge. She's been publicly reprimanded for her behaviour as a judge. Now she's running this Ponzi scheme. It's quite amazing, really. Keep an eye on her lips to see when they move so you can tune in. Lots happening at the moment because they are meant to have launched about 6 weeks ago. Everyone's waiting to launch so they can use up their flash loan money. I think what actually is going to happen is they're not going to allow people to do the flash loans because they can't afford to because it's fake. We've proven that, and we'll show that along the way today.
All right. Good afternoon to you all. Please, while I finish up, please, you have a couple of seconds left to invite everyone that you can to this amazing masterclass training. Every week that we bring masterclass training to you, you must learn something there because it is rich, completely rich with information. Please, so grab your pen and paper if you have not done that yet. Grab a pen and paper because you want to do two things. You want to take notes. You really do. Jot down some notes, and then you may want to jot down some questions so you don't forget it, and also leave room after you write down the questions to write down the answer.
Good morning,
this is a rich,
in the chat room.
informative
my way.
education, because the master trainer really believes that learning increases your earning potential.
Right.
Learning is earning, and he is a masterful deliverer of information.
I think
he will take you from the A to Z regarding this WAS project that you're in and participating in. And even if you are new to this, and maybe this is your first time joining, you will learn something. You will learn a lot. You will learn that you probably have a lot of questions that you can take back to your upline and whoever invited you, to thank him for this opportunity, and also to ask further questions. But we will do a Q&A here as well.
Ooh, that's where it
is late where he is. He comes to us from India. He is a successful businessman. Though with every business, you go up and down. He understands that, and he has risen to the occasion of being successful in this particular project.
I must show
he
you
is climbing the ladder of success.
His business
company is Dream Billions, and he wants to also invite you on that journey of dreams. So, because he is not only dreaming it, he's making it happen. Please help me to welcome Trashit, our master class trainer.
Masterclass trainer, my ass.
Thank you, Grace, for that overwhelming introduction. And
this meeting is being recorded.
It has been so privileged to be a part of this training sessions.
Got it.
Because, you know, the best way to learn or remember anything, it is to impart knowledge. It is to share knowledge. It is to share information. The more you share, the more powerful your knowledge becomes. So it's very, very important for everybody to learn this, because the only way to success is through learnings. You cannot be successful with half knowledge. You cannot be successful without any knowledge. It's really important to understand, not just to to go through the process, or to have the to work your ways out of the opportunity, but it is also important to maximize your profit.
Maximize your profit.
Many people don't know how to become premium on VAS. Many
Waiting
people
for
don't know
raid
how
time.
to
We
take
this number
benefit of
also. We do in
harvesting.
your
How many people
community
don't know
might
what
like
is
us address
BTCC?
any
There
knowledge.
is altogether a
First
different
label
segment,
works.
different products that we
You're
already
outshot.
have in
Good
our
morning,
ecosystem
George.
that we can benefit from, but people are not aware of all these things. So today we are gonna exclusively gonna cover BTCC 20 Smart Chain. We are gonna help you understand what mining is, how BTCC can be your
Oh, we're
wealth
saved.
creation formula. It can be your most prizeful, rewarding asset, and this is all what we are
Assets
gonna
lose your
do.
money.
Grace, I just need your permission. Can I record this meeting on my local computer?
Yes, please go ahead.
No, I mean,
All
needs
right.
permission. If you see my thumbnail today, you'll see
So
that
once again, welcome everybody, and
Grace
we
runs
will
the
walk you
show
through the
instead
entire
of
master
Sharvis. I
workshop that we
replaced his
have
head
on the
and put it
VAS.
on
We are all
Sharvis also.
Satoshi.
Hope you like my thumbnails. Spent a lot of
BTCC,
time
the
doing those.
Bitcoin code, that's our own blockchain, and we will also help you with
Please
few
do make
updates
sure that
on
you like and
Boomerang. That is our
subscribe
latest business,
videos.
latest
Makes a
product in our
huge
business suite.
difference.
So this is basically weekend master training, and this is usually to give
I'm
insightful
going to leave this
information
on
on the
full size today
ecosystem that we are trying to build.
so that we get a
We
good
are not just
recording of
related
the
to a
latest and
single
greatest.
product. We
Because a
have
lot's changed
a
lately.
series of products that is already delivered, as well as many products are gonna be introduced into our own ecosystem. That's We Are All Satoshi. About myself, I'm from India, and like Grace has already mentioned many things about me, but I would like to just inform everybody that I'm just an ordinary person. All I
Very
have
ordinary.
gained
I'll show you
is
how ordinary in a minute.
as experience and knowledge.
He's lost money
And
in
all I have
Flaviverse
learned is
and
to
We Are All
use this
Satoshi, and now
experience
he's
and
trying to
knowledge to make
redeem
the best
himself by
for me
scamming
and
people
for my
with
community.
Boomerang.
That's what we are going
Literally what
to
normally happens
do
to
in
these
this
multi-level
master training.
marketers.
We are going to impart knowledge that we have with us, so that even you can maximize your income potential over here in this ecosystem. And if we speak of
That right?
opportunity, that
3
can be a
questions.
life
3 weeks
transformative
worth
for
of
you.
questions.
This
This is
opportunity has
heavily
been
placed
brought
in.
to
You're not
us
allowed to ask
by
questions.
none other
And they
than
claim they never kick
Chavez.
anyone off.
He is the
And
creator,
yesterday,
he
we
is
had
the
2 people
mentor,
kicked off,
he is
and we
the
did a
developer,
couple of
he
shorts,
is the
which were
key person
a
who
hoot.
has
So,
introduced or developed this entire ecosystem. He believes in
Sam
the
Lee actually
basic
created
concept
it,
of
allegedly,
cryptocurrencies
even
and the
though we
blockchain
believe 5
technologies,
secrets
that's
behind it all.
its
So that's
nature
a total
being
lie. First lie.
decentralized. Decentralized gives you a sense of freedom, the freedom to
Actually,
earn
what I
and the
might do
freedom to
this time is
spend.
take notes on how many false claims
Decentralized
they make
means there
that has
is
been
no central
proven
authority,
lies,
there is no control.
which would be quite interesting
Everybody
as
gets
business.
equal opportunity. That's the basis of the entire crypto industry, right? So that is what he has believed, and that is for a reason he is now transforming not just the crypto industry as well as the affiliate industry. He has developed an ecosystem in the name of was We Are All Satoshi.
Yes.
And what he is trying to do is he's trying to introduce very many digital products into his ecosystem, so that the
And
community or the
511 people
affiliate
in here,
marketing
unreal.
community on was can get
Where
the
they come
benefit
from? I think they come
of
from to try
all
to get
these
there with money
products.
withdrawed from We Are
We
All
are
Satoshi
basically into
because it's
crypto
been frozen
space,
for
and we are
111
into
days
crypto
now,
industry.
and no one has been
But
able to get any money out
for
because they
us
don't have
to
any.
make or capitalize this industry, it is very important to understand what cryptocurrencies are and how a blockchain performs. So what is a blockchain? We'll start with that, so that this is the basic that we are going to cover. It will help you understand what is BTC20 smart chain, that's our own blockchain is. So blockchain is basically an immutable, decentralized ledger. Ledger is specifically used to record transactions or record, accounts, to record information, right? So blockchain is
Right.
basically an immutable, decentralized ledger, and it was introduced back in 1991, but it got its practical use case once Bitcoin, the first cryptocurrency, was introduced back in 2009. Blockchain work. Whenever a blockchain is to be launched, it requires a node. A node is basically a specific computer having a minimum configuration, and it keeps the record of all the transactions that's happening on blockchain. There can be a single node with which a blockchain can be launched, or there can be multiple nodes. Now, all these nodes are having copies of the entire blockchain transactions. That means if anybody has to edit any transaction, that record needs to be changed or updated in all the nodes. Now, the data of nodes is basically distributed across the network, and it's in a decentralized manner. So it's not possible for anybody to track down all the nodes and update the data, because the blockchain keeps on updating itself every 10 minutes or maybe every second. So let us assume that a transaction needs to be executed on a certain blockchain. Let us assume that this is a Bitcoin's blockchain. So once a transaction is introduced on a blockchain, the data of the transaction, maybe the...
All right. So don't know if you know what's happening then, kids, but we had to turn that off, and there's a reason for that. Long story short, they're asking me to turn my... they're asking me to turn my, what do you call it, my camera on, and that normally means they are suspicious that it's me. So I'm going to run another session, but this time I'm going to change my name, and they're watching me right now. I don't like their meetings being rebroadcasted, so give me a second and hopefully we'll be able to get back into the meeting. If not, I've got another things for you. But in the meantime, we need to get rid of that meeting and quit. Now, what are we doing here, Danny? I'll just get rid of that. We aren't missing much, but I need to come up with a new name. And what I will do is I will just put something else on so I can hide my identity a little bit better. And 1 minute later, we'll hopefully be back in business. 1 second, please, caller. One thing I will do, though, let's see if we can do a presentation. Yeah, you see what's happening there? They just keep asking me to turn my camera on. And all right, so a bit of shenanigans from yesterday you can watch while I'm set up in the background. Carl will know who you are, Richard.
Siami?
Go, Richard. Whoop, whoop, whoop.
Hi.
Yes, dear.
Hi. So I basically have like a multiple choice answer, not really like a question. I challenge Siami to, you're live on the internet. I challenge you to go live with Carl and have Carl break down the lines of the flash loan.
What? You mean they cut him off?
Okay.
Oh, we lost him.
So there's no really question in here.
So they've cut him out, Carl. The lines.
Definitely, I've removed him.
So much for not removing people. All right, we're back. Let's see how we get on.
A link to the previous blog as well as the next blog that will be attached to it with the information. So that way, these blocks cannot be changed, they cannot be edited, and that's how a transaction on a blockchain it's forever.
Yeah. You're still trying to find
on Bitcoin's blockchain, you can still check and verify whether the transactions since 2009 when it was introduced. So any transaction on blockchain is immutable. It cannot be edited, it cannot be deleted. That's how this technology becomes very, very useful, and it becomes very much secured. And this is all happening in a peer-to-peer manner, P2P manner. And this is how the entire cryptocurrency systems work. Now, when a blockchain is introduced, a node is introduced with a blockchain, so that it keeps a physical copy of all the transactions, and the native coin of the blockchain is being put into rewards. So this is how a cryptocurrency gets into supply. Now, if we speak of Bitcoin, Bitcoin was introduced as the first cryptocurrency back in 2009. The total supply of Bitcoin is 21 million, of which 19.6 million have already been mined in 14 years. Now, initial supply was 7,200 Bitcoins every 24 hours.
Why are we talking about another
That
Bitcoin?
means anybody who would have started mining Bitcoin, they would receive 7,200 Bitcoins amongst all the miners, distributed amongst all the miners. If we break down this supply into minutes, that's 50 Bitcoins every 10 minutes. But then in the Bitcoin's white paper, a certain roadmap was designed and Bitcoin's halving was introduced. That means this supply gets reduced to half every 4 years. So that way, 50 BTCC every 10 minutes got reduced to 6.25. That's the current supply of Bitcoin as of today, because of 3 halving events, right? So 50 BTCC distributed amongst all the miners. Everybody who is mining gets 50 BTCC every 10 minutes. Now, Satoshi Nakamoto, who is assumed to be the introducer of Bitcoin or the developer of Bitcoin, nobody knows if it's a person, it's an institution, or it's an organization. But the white paper that was published online, depicting all the entire roadmap of Bitcoin was titled by Satoshi Nakamoto. And that's how it is known as he is known, still recognized as the developer or the introducer of Bitcoin.
Just to make sure you hit the thumbs
Just
up.
imagine a person
makes it all worthwhile.
Mining BTCC, mining Bitcoin alone for 7 months. This 7,200 Bitcoins went straight away to Satoshi Nakamoto's wallet for like 7 months.
Bit of a laugh.
Can you imagine how much Bitcoin he would have mined by then? Because back then, nobody knew the potential of Bitcoin. Nobody knew how asset or how a digital currency would perform in coming years.
Wasn't a scam.
So nobody knew about mining. And that is the exact time when you take advantage of a technology. Just imagine when you have a first-hand information on a technology that is about to be introduced, or an opportunity that is about to be popular among all the general community.
Yesterday we saw that they were doing
your first-hand information, you get the first access, early access to any opportunity,
and then we
that is where you
from the
make money, like Satoshi Nakamoto.
Which is pretty cool.
So if you are sitting on this call, we have like 547 participants. You all
I thought, wonder why they're actually doing that
the first
trading.
people or the first persons who
and it will be because
get benefit of this,
all the calculations are on the website.
Opportunity.
And when they release,
assuming that we have billions of people in the world, and just 550 are getting this in first-hand information.
If you pick,
so what is Bitcoin mining? So I have already explained how a Bitcoin gets into supply, and for that you require a physical process that's called mining, and for that you require a digital wallet, that's Bitcoin wallet. You require a high-end processor, uninterrupted power supply, uninterrupted
found a couple of accounts that were doing all the trading.
Recurring cost
and just tagged them because it's quite interesting.
Hardware and
watching them test the system. So they're claiming
an expensive affair.
Certain people have access to the new website.
Just
they're using them for testing.
Mining Bitcoin,
but it looks like they're just using it as
so much commercialized. And
so they can do the testing to see if they've got their calculations
in
right.
capacity
so when people trade, they get $100, they get paid, and they pick
so many
exchange,
processors,
they get paid the exact same amount of money every single time. It's crazy.
But there is a cost associated with this mining.
Oh, they must
so many processors when they start mining.
I told them that they needed
gonna give you $1,000 of electricity bill, right? The hardware is not less expensive.
But I've asked them to show us their offices.
There is a cost of mining associated with Bitcoin's mining, and for that reason, it has been so much commercialized that it is not possible for a simple ordinary person to start mining Bitcoin.
And this is their mining.
That's where we feel that we have been left out, or we have missed an opportunity. We have seen many halving events like in 2012, 2016, then 2020. So what is Bitcoin halving? So it's basically an event that occurs when 210,000 blocks are added to the blockchain. On every 200,000 210,000 blocks when they are added to the blockchain.
559 people were in here
The supply is
learning
reduced
about the
to half,
halving.
and it approximately takes 4 years of time, depending on the mining process. So starting from 2009, 2012, 2016, and 2020 were halving years.
Every 4
and
years.
At every halving event, BTCC, crossed its all-time high. All-time high, that is the highest price value that got on every halving. The last halving was scheduled on 11th of May 2020, and Bitcoin back then went all-time high up to 68,000.
Oh my goodness.
And do you know that we are, as of now, in the halving year of Bitcoin? So the last halving occurred in 2020. So the next halving will occur in 2024. So that means in April, this month only, in a week, we are gonna see the 4th halving event.
Yeah, and then
and even before this halving event,
and they'll blame
Bitcoin has already crossed its all-time high.
Demise.
And on 14th of March, that was exactly a month back, it reached $73,250. Can you imagine when starting from 2009, priced at $0.009, Bitcoin has crossed $73,000 in value. Can you find any other asset which would have appreciated in such a manner?
Life.
There is none. So the next halving is due in this month, in a week's time, and speculations are by the end of this year, maybe in the process of this bullish run, Bitcoin might cross $100,000. See, the records are already set. 14th of March, all-time high 73,750, and Bitcoin right now it's trending at 63,882. Knowing what you know about Bitcoin and what it has achieved in 14 years, do you feel you have missed an opportunity? There was many halving events where Bitcoin from $11 jumps to $1,100, maybe from $600 to $20,000. Even back a year back, we saw Bitcoin at $20,000, and now today it's at $63,000. So do you feel you have missed an opportunity? So knowing what you know, and if you think you have missed an opportunity, here is a video for you. Here is a presentation for you, which you would find interesting. And the next part we will cover after this presentation.
Just let the video fine. I want to show you some other shenanigans that we had yesterday. And we had lots of shorts on. I put short. If you don't know what short is, it's a 30-second video. Sorry, 60-second video. And you can see we've got me doing my impersonation of Stephen Reese Lewis. We found 2 videos of Tammy. Well, one video, and I split it in half. You might enjoy watching this, actually.
My name is Tammy Jackson, and I just want to give you a brief testimony on VideoLook. If you're not familiar with VideoLook, it is actually a video program that will allow you to watch video ads and get paid to do so.
There she is. This is actually not recent.
So far, we have.
But I wanted to have an archive. My channel is all about having an archive showing that these people promote these Ponzi schemes and they knew it. While she's doing this video, she actually knows, obviously, she's in VideoLook. And I think this was around September.
And I'd like to assure you that I am
here.
So
there's part 2 of it.
Miami.
Here's Richard asking Carl to talk them through the lines. Richard kicked out. Here's a scream.
He instantly got kicked out.
If I want to join one of the other Zoom meetings, but I don't have your YouTube if you watch your YouTube to join the meeting. So where should I? That's what I'm really confused.
Okay, so they really are getting sick of me because they've actually just managed to kick me out. And my demise was the fact that I brought up the contact list and you can see my username. So they're actually watching me in real time, which is a bit of a laugh. But what they don't realize is I might be able to just get back in. So let's just see if I can do that. And if not, that doesn't really matter, but we'll see what happens. Okay, so I'm just going to hide that because I'll keep that video going so you can watch that one, and I'll go pick myself a new username.
Who invited you to this meeting?
Danny de Hek.
Oh no, but I just on YouTube.
That may be why they don't like us in here. Just going to
Was that network? Was that network?
Just the
I found it on something called the Crypto. This guy, the Crypto Ponzi Scheme Avenger.
That's me.
Yeah,
She's gonna kick him out. She's gonna kick him out.
Raising his hand.
Yay! There he is. Oh, that's brilliant. Get
He instantly got kicked out.
Yes. If I want to join one of the other Zoom meetings, but I don't have your YouTube you watch your YouTube to join the meeting. So where should I? That's what I'm really confused.
Okay, so we've had some fun there.
Well, hello everyone. This is
the other
Stephen,
videos I've got is of Stephen Resource. I've got 1,
hello everyone.
2,
This is
3, 4.
Thank you. Hi everyone. This is Stephen.
5.
Hello everyone. This is
6.
Hello everyone. This is Stephen Rees-Lewis. Stephen here, board member and new executive.
Hi, I'm Sam.
So I've been busy, guys. I've got a lot of shorts.
Everyone.
The shorts are designed to drive traffic.
So
The
really,
videos I'm creating.
Hello everyone, I'm Danny de Hek, and I'm your savior.
Yeah, I got kicked out of that meeting because I made a mistake. It just shows you how much they actually watch me and they don't like me broadcasting, but I have just in the last few seconds tried to get back into the meeting, but they won't let me. In fact, you are unable to join the meeting because they previously removed you. So instead of asking questions this time or telling me to turn my camera on, they just booted me. And I can guarantee that they would have popcorned through a whole lot of people thinking that's Danny, that's Danny, that's Danny, and kicked me out. And the other day, Grace was claiming that she doesn't boot people out, even though a lady said she invited a friend along and they booted them out. So that's one to them today, but not to worry. Now, as I said at the beginning of this this meeting, is Keith Williams died. He lost his battle to cancer on the 12th of April 2024. And ironically, I actually just had put a video online which kind of really condemned. I didn't condemn it, actually. What it actually did, it actually showed how deep entrenched he was with the Ponzi scheme hyperverse. And I actually want to play it today. I was going to do it another day, but since I've been kicked out, I might as well do it. The significance of this video is Brenda Chunga's in there. I'm going to actually give you a bit more of a base of a story of it, to be honest. I think it would be fair. But we've got 2 videos. In the first video, that's the last video. And the first video is actually Keith. Where are we? Keith. So I'm getting quite a few comments on my Keith videos. Some people are sort of saying, "Oh, you should leave him alone now. Let people let him rest in peace." And I'm going, well, his family is still living in a $3 million mansion. I've heard that he was transferring money offshore, and he's got a property portfolio and cash in the bank. I mean, that's a dream that most of us have, but Keith got all that money from, enticing people to join up and have faith in the system. Now, why I'm playing this video here, in the first video that I put online just the other day, we had everybody coming in here and they were basically praising him. There was nobody in here, and there was about 30 people that I've actually timestamped and put in here that are I'll just do a random one.
Budget. I'll do it. And I found that platform really did blossom, but it gave me the wherewithal, the knowledge about the crypto space to look at other opportunities. And then
I'll try this lady. This lady's crying.
2 by the end of this month. So when I came in, I knew nothing. Just for all of you that may be brand new, I still kind of say I don't know because I've been working and then I have to take care of my health. I have to have balance. But I will tell you that I did my first, I wanted to wait a year. I did my first withdrawal. It actually, as it's supposed to, like 2 days later, ended up in my who. I just played with it. I'm like, I'm gonna take 1,000 out. I'm gonna tell you that today I will be taking out, I don't know if we're supposed to say this, but about 35,000, maybe 40,000.
Come on.
I will also tell you, because I don't know, I really don't, for those of you.
So there's a whole lot of VIP 5s, 4s, 3s, 2s, and 1s in here that are telling their how amazing Hyperverse was. Now, the people that were promoting Hyperverse, like Keith, has unfortunately died. And he's been I've been a thorn in his side ever since he was on this video, and I actually talked to him. Kalpesh Patel was living in Dubai on the 59th floor, I think 56th floor of some building overlooking the Majestic. Rumored that he made 89 million from his involvement in Hyperverse. But in this next video I want to show you, it's the other side of it. It's the side of it where everyone actually lost and everyone was wanting their money back. Now, the first 20 minutes is Keith basically justifying why he's decided to leave Hyperverse and offer a hope that people will get their initial investment back and then move over to Hypernation. And then all of a sudden, about 2 weeks after that video was filmed, Keith was made the global sales representative for Hypernation. And then he must have found out his diagnosis with stage 4 cancer, and then he just dropped off. We never saw him again, never saw him on camera ever again after that date. And yes, and so he's obviously lost his battle to cancer just 2 or 3 days ago. But what gets me is the people in this video that you're looking at right now, you know, and we're talking a lot of different people. They have all made a shit ton of money out of Hyperverse. Now, Keith used to always say that he's changing people's lives, and he used to criticize me, you know, for stopping people making a lot of money. But no one ever talked about the elephant in the room, and that was the other side of it, where people used to phone me, contact me, saying they put their life savings in here and they lost everything. And I truly believe that a lot of people have died by suicide because of the promises or the paradise that Keith Williams and his bunch of merry men and ladies have painted the picture that they're going to get. You know, like we've just one here, Andy.
18% away from V4. So nearly.
Andy made a lot of money. He was a successful businessman, and then he's involved in, he hired a camper van, traveled around the UK. The blurry fish, suckerfish lady.
Also, part of that is the money piece of it, because money is energy.
Yeah, so
Whitney give you that assurance.
Never made any money, never shuts up.
Children.
We call her.
I've always been
what do we call Brittany? We called her the blurry-faced suckerfish lady because she used to complain to YouTube every time her face was on there and I had to blur her face out. So I took a precaution and I blurred her face out before I uploaded the videos. And then I used to tell people that she is a shocking lady because here she is on here telling people to invest money but wants to hide her identity. And people go, oh, what a terrible lady. But they didn't realize I was blurring her face every time. So I called her the blurry face. And the suckerfish lady, she started off a video once because she used to be like she's a business coach. So she used to tell people not to be a suckerfish. And a suckerfish is someone who, you'll see these whales and you see these little fish that nearly stick to the bottom of, well, they do stick to the bottom of the whale and go for a free ride. And she's telling everyone they should do their own stuff. So she gave a great big speech about don't be a suckerfish. So that's her claim for fame. So if you went through that video, and I really do strongly encourage you to watch it, because the message that they are preaching is it's all good when everyone's winning. Not everyone. It's all good when the scammers, the multi-level marketers are making money. However, in the next video, it's when it's all fallen over. Keith is basically saying, oh, well, you know, I've been in multi-level marketing for many years. You win some and you lose some. You got to know when to hold them and know when to run. And he has just purchased a super node in Hypernation, which is meant to be a different entity. And he raves on for about 20 minutes, and I will play it. And I do strongly encourage you to watch it if you're investing in We Are All Satoshi. So it's a shocker, and it's quite, I mean, remember I'm a YouTuber. Rob's a YouTuber. Now, you might think we just jumped in front of here and decided to start doing YouTube videos, but we didn't. We've actually had a lot of speaker training, how to talk to people, how to prepare a speech. Rob was basically in charge of an organization here in New Zealand that had 200 clubs that he was in charge of. And he's a brilliant public speaker. He stutters. So when he does his videos, he's actually trying to use his technique not to stutter. Now, if you saw Rob speaking years ago, you wouldn't believe it was the same person in front of a camera. Now, I'm dyslexic, and you might think that just means I can't read and write. Well, honestly, I don't know the months of the year. I don't know how to spell all the days of the week, and I definitely don't know how to say the alphabet. So if somebody said to me, oh, can you put things in alphabetical order, I had no idea what comes before or after an M. I know there's a MN, but I don't know whether the N becomes before the M and all that sort of stuff. So it's a battle. So I use technology, and that's why often you'll see me selecting words and then getting the computer to read them. So I've got good
Brenda
ears.
Chunga, aka Bitcoin Beautee, and Keith Williams, RIP the 12th of April, 2024.
So when I hear those words, I can comprehend them, and I'm not I can intelligently listen to it. But when I read those words, I often get things wrong. So maybe that's why I've got 7,000 subscribers, because often when I'm getting things wrong, it must be a bit of a comedy act. But I'm not really here for just entertainment purposes, as my disclaimer says. And Rob's not really here just to, expose his scammers. He's here to practice his speaking techniques. I'm here to get better at public speaking. And I've been doing it for about 10 plus years. And Rob's been doing it for about the same. 10 years ago, Rob could not public speak at all. These guys, why I'm telling you this, is Keith Williams here. He's had a lot of practice. He's been doing Zoom meetings for over 2.5 years. And every word that comes out of his mouth is well articulated. Now, when I listen to this, I'm looking at this public speaking skills. I'm looking at the NLP training that I'm pretty sure he would have received. And I'm looking at the way he's talking to the audience. But no one is talking about the elephant in the room. My story about why I'm a YouTuber is I was brought up in a religious cult. And I used to believe everything that the church leaders or the elders or the ministerial servants used to preach from the stage. I'm an ex-Jehovah's Witness, got discommunicated from the organization when I was 23. I'm now 54, and it never leaves you. So when I see these people on here gaslighting people, they're cutting people off, they don't allow people to ask questions. No one talks about the code behind Boomerang and how come the code on the website is making up all the results that people are getting. Instead, they have to sit here and blindly watch these meetings from Zoom. Now, I'm actually going to do a video about the CEO of Zoom to show that these guys are letting people use their platform to commit these crimes. Anyway, I believe that this is the best speech, and also I do believe it's a nice tribute to Keith Williams. Whether you believe him or not, I'll leave that up to you. But let's have a listen, and just remember his sidekick sitting here is made, going by what Keith said, she's made $640 million worth of sales for Hyperverse. She claims she only ever made $3 million out of this. Keith Williams lives in a £3 million house. He has property investments. He's got a couple of mil in the bank, so I've been told by his ex-best friend. And also I've heard from the biggest government organization, the Men in Black as I call it, that they've got evidence that he's been putting money offshore. So he's sitting pretty. He's sitting so pretty that he even tells people that he's a millionaire in this video. He tells people all sorts of accolades, the things, and it's actually quite breathtaking. I went for a walk yesterday and I listened to this, and even though I did a voiceover on this video ages ago, I still found this very educational. So have a listen and see what you think.
Minutes is not good. So I'm sorry, everyone. My apologies. Good to see. How many of you on here anyway? Gosh. What? 410? Is this a webinar?
Leaders.
What's going on? These are your leaders? Wow. I reckon I see all the names. Let's see. Wow. So many faces, familiar faces. Wow. and some familiar names as well. You guys look amazing. Thank you guys for joining me today. Brenda, thank you for putting this on at such short notice, and the numbers are still rising. Wow, what a great team you have. You guys are all fantastic. Listen, thank you so much. Short notice, I spoke to Brenda.
Now, I just want to make it clear, this is Brenda Chunga's team, and above the lady in the pink that you can hardly see above is actually Sheila Morris. And you also can see Susan Goldsmith on the top left hand. She just a few minutes ago, you would have seen her in the presentation for We Are All Satoshi / Boomerang. So they don't give it up. And in here, Susan Goldsmith even starts to cry. Susan Goldsmith also purchased a purple node when Hypernation was out. So she's heavily entrenched in this, but she never speaks. But she is now helping out with the Zoom meetings presentation, which is quite interesting.
A few hours ago, 5 hours ago, and I thought there might be 100 on, but the numbers are still going up. Hope you've had a fantastic day so far, guys. We've got great weather in London. Not that I'm enjoying it because I'm doing back-to-back Zooms all day, but I get the evenings. That's quite nice. Who needs the sun, eh? Brenda, how are you?
I'm good. I was just telling everyone we're just so anxious and excited of just what you're getting ready to share, because everybody's just waiting for any little bit of information that can just assist.
Oh my God. No pressure whatsoever.
You're in a hot seat. You're in a hot seat, sorry.
It's getting pretty warm. I better put the fan on. Guys, listen. Brenda and I was talking today.
And there's 3 million.
And I know that she's doing a sterling job holding the fort, keeping hope alive, which is what we want right now.
Like
we want people who are on side and still believers. And I still believe. I think some of you who've been on most of my calls, my leaderships, my Zoom calls, team calls, know that where I stand. I'm a person who stays committed to the cause. Loyalty is part of my DNA. And even though we're in choppy, stormy waters, and let's be honest, guys, let's agree that the market is down. How many of you are buying as much Bitcoin as you can right now? Let's be honest. Yeah, there you go. I mean, we thought last week, 2 weeks ago, 30,000, that's a pretty good low. Let's buy as much as we can. It's gone down to 20,000. I think it's hovering around 22,000 now. So listen, I don't need to tell you that the market is pretty bad right now. Profits are slim pickings.
Now, if you're not technical here, saying that the profits are low and slim pickings, this platform was never meant to have any connection with the up and down of crypto at the time, but they switched it to all of a sudden saying because crypto took a dive. There's an old saying, you can see who's been swimming naked when the tide goes out. So the tide's gone out with crypto, and then all of a sudden this Ponzi scheme that has been prompted up by selling memberships is all of a sudden showing its true colors. And then they switch it from a membership, and they said that Ryan Jew had got millions of dollars, and literally the memberships that when you join, you get paid rewards for being a member. And he was at one stage, somebody said Ryan Jew was in charge of $400 billion, right? And then all the money that you were getting paid for rewards was actually coming from Ryan Jew and his success. But now what they're saying is that because crypto has dived, that all the payouts have stopped. So what story do you want to go with? But it's just, if you're not clever enough there, you'll miss the switch where they move the blame game.
Right now, Coinbase announced 1,100 staff layoff. Binance, I've been told today, are restricting withdrawals. How many of you are aware of that?
Yeah, and Ryan Jew meant to own 7% of it, so we was told at one stage, or 17%, can't quite remember.
And Celsius, and of course Terra Luna, and there'll be some other casualties in the industry. But I want you guys to understand where I sit, where I am, and why I'm here, and why I asked Brenda to put this call together, because even though you're not part of my team, my immediate downline, I've always looked at your team, Brenda's leadership, and I've always been there to help wherever I can, because you're part of the community. And I've always felt from day one that I was a community leader and not just a team leader. Some of you might get that a bit later on. There's a difference, a huge difference in responsibility, in commitment, in work ethic. There's a difference between just being a team leader, many are, and a community leader because guess what? I got started on day one, and I'm still here. I don't know how many days later.
He said he's actually got started, I think it was April 2019 is when he started.
What, 1,000 days later? Who knows? But I'm still here, still fighting, still believing. And so I wanted to have a call today just to say to you guys that I know right now there's a lot of uncertainty. Of course, there's this new program coming on. There's a new pro node package solution for leaders. Hyperverse is being consolidated, but my
consolidated. Oh boy, Hyperverse came out with an announcement, corporate announcement on their Medium account, saying that at the time that this was all happening, a hacker went in there and held them for ransom, and they went around all the major exchanges and managed to tell everyone not to let any big withdrawals happen. And that meant that the person that hacked into the platform and controlled all the money couldn't take the money out, which means they were forced, it took months, forced to actually pay them to come back and say, well, I've got the money. And they offered him a $400,000 bug finding fee for stealing all the money. That was the story that came out. Did a video about it. 2 days later, that post from corporate was removed. And that was when Sam Lee stuck his ugly head out and claimed that he knew all about the company. So from my knowledge, I believe that Hyper Tech Group is actually behind all these scams. And Ryan and Sam were involved in that. They were in that board meeting I showed you a wee while ago that they did in 2020. So there seemed to be a partnering of the ways between Ryan and Sam. And I think there was a fight, who could actually pull this off the most. So Sam's caused a lot of disruption. There's no denying that. Long story short, without boring you guys too much, I forgot what I was going to say. Mustn't have been that important. But yeah, it's just the stories I hear, and I think what was actually happening. But the truth of the matter is, they've got no money. But Kalpesh Patel said that Sam Lee was telling them that they were taking money out of the Hyper wallets and transferring it into Bitcoin. They told the super nodes that they were doing whale trading and investing in startups, and that's where the money was coming from, not from Brian Jew originally. If you watch the 2020 presentation, it tells you that Ryan Jew is actually funding all this. But anyway, long story short, this is all a bunch of lies, and the stories get changed all the time. And it's just amazing that they say these stories and then people start to believe it's true and factual, but no one can really verify what they say. And so everything he says, just make sure you can verify it if you want to believe it.
Message is always going to be clear. Right now, I'm here because the company has a responsibility and a duty to those individuals who are yet to receive one-times. Would you all agree that those are the most important members right now? Now, I know I can see VIP 3s and 4s and 5s.
Leading the witness. Judge,
there's leaders on here. There's some lucky ones who are able to sponsor a VIP 5 and they haven't even ranked up. That's a nice position to be in, and they've done that, and they've done very well out of it. So for me, the most important member that the company has to focus on as a priority are going to be the members are yet to withdraw and are yet to receive one-times. And if you're all in agreement with me, that's a good place to start. Would you agree? Now, for the leaders that are on here, they say, well, hold on a second, Keith. I've been working for 18 months. I've been used to getting 2,000 HU a day, 1,000 HU a day, 5,000 HU a day, 10,000 HU a day, 50,000 HU a day. Yes, Brenda's smiling. I will say that one thing the company has been guilty of, and I can see so many great leaders on here, one thing they have been guilty of is that they're corporate guys, corporate mindsets, and they didn't have the mindset of network marketing. Would you agree that they probably put together the most generous pay plan ever in the history of multi-level systems?
So now
for those of you who've got multi-level background, would you agree that that would be
this is actually brilliant, because here's what he's doing. He's praising them for their previous success and not their future demise.
A fair statement.
Yeah.
Any of you who've ever built anything before will agree with me. 1 to 20 on a uni-level plan is unheard of and is obscene. Yeah. Another thing, infinity payout outside of your strongest team, which is already 20 level deep. Would you say that that's pretty much insanity?
So this is the same as Boomerang. This is exactly the same as Boomerang. You might think because they've got arbitrage trading, but the fact that they're actually now telling people that they're going to give them their 3 times back of the initial investment is the same. And now they've changed the license fees that you get 2 times. So Hyperverse changed their membership fee to, instead of paying $300 to join, you had to pay $400. Instead of drip feeding your reward over 600 days, they changed it to 1,333 days. Now, they've just labeled a lot of the things in Boomerang. Now, they want to have Boomerang there because they want you to think that you're doing something for your money. Now, I showed you a wee video of Tammy Jackson promoting VideoLook. VideoLook was all about you watching commercials, and some advertisers that you could never link back to the commercials were paying this money. So you just had to watch this advert, just like watching Google ads, and they were going to share the revenue because you're doing something, you think you deserve the money. And these systems, these platforms are all exactly the same. All they want is your money, and all they want you to do is keep referring it and introducing people into it. And they mathematically try to work out the burn rate so they can keep it going as long as possible. Anybody would know. As soon as I saw Hyperverse, within the first 2 minutes, I said, this is a scam, this is a Ponzi scheme. Other people just blindly forget that information and carry on promoting it and say, you don't know what you're talking about. These guys, you're telling me these intelligent people like Keith Williams didn't know it was a Ponzi scheme? Did he not know where the money was coming from that he was receiving, where he was buying his house from and all that sort of stuff? Of course they had to do. Make your own decision, but don't let me gaslight you into my opinion.
Would you say unlimited daily rewards?
Now, just to let you know that the rewards they were paying people who were promoting it was 52%, we worked out one day. So all the money that went into hyper tech, hyper capital, hyper fund, hyperverse, hyper nation, hyper planet, Diversal, even if you want to go there, they're all the same entity. We've proven that. All the money, 52% of the money went back to the people promoting it. And now he's telling us that there was even more money being given to people that were promoting it. So if it was a proper company structure, the equity left over isn't much to build this into the empire that they claim they were going to. Simple business doesn't add up. But he's talking about how much money they were looking after their people. And he actually makes a claim that they were too generous at the time. This is a Ponzi scheme. And you will see the greed of the people associated with it. And the story that he paints doesn't save him at the end of this video.
Is pretty insane. Some of you are smiling because you've done well and you're able to have had good money management. You've probably got a healthy stash of tokens. Okay, the market's down. You probably converted some of that into fiat currency. You're probably taking care of your bills, maybe taking care of carpet, maybe bought a new car, maybe bought a new house, maybe did more traveling, maybe take care of your family's health bills or debts. So let's be honest with one thing, that they had a vision to share blockchain and cryptocurrency with the mass. And they gave us the best plan that I've ever seen and we've ever seen for years. I've never seen anything like this in 41 years. I started multi-level marketing in 1981. Most of you weren't even born then. It's a long time ago. I don't look old enough. Thank you so much for that. But the bottom line is that was many years ago, 1981. We didn't even have mobiles. The cell phone hadn't been really invented. So I started a long time ago, and I have had the benefit of experience and wisdom over the last 41 years. So I'm speaking from experience and wisdom. And companies that have come and gone, I've done my fair share of multi-level marketing, network marketing, from products to services to all sorts of things. And great companies that have come and gone, and companies that are still around, but it was the end of my journey with those companies, because guess what? Multi-level marketing is very tough. So I'm not here to make excuses, and I'm here to agree with you that these are very uncertain times, very worrying times. But I sometimes feel you need to make a stance and make a decision.
Yeah, we got kicked out of the meeting today twice. They were trying to find me by forcing me to put my camera on, which I can't do because they know who I look like. And then eventually they just, I logged out, logged back in with a new username. It took them about 15 minutes and I got kicked out. So do participate in the poll that I forgot I had running. Long story short on that one is George or Bob normally comes in and when they ask questions, Bob will probably phone up and be in here and you'll get to listen to some of the questions. But in the meantime, we're watching a historical video of Keith trying to justify the demise of Hyperverse.
Self first and foremost. Sorry, let me get rid of that. So you have to make a decision one way or t'other. Of course, I've seen the transition from Hyperfund to Hyperverse. I've seen all the transitions. I've been here 2.5 years, guys. Over 2.5 years. November 2019 is when I first embarked on my...
There you go, not April. November 2019 was when Keith Williams, who had absolutely no money, started doing these presentations. So he's done his fair share of Zoom meetings.
Journey, and there's only a handful of us back then, and some of them are no longer with us right now. And some of them...
He's talking about Kalpesh Patel. If you wanted to know the structure of these companies, which I've learned more about nodes and super nodes and the like, it's actually quite interesting to tune into what he's actually saying right now, because he talks about the structure of Hyperverse. And he also talks about the entity behind this later on. Nothing to do with Sam Lee and Ryan Jew, but more about the corporate, which is Hypertech Group, in my opinion.
Whilst leaving, they're throwing bombs and causing despair, sorrow, sadness, anger, frustration, anxiety. So they're throwing all those things into the mix and leaving the building. Nice. I think to myself, why?
Hello, what's happening?
Would you do that? Some of you who are nodes have seen how I feel and read how I feel about that behavior. You're going to leave quietly, leave with dignity and honor, and just leave with integrity.
So at this time, Kalpesh had already left and he had tried to warn people. He'd written a big letter telling people why he left. He went away to promote GS Partners. GS Partners has gone after me before to try to remove content off my website. And been successful. They had a lot of money. So they paid Kalpesh Patel a lot of money to leave and promote their platform. So I've heard. And then Kalpesh Patel went off to promote We Global and then the blockchain era. And I think they've rebranded it to something else called ZARS or something at the moment. Now you might think, oh, that's a different Ponzi scheme. Well, would you believe I found out that We Global website is hosted in the same offices that Sam Lee claims he has in Dubai, where he does have. So there's 4 people who own the software company that Chavez claims he owns, that Sam claims he owns, and it's all in Dubai. We've got the address of the building, but even though Kalpesh Patel claims that he's fallen out with Hyperverse and corporate and Sam Lee and the like, he's still promoting a Ponzi scheme that comes out of their software development company, for the use of a better word. But now he's talking about Kalpesh Patel and his dirty tactics. So Kalpesh Patel has messaged me on WhatsApp and told me why he left, and he was removing his messages as he's telling me. And but anyway, I managed to record them quite well and got them out there. So he told me that I was a disgusting individual and I was just as bad as Sam Lee. And I said, why is that? And he said, because you're preaching lies about me. And the lies were that Kalpesh Patel was making $1 million a day out of Hyperverse at the end before it collapsed. And he said, I had my figures wrong. So I said, how much money did you make, Kalpesh Patel? And he said, he'd rather not say. And I said, well, if you're not going to say, I'll go with the $1 million a day. But other sources have told me that the figure that Kalp made out of this was $89 million. And now he lives in Dubai and can't escape. The other thing you don't know is Kalpesh Patel will actually be charged for serious fraud, and that will be coming up in the next following weeks. I've been told that by the Men in Black. They're doing that because they don't think they can arrest him, but they want to sort of put a warning out there to any of these people promoting it. So Kalpesh Patel is going to be charged for serious fraud, just like they've done with Sam Lee. Brenda Chunga, well, she's in here now. She's admitted guilt in her charges for her involvement in this $1.9 billion scam. And obviously, Bitcoin Rodney has already been incarcerated. He's in jail right now because of his involvement and also doing presentations, making false claims, such as these meetings that you see these people in now. They're continuously making these claims and they're telling you stuff that is reckless. That's what the court documents have said, that reckless behavior. It's pretty amazing, actually. I'm actually going to look after myself today. I'm going to go make myself breakfast. I'm going to let this play without me interrupting it. So if you wish I'd shut up, there's your opportunity to stay and watch some more of this video. I'll be back in about 10 minutes, but let's listen to these two Muppets, as they say. Who is Dennis? I don't know. Rang Dennis during the meeting. That's off topic, George. Keep on topic. Anyway, George might come in here later and we'll listen to it. A good question, though.
But I always think for every action, there's a motivation and a reason behind that action. And the vast majority of individuals who have left with a big noise and a big bang, lo and behold, they have a new opportunity for you. Yeah? Agree? Some of you might have already been pitched once, twice, from individuals that you thought.
So in this I'm sorry, I'm still here, can't resist. In this very meeting, Marcus and David Chandler are in this meeting. Now, they ran a Zoom meeting about 2 or 3 weeks, maybe a month after this was filmed. And basically, they had 5,000 people in a Zoom meeting, which I've never heard of. And in that meeting, they told people that they need to diversify, and they pitched Nova Tech at these people. So it's amazing that these people are in here. As you watch this video out, you'll see David Chandler and Marcus doing a pretty good, yell out to the community as we cry foul. And then they went out there and pitched another Ponzi scheme. And that Ponzi scheme was ran by 2 ministers that had already had a dodgy history. And now that Ponzi scheme obviously has fallen over and everyone lost their money from that as well. So it's all about the community and keeping the community together. But my point of saying that is this is a circus show, and these guys are just actors. And you in the audience are sitting here thinking, should I trust them? And they are trained Muppets. These guys really know their stuff. So if you have been fooled and you did get conned, don't think that they are smarter than you. They've just been well practiced. You can be good at anything if you practice hard enough, except spelling, reading, and writing. Trust me. I use technology, but I'm now getting business people coming to me asking for help on how I use technology, because when I use and embrace technology, it makes me more productive. And I see people using a phone and texting like this, and I just talk into my phone. Every now and again, you'll hear me talk. I'm actually using it to spell my words. I have a microphone, and I use that microphone to a good quality microphone to talk and put my words on the screen. And then I tidy up my speech using ChatGPT. If you want an example of that, go into the description of this video and have a look at the novel that's been written. That took me about 2 minutes. So I go into perplexity.ai, which is Jarvis's favorite AI tool. And I go, who is Brenda Chunga, Bitcoin Beautee of Hyperverse? And it spits out a description of who she is from all the sources around off the internet. And then I go in there and say, who is Hyperverse, otherwise known as Hyperfun? And it spits out another paragraph. Then I go and get those 2 paragraphs and put them into ChatGPT. And then I tell ChatGPT, I say to ChatGPT, my name's Danny de Hek, aka the Crypto Ponzi Scheme Avenger, here to name and shame anyone running or promoting a Ponzi scheme. And I have a shortcut key on my keyboard that types in a message asking ChatGPT to write me a description for my YouTube channel for the video that I'm doing a voiceover on. And then the 2 characters involved are Bitcoin, Keith Williams. And then if I might need to, I might say who tragically died from his battle of losing cancer, whatever, liver and bowel cancer, I think it was, stomach cancer. I can't quite remember now. Anyway, and then I hit the boom, go, and then out spits the perfect description. And I put that in my YouTube description. People read that and think, oh, Danny hasn't got a reading and writing problem. But would you believe I can actually read text now? And I can tell you that it's been written with ChatGPT. And a lot of the terminology that ChatGPT uses, I can tell. So that's something that you may not spot, but I can. Long story short is anything you practice, you become good at. This was Keith Williams at his prime. And this is really a tribute to Keith Williams, this video, because you can see he's at the top of his game. And I'm not at the top of my game being a YouTuber, nor is my mate Rob. But by practicing whatever you want to be good at in business, you can be the top at your game. But please do not become a multi-level marketer and promote products that are overpriced so that when you sell it to somebody that they will pay you a huge commission. These guys can, Keith's legacy, what legacy has Keith left people? How do you think his family feel when they search for their father's name on the internet and all comes up all these videos? They would probably allege that dad really thought it was true. His best friend, or one of his best friends, have come to me and told me that he truly believes that Keith Williams thought this was true and genuine business opportunity. His friend that worked with him for 20 years in British Telecom told me that. Long story short is, if Keith did believe this, then it's a very sad world. His legacy is knowing that he got what he wanted, money, at any cost. And did it cost him his life? Sitting down doing all these Zoom meetings. I'm currently standing up. I stand up and record my meetings because sitting down is the new killer, if you didn't know. I have a moving desk. And today I quite like it because I've reversed my camera and I can actually point the screen where I want to be. And it's quite cool. I'm going to do that from now on. Anyway, let's carry on. I'm going to go make myself some breakfast. I'll see you in 10 minutes, but we'll let these guys carry on. Hopefully I won't stop you again.
Wow, man, what just happened to you? And individuals, might I say, that have done extremely well to the tune of 6 figures and 7 figures. So the reason why I call this meeting with yourself, Brenda, and the team and the leaders here is to tell you where I stand, my position, so you understand how I'm rooted and I'm planted and the direction I'm going. I firmly believe that they will find a solution for all of us. I firmly believe that. You have to believe in something. You have to hang on to hope. What's the choices on the table?
Hope.
Give up, retire, go on a beach somewhere and put your and chill out for the rest of your life. That's a nice idea. I'd get bored. Or to leave and do something else. Well, I've invested 2.5 years here, so why would I want to go and start something else and start from scratch? And here's the other thing as well. If I was to go and do something else, you think I'm going to get a no money down deal somewhere else? Well, some people get them. I'll tell you that now. Some people have a nice little pay to play startup, get involved, and they give them a nice little sweetener to get involved. I won't say that's happened, but I'm sure some individuals have negotiated a good deal if they've gone somewhere else, if they've made a name for themselves here. But again, I'm not mentioning any names because that also, even if I don't mention name, I'm going to say Keith was talking about you. So I've learned that as well, even some of the messages coming in today. But all I'm just saying to you is that there are options on the table. For me, there's always options on the table. Yes, it's been a blessing, a tremendous blessing for me and my family, but it also has been a blessing for not just hundreds, not just thousands, but tens of thousands of individuals. Would you all agree that if you've managed it well, if you've done a healthy balance of rebuys and withdrawals and conversions on the exchanges, and you've converted that, you've replaced it with another token, okay, everything's down at the moment. But let's say you put it into USDT and you had it at a value which was pretty good. You're pretty much sitting happy right now. Would you agree? Because that's a smart thing to do. So then it gives you choices. I said, this call here is not to force you or to convince you of anything. It's just to put you in the picture of where we are and why I've made the decision to proceed with Hyphenation. Now, at the moment, for those of you who are nodes, you understand what the program is up until the node offer. There is a node offer on the table. There's a node offer and a pro node offer on the table. What do I mean by that? Well, just as we had the super node offer 2 years ago, the pro node offer a year and a half ago, and last year we had the node offer. Some of you on this call benefited from the pro node offer and the node offer. And that was a pay to play system. I didn't have 30,000 USDT when I was offered the super node position. But guess what I knew? And remember, it was only 5 months in and it's 30,000 to put on the table. But here's what I knew. that if this thing becomes anything, that would be the best decision I've ever made in my life, apart from when I registered and signed up. Guess what I had to do, guys? I rallied around, I asked some questions, and at the time, Lewis, who was the master distributor for the Chinese community, and they were exploding at the time, and they were seeing my work ethic, they saw how committed I was. He lent me 30,000 USDT, and he gave me 2 weeks to give it back to him. Guess what I did, ladies and gentlemen? I took the 30,000, I purchased a supernode position, and within 6 days, I got his 30,000 back to him. He was charging me 3,000, 10% for it. You know what he said to me? Keep it, you deserve it. Well done. So I saved 3,000. Now, I took a leap of blind faith in April 2020 to go ahead with the supernode program because they had a plan. And they absolutely developed that plan, and we since then had pronodes. I remember speaking to some of the individuals, I think 6 months, 8 months later, August, September 2020, about becoming a pronode. Some of them were very, very young leaders, VIP 1s, 2s, and 3s. But I said, guys, push yourself, find a 20,000 USDT. It'll be the best decision you ever made. Some said yes. Some of you know that individuals like Kalpesh was a pronode. Steve was a pronode. My best friend, my good friends, Emmanuel Kai was a pronode, Manny. And a few others became. The Italians had a ton of pronodes, 60 pronodes. But the point I'm saying to you is,
that was the only time that you'll hear him mentioning Kalpesh Patel's name in this presentation, I think.
At that time, in August 2020, yet again, it was the unknown. It was 20,000. Most of them were very young leaders here, didn't have the 20,000. But the ones that said yes, August 2020, well, what a decision that was to become a pronode in 2020. So
what he's doing here is actually grooming people into signing up. Now, Susan Goldsmith on the top left of the screen there in the small picture, she paid $10,000 for a purple node because she heard this speech and thought I better pay out. Because, you know, here you are, the ship is sunk and they're still trying to get money out of people by promoting a new Ponzi scheme or scam. It's just amazing.
I've seen this before. So part of my decision-making process over the last 3 weeks was based around, do I believe that they have the ability to turn things around? Do I believe that at my core? Because if I don't think, I know I won't be here. I wouldn't be here. Sorry, but all the phones ringing. Sorry, terribly sorry. If I didn't believe it, do you think I could come on calls and with conviction, with faith that it'll be okay? Now, a lot of it is centered around my upbringing, my faith. A lot of it is based around that. I like to believe that some things are possible. If I look back at the last 2.5 years and I started with zero, I didn't have the 1,000 USDT, didn't have it. So I worked for 3 months for nothing until I got blessed with 1,000 USDT. And the day after, it was like receiving oxygen to HU. 125 HU back in February 2020 was oxygen for me at that time because I was broke, penniless, I was in debt, and I needed something coming in, and I was prepared to work until God blessed me. So where are we right now? So important for you to have this mindset. We understand the market is pretty low, yes? Now I hear stories about, oh, these guys robbing Peter to pay Paul, they need money in to pay money out. And I think to myself, why would you say that? Because in any corporation, you need to have revenue coming in, you need to be able to make profits, and you need to be able to pay out. Would you all agree that's pretty much the model for business? Revenue comes in, sales comes in, profits are being made, and profits are shared. One thing I'll say this company has been guilty of is being overly generous. You might not think so if you're still waiting for one times, but here's what I've been pushing and getting assurances on. The most important member right now is the member that's yet to get one times back. Would you all agree, if you're a team leader here, your team's important, your community is important. So would you all agree that if there's assurances that we will take care of the individuals who are yet to receive one times, that's like music to your ears, yes? And obviously, individuals who are struggling with withdrawals, but they haven't received one times, are the ones that they've got a basket. They've prioritized these members, okay? That tells me they have a heart and they know they've got a responsibility. Because if they didn't meet their responsibilities, what do you think will happen to the guys that have run off? Well, they'll be found. Unless they're taking a space shuttle and they've gone to Mars. I mean, that's just a joke when they go to Mars.
We found Ryan Jr.
Don't actually do that. Because they're visible, maybe not to us.
Time did we find
but they are visible.
Sam Lee was hiding them.
They're known. Unless they go to a plastic surgeon and change their face.
Oh, there's an idea.
Then they might get away with it. But that's not really going to happen.
So obviously,
is it? And location-wise, I know where they are. So if I know where they are, I'm sure the powers that be would find them. Does that make sense, everyone?
No.
And let's be honest, it is their company. It doesn't belong to myself. It doesn't belong to Brenda. We just saw a plan. It doesn't belong to Sheila or anybody else on here.
This thing there, dropping everyone else under the bus.
Marcus and everybody else who you guys have built.
We've
just benefited from a very generous plan that has given back so much to so many.
So all
I'm
the
telling you that as a fact. We're not just talking about a handful of great leaders who could do it in any network marketing companies. We're talking about individuals who came in with 300 and find themselves doing 1,000 a day. Yeah, VIP 1, VIP 2. I'm sure in every one of your teams you have cases like that. Would you agree? And so for me, they've fulfilled at least part of their promises. Did they see a conflict in the East? Did they see that conflict coming this year? I mean, we had the pandemic. We survived that. In actual fact, we thrived through 2021. Thrived. Did they see a conflict that has affected the world economy? Not at all. This conflict in the Ukraine has had a global effect. Would you agree? Did they see the downturn in the markets as a result? Did they see Bitcoin going down to 20,000?
Yeah.
I mean, I bought Bitcoin last year at 47,000. I thought I was getting a good deal. Do you think it's a smart move for me to sell my Bitcoin today, right now? How many of you would sell? If you bought at 47,000, would sell now? Would you do it, yes or no? Do we expect the company to make silly decisions like that? If they have it, do you think that they probably waiting for a bull run to be able to start getting some profits in place? Would you agree? I'm just speaking to you guys so you understand my thinking, the way I think of things, because there are going to be some unknowns and that uncertainties. There's absolutely, but there's going to be a point that you have to make
right on there,
faith,
George.
Stay committed or go.
And if you listen to Cal, you'll find he's brilliant as well.
And the reason why I say that is because we've seen what's happened over the last 3, 4, 5 weeks. We've seen great leaders, or whatever you want to call them, greats, not even greats. I don't even want to call them great. But we've seen individuals making decisions based on
he's angry with
personal gain. Okay? But that's not me. I could have stopped a year.
This is the next part. It's quite interesting, and he insinuates somebody's personal health is, and he's talking about physical health. But he saw about Kalpesh Patel. Kalpesh Patel basically left the ship before it sunk, and then jumped into another opportunity and got paid oodles of money. By the sounds of it, I think this is, if you read between the lines, that's what Keith is trying to tell everyone.
A year ago, and slinked off into the background and just chilled out and, maybe travel the world, be a nomad, a wanderer, and just enjoy my life. I could have done that, but
it's quite sad, really, when you listen to a man that's passed away and he talks about building his wealth so he can enjoy his life. But as soon as he got his wealth, he lost his life. It's just, I mean, is it really, what's life all about if that's the outcome? All these meetings for 2.5 years, Keith Williams at that time have been pushing these meetings down everyone's throat, and now he's lost his life. It's pretty shocking.
Chose not to do that because I have a responsibility and a commitment to this community and to the project and to whatever it becomes But that's me, that's not you. I'm just saying, I'm just telling you how I am and why. Some people think I've got these hyper rose tinted glasses on every single day. Well, I'd rather have hyper rose tinted glasses on than looking at the world and thinking, all right, let's try and find something else to do. Let's leave everyone behind and let's take a chance somewhere else. This is the worst time right now to be jumping into something brand new. Would you agree? Probably the worst
Leading
time.
the witness, Keith.
And there are dozens and dozens of opportunities out there that have just sprung up, guaranteeing the G word. Unbelievable. It's just as bad as the other G word, greed.
Of the community.
And so they're guaranteeing all sorts of rubbish out there.
And these other lads
what I will say is that these
community.
guys have not done anything for me to think, well, their heart's not in the right place. Have they got a big problem to solve? Absolutely, you bet your bottom dollar. Yes, they do. Because, of course,
I love the way
they've been overly generous and the market is not very kind to anybody at the moment. At the moment. But guess what? What gives me some joy? So how many of you last week saw the bill posters, the banners, the advertising that went up in the 5 countries? How did you feel when you saw that? Now, to advertise...
Now, they're talking about hibernation. He doesn't actually mention hibernation. He just talks about the new platform, because that was Mr. H, and it was absolutely a crazy presentation. And all the communities going, what's this Mr. H thing? I actually believe that's actually Ryan Jew was in charge of hibernation. And Sam Lee, when he come back, Ryan and Sam seemed to parted ways, even though they're working for the one entity called Hypertech Group. And it does seem like Ryan was created the Hyper Nation because of the Mr. H influences, and all the terminology was just too far-fetched, really more Chinese style. Sam, even though he's a Chinese guy with a Australian upbringing and born an Australian citizen, it did seem like there was a battle between two forces, whether people would follow Ryan Jew's Hyper Nation, and I'm just making this up, and then Sam Lee's come out with his Hyper One at the same time. It was like there was a division. But yeah, just in the chat box here, we've got he is a presenter. Tech averages sees what sincerity. Danny, did you have that info? And I don't see the info. Call in HR with him. Danny, we got meeting. Danny, we got meeting with Dennis. Rang Dennis during the meeting. Sorry, I have no idea what you're talking about. Do I have that info? I'm just reading the chat room. No idea what you mean, to be honest. We need to use more words and put it into a sentence for Danny Boy to understand. But you know our answer if I know the answer. All right, I've got the jug. I'm just going to make myself some Whitbix.
Eyes in an airport terminal on the side of a building. Would you agree that they're not going to let any old scam advertise on the side of a building? Would you agree?
Scam.
Again, it's join up thinking, it's logical thinking.
I got to show you this. I just updated the thumbnail for the video that you're watching at the moment, my live, and I just wanted to tell you about my picture. But in my picture today, you've got you actually have, whoops, let's see if we get it all in there. You've got Gracie Baby, who's actually replaced her with Chavis, so she's really running the show at the moment. You've got Give Me Love Hearts, Sam laying on the floor on his pillow. We've actually put, because we've morphed this into a meeting with Keith Williams, who passed away on the 12th of April 2024. I've put a photo of Keith Williams there. The picture in the background is actually yesterday's meeting. You got Adam going in there saying that he found out about Boomerang through the Crypto Ponzi Scheme Avenger. Just as he said that, I managed to turn my camera on and wave, and then they booted us both out. But the funny thing about that today, they've actually kicked me out of the meeting. They've managed to find me, so I must have really pissed off. But I must say, I do like Sam there laying on the floor, and that was when Sam was doing cocaine and drinking and all sorts of weird and wonderful things. So it was quite interesting. The other thing that was interesting is the host. I can't read that word. What's that say? I can't read it. But the host, the 101 era, the 1001 era, that's when we've managed to get their meetings offline. So it's been a victory. what we've been doing for the last few days. But remember, I'm here to cause disruption. I don't actually believe that you can do a class action lawsuit against these guys, because for a start, you can't do class action lawsuits to people in Dubai. We've wrote to numerous authorities. I've been involved with the Men in Black. I'll just say some of the names: Homeland Security, FBI, deputies who wanted justice, and nothing happens except Bitcoin Rodney obviously has been incarcerated, and he's been made an example of. Easy target. He was actually selling his cars, or trying to sell his cars and his assets to government agents. And then he was trying to flee to Dubai, and he was in the departure lounge with a one-way ticket to Dubai, and he got arrested. That's why he's a flight risk, and he's been and then you've got Brenda Chunga, who's admitted her guilt, who's sitting there prettily right next to the billboard. And here's Keith giving a speech of a lifetime. So all these guys will be made accountable eventually, and that's the good thing about it. But probably only the main ringleaders, and that's why I'm doing these videos. I'm doing them to build a historical timeline. And if you go to my YouTube channel, you'll see that I've published a whole lot of videos lately. I mean, the CEO of Hyperverse, Stephen Rees-Lewis, otherwise known as, I think it's Stephen Harrison. I might have it wrong. I know it starts with H, but his name's I'll put it on his name badge. I mean, he claimed he was just a paid actor, got paid $7,500 a new suit and some new shoes, a tie, I presume. And that was his involvement with Hyperverse. But here he is, 29 minutes of fame. I added up all the time that he was on camera. And he claimed that he was leading Hyperverse and he was the CEO. And then he claims that he didn't know it was a scam. I mean, and these guys are walking free in Thailand. He is anyway. And you think they just get away with it. So there's no justice. There's no such that. Honestly, if Rory Kanacha, what's the other guy? Sergey, they claim that they're going to do a class action lawsuit. Sergey was asking me for evidence of Kalpesh Patel promoting Hyperverse because he didn't want to spend hours on the internet looking for information. These guys that claim that they're doing lawsuits don't have the information to take them to law. One of Roy Kanacha's most shocking announcements the other day is he believes that Australia will expedite Sam back there, and then Roy Kanacha is going to do a class action lawsuit against Sam. Why would a country expedite somebody and then hand over Sam to drag him through the court system? But in the meantime, Roy claims he's got over 20,000 people who want to pay him $15 each, which is, if you haven't added that up, that's $300,000. And to date, we can see in the wallet address of Roy, and he's only collected $7,000 from everyone that said they're going to give him money, which is nothing. So it's just ridiculous. So don't listen to these guys. Don't believe that these guys are going to serve justice for a long time. But it's taken 2 years to get to this stage. Now, I got told by the Men in Black that if they wanted to put somebody in handcuffs and arrest them, it's a 2-year process, no matter how fast they do it. So these people are starting to fall like flies, and hopefully we'll see some more arrest and some more information coming out in the media. The media is the best choice of getting your money back, not because you're getting your money back. It's just the fact that these are scams. 73% of all internet opportunities or investments have been labeled as scams. There was a movie called Bidcond on Netflix. Watched it. It's amazing. And there was a guy there that got away, walked free from becoming an informant. Brenda Chunga on the 3rd of December was brought in by the Men in Black, and she was questioned for 3 hours, and then she went back out in the community. And you've got the video evidence there with the one with the baseball cap. I've got it on my YouTube channel for my members to look at. And here she is trying to trap Sam and to go into a crypto event in America, and they would have arrested him there for his involvement in this $1.9 billion scam, which I believe is a $4 billion scam, but who knows how much exactly. My point is, justice is slow, and the amount of effort me and my Avengers put in, we get very little return or joy for doing so. But if we save one person from handing over their USDT and put it into these platforms, our job is done. And just recently, a lot of comments are coming up in my YouTube channel, people thanking me for my videos and saying things like, I wish I listened to you at the time and I failed to do so. So thank you for those comments. Thank you for being brave enough. I literally replied to one just yesterday to a guy that admitted that he'd lost money to Hyperverse and wish he listened to us. So don't hide your comments back. You can go to dehek.com and you can literally, if you'd like, I'll show you that. So if you want to help me fight these battles, you can go to dehek.com, and on my website I have a contact us page, and the contact us page enables you to provide information about any Ponzi scheme or scam that you may have been bitten by. So please do take us up on that. And the other thing that you can do if you really want to help support us, is you can donate to me. I'm trying to do this full time, and it's a bit of a struggle. Let's see. If you go here, you can actually go to my website and you can actually buy me a cup of coffee, and that helps keep it all going. And I'll bring that up. Buy Me a Cup of Coffee is a brilliant platform. And in here, you'll see that you can just simply put your email address, put a nice comment in here, and buy us a cup of coffee for $5. It's much appreciated. Or if you like and you want some help because you might be looking at a Ponzi scheme, you can book an express chat with me. It's $100, money well spent. Hopefully I'll save money. I'd rather fix people at the top of the cliff rather than at the bottom with the ambulances at the bottom. But with the express chat, I'll give you 20 minutes of my time, and I won't tell you whether it's a good investment opportunity or not, but I will show you some of the red flags I would be concerned about if you're thinking about getting involved in a Ponzi scheme or a scam, or what I call a Ponzi scheme or a scam. The other one is you can book a professional video with me. So maybe you are a YouTuber and you'd like to ask me some questions and interview me. You can book a personalized video and you can do whatever you like with it. That's open to a lot of media companies that want to use my services. So that's just some things that you can do to help me. But the best thing you can do is just provide a like. You even think hitting the thumbs up of this very video that you're watching makes a huge difference. So currently, I don't know how many people I've got, but that video that we're watching at the moment has 12 thumbs up. A few minutes ago, I posted the link to this video, the real location of it, on my YouTube channel. So please do go there, like and subscribe and comment, and I'll personally reply to everyone. All right, I'm going to get my hot water and have my breakfast, and let's carry on listening to Keith's speech of a lifetime.
And to me, it tells me that they have a much bigger plan, a more global opportunity, really big. I mean, if you think Hyper Community and Hyperverse was grand, it was huge. Well, those series of adverts around the world, 5 countries around the world, but 5 important countries: Germany, Italy, India, South Africa. I can't remember the other country, 5 countries. And you know what? I said, in a sea of storm and clouds and thunder and lightning, there was a ray of sunshine. Does that resonate with anyone here? I saw a ray of sunshine. I thought, wow. And I'm really deep in it, guys. And let me tell you this now, I am deep in it because every single day I'm doing 3 or 4 Zooms for different teams. Because for my sins, I sit on top of a huge organization, which now means that I have a lot more leaders who've now rolled up to me because individuals have made decisions to abandon ship, but put their life jacket on first and be the first in the lifeboat. Forget women and children, forget the old. They're in the lifeboat and they're already rowing away from the ship. Who does that? Who does that? I always say, when you think of people's actions, when they do something, try to find the motivation behind why they have done that. There's always a motive. There's always a reason. For someone to say that they found something after spending years here, they found something else in days of due diligence, it's insane that anyone would say, yeah, okay, I'll follow you. But you know, sometimes people drink the Kool-Aid that's available, and that Kool-Aid sometimes can just turn you a little bit crazy. But again, I will not talk about any individual. I'll just tell you how I am and why I'm still here and why I'm talking to a team that is not part of my organization, not part of my team. You're part of the community. And I've always worked the entire community, whether it be South Africa through Rory, Brenda, the Italian team. None of these teams are part of my community, my team. But I'm doing it because we're all together as one. Yeah? We're all together as one. Now, here's what I see is happening from how I measure stuff. Not only were they overly generous, but individuals thought that they weren't generous enough. I'll repeat. Not only were they overly generous, but there are some individuals that didn't think that Hyper was generous enough. Some of you will figure that out later on tonight. What do I mean? Is that some individuals decided that, you know, one good account is not enough. Let's take 70 accounts. Let's do 100 accounts. Let's do 300 accounts. Fact. I've spoken to some of the leaders who are remorseful, who are embarrassed, They knew what they were doing at the time. Don't tell me the company allowed it. If you've been in network marketing, and a lot of them have been in network marketing, how do you find the time to create 70 accounts? It's insane. It's insane. How do you find the time to create 100 accounts? How do you find the time to do 300 accounts? Guys, I built from 2 positions, not even 2 positions. I built 1 position. My son above me, who was at university, college, built his own position. He's a VIP 5, independent of what I built in my team. He did it himself with the family friends, and he did it all outside of me. 2 positions, his position and my position. And I put all my energy in building the correct way. Now, I'm not saying that's the reason why we are where we are now, but I'm just saying to you, the door was ajar and individuals decided to push through that door because they can fill their boots more and they can fill their saddlebags. So all I'm saying to you is that the company has had a host of things to deal with on top of what's going on in the world today. But guess what, ladies and gents? The lights are still on. They're still here. They haven't shut shop. How many of you have experienced error code 404? How do you, when you go to attempt to log in and you see error code 404, how does that make you feel? I know. It's like, hold on a minute. Then you go to the Telegram groups, it's all shut down and everything's gone. Websites disappeared. How many of you experienced that? Just one time in your life. These guys are still here. Yes, the rewards are racking up and you think, how the hell? Listen, their total liability, there's no way even what is put into this new program can cover their total liability. Would you agree? So I've had meetings. I speak to the management team. I don't speak directly to all the board members, the owners, but I do have access to one that will give me a little bit of a heads up, not giving me, because there's a board and there's a management team that's been brought in. I believe they're from Malaysia. I can't confirm that, but they're a professional company that is transitioning us. Okay? That again, that, you know, you have this ray of hope and sunshine. That gives me a ray of hope that these guys are here for the long term. Now, is everybody going to be happy? Because Keith, you just addressed the one times and the people yet to withdraw. They've ring-fenced those individuals as the priority. Let me explain to you why. Because if they don't take care of individuals who haven't been able to receive one times, it moves from the realms of, you know, a collapsed business to something which could be potentially illegal. Would you agree? Because they haven't fulfilled, they've sold a product and they haven't delivered, yes? So there's those individuals who have a claim to say, well, listen, I didn't get what I was supposed to get. Now, some people say, well, Keith, I'm a leader. I built a team. I was getting 1,000 a day. I started with 1,000. I've made 100 grand, but they still owe me all this amount because I still need to live. I still need to, you know, be upwardly mobile. I still need to buy a new car and a house and pay off my mortgage. So what about that? Would you agree that that is something that they have to manage? They have to manage that. I said some time back, overly generous plan. It tells me that there's no way that they would be able to fulfill the entire liability, including myself, by just giving out tokens, just giving it away, just giving it out. First of all, there wouldn't be enough buyers, the liquidity to buy the tokens that you're dumping on the market. How many of you understand what happened to Terra Luna? Yep.
I'm back. Just made myself breakfast. Got to eat, you know. So I love the way they use all these other examples of other companies that have failed or been successful, because when they promote these Ponzi schemes, they talk about companies like Apple, Microsoft, and I don't know, Shell Oil or whatever it is, all to entice you to sign up. And then when these schemes or these Ponzi schemes fall over, they give you examples of all the failed companies and all the companies that have done really well, and like Kodak, you know, or I don't know, British Airways, or whatever it is.
Do you know what that token price got to the all-time high, $100. It's still around just, but guess what? It's worth cents on the dollar.
Oh, that's
one token. What if you invested 1 million over there? What if you invested 100,000?
Yeah, but the point is, Keith, that you didn't lose any money. You just made fistfuls of money out of the community. And that's the truth of the matter. You can't deny your lifestyle. You can't deny where you live. We even had one of our Avengers go and ring his bell and do a video, and that video got removed off the internet because we told people where Keithy lives.
Who are you going to turn to? Who are you going to go to? Anyone? No. You bought some tokens, and guess what? I bought Polkadot last year. At the same time, I bought some Bitcoin, which I'm still holding on to. I paid $22 for my Polkadot. $22. Silly me. It went up, and I was 150,000 in the black. I should have sold and got my seed out. But hey, I was too busy doing hyper. I just thought, let's leave it. And instead of taking at least my principal out, that was $22 June of last year. It went down to $12 by July, and I was phoning the guy up and said, how the hell you turned me onto a nonsense token? He says, don't worry, Keith, it's a good project. I've read the white paper, it's brilliant. And guess what? It turned around from $9, $10. So I should have been buying it on the way down, and it went up to $45. I was up on the deal. Did I cash out? Did I take my profits and run? No, I left it in there. It's running today at around about $9 Polkadot.
I had a guy that was in the New York Times with called Mike Lucas, not the two Mikes, Mike Donaldson and Mike Lucas, but another Mike Lucas. And he was directly under Keith Williams, and he lost 25,000, and it was his life savings. And when I was in the New York Times, the video that they embedded in that article was actually that video. And it's quite eye-opening, to be honest. If you're lucky, I might actually be able to find it. That's me. And I had a 2-page spread in the New York Times about my quest to name and shame anyone running or promoting a Ponzi scheme or a scam. But they did embed one of my videos as Mr. H. And it was off. This is quite hard hitting if you're close to Keith to watch. But this is what Keith actually did. So
I don't know nothing about crypto.
Listen to this for a minute and a half, and you'll see what I'm getting at. How much clout do you actually have in Hypernation? But there is one thing blatantly obvious, Keith Williams. You have made a ton of money out of this, doing this in the name of God, stealing from the poor, and you're giving it to the rich. What the hell kind of person are you? And you're clad of VIPs. That you are good Christian. What a load of baloney. You have changed Mike Lucas's life, and you have fooled him out of his money. Get a life, you piece of shit. On that note,
I went into my retirement fund.
Let's get Mike Lucas's money back.
I just got very sick.
What the hell is a global sales representative's job? What would you like to say to Keith Williams?
The money that I saved all my life to retire.
This is the other side of it. This is the people you've stolen from. Are you listening, Keith? Are you listening to what Mike Lucas is going to ask you?
I need my money because I worked all of my life to retire.
Yeah, so rest in peace, Keith Williams, I say. Anyway, so you might think that was a bit harsh. I don't know what you think. I can only assume. But when you see, I've been following these guys for 2 years, 2.5 years now, and I've been watching and listening to people contacting me just about on a daily basis, telling me how much money and how much they trust what Keith Williams says. It's kind of ironic now that... Oh, this is funny. I've reversed my camera today for something different. But now, obviously, Keith's lost his battle with cancer. This is, I believe, his best video ever. And it's kind of a tribute to him and what he believed. I'm not saying he's a good guy. I actually think, I still believe he's a dirty, disgusting scammer, bottom feeder of the world. But at what price did he get his wealth? Let's carry on. Question and answers coming up soon.
Still a great project, $9. Do you think it's a smart move for me to sell my Polkadot today? What do you think? I bought 100,000 of it.
Oozing money, isn't he?
Not 100,000, $100,000 worth. Am I crying every time at night saying, why didn't I get my 100 grand back? No.
I would be crying.
It's one of those things you do. You try something. Make sense? Everything carries an element of risk. And what I love about these guys is that they're still trying to make good. They're still trying to fix because they believe in the community and they believe in us. Now, let's talk about the migration, should you wish to do that, from hyperverse, hyper community, which will be consolidated. There's a difference between consolidated and cancelled, stopped. There's a big difference. Would you agree? At the moment, they've got to shake the tree until all the dead wood falls off and some pretty strong branches have already fallen off. Would you agree that that is probably the best move for all of us going forward? Yes or no? And they're shaking the tree at the moment, and we are seeing the deadwood falling off the tree. My entire upline has benefited from the work that I've done. My entire upline, there's about 7 of them upline. 3 of them have never done a day's work here, and they're all millionaires, multi-millionaires as a result. Some of you might have heard the names in the early presentation. Sorry, it's baking hot in here. Some of you might have heard the names in the early presentations, but they've never done a day's work here. No, they have. They've learned how to withdraw, how to convert, and how to cash out and turn it into fiat currency. That's tough going. I mean, wow, they must have attended at least one technical training. I'm happy for them. I had a conversation with 1 or 2 of them. Listen, each to their own. They got lucky. They put 5 billion in sales on the table, and their weakest leg was 2 billion in sales. So it happens, you get lucky. They consider the work of bringing leaders as worth millions. I wish I could do that and not do this work. No, I think I love doing this. I wouldn't do that. But they've got their own personal problems to deal with now with all that money. And, I wish them well, health-wise. So the migration to hypernation is something that they have a vision on, and it's something that they believe in. Hypernation is now in its early stages. So as a leader or somebody who's interested in becoming a node or a pro node, there are opportunities there. We only currently have around about 200 nodes, 250 to 270 nodes and supernode currently in hyper community hyperverse. The last round of nodes was around, I think, September, October of last year. But what they're saying now is anyone can become a node should you wish to become one. Okay, it's open to the entire community because there's many individuals that weren't offered the opportunity to become a node in the old program. And remember, I told you to become a super node, I had to borrow 30,000 after being in the business for 5 months because I knew it was the right move to do. It's the best decision I've made since I joined because it turned everything around for me. So hypernation, we don't know the actual plan, but of course the boxes that are available for leaders, it's like the pay to play. So if you think I paid 30,000, if you remember I said I paid 30,000 2 years ago, well, for the big box, there's a cost for the big box, which is kind of like relative because in the 2 years and the success that I've had and many of the leaders, then it's a good option if you've managed things well. And the second box allows you to migrate some of your lines across. I think 10 levels there. I'm not going to go too much into detail because many of you on here, this is the first time you're hearing this. I don't want to go into details. Your nodes and your leaders will probably know, but the boxes that are available will allow you to migrate across from hyper community, hyperverse, a certain amount of your team, okay? Now, in the hyperverse hyper community, what they will do for the leaders is that they call it asset negotiation. I've got it written down from my meetings yesterday. Some of you probably had your meetings if you're nodes. but I had to ask specific questions before making this decision as to what I'm going to do. So they said to me yesterday that the plan is that the hyperverse community, which will still be growing, you can still have the opportunity there, but it'll be more of a passive opportunity, certainly consolidated. And those leaders from the hyper community will have the option or opportunity to have a negotiation around the assets. Does everybody understand what that means? Yes or no? Raise your hand if you understand what I'm talking about. So they're going to look at the total liability, and it may well be that it will be a swap for tokens and smart contracts to allow you to be able to start receiving from the old platform, because not everyone's going to go across, but those that go across will be able to participate in the new program, okay? Again, we don't have the details of the new program. We're yet to get our last meetings. I'm still yet to find out what that is. But from what I've been told so far, is that there's a plan for the old platform, and don't quote me on this, but there will be some changes to the rewards plan. It may well be, it could be, I'm just maybe guessing that it could be that maybe there might be maybe no more rebuys. Maybe they won't be allowing any more sponsoring. They'll certainly be taking a look at the multiple account situation. Okay, everyone? Just want you to understand. But it is not going to crash. HBT is not going to be allowed or let go and become zero.
Well, now guess how much it's worth now. He's right. It's not zero. It's 0.000000222.
Hypernation MOF will be the token, and you will see a recovery on that particular. So if you have got MOF on the exchanges.
So remember, I went from Hypertech Group. They used to have presentations on Hypertech to Hypercapital to Hyperfund to Hyperverse to Hypernation, Hypercosmos to Hyperplanet to Diversal. Just this line, and that's where. And now it's going to go to Hypernation. So this is nothing new. They just rinse and repeat and start again. And Keith Williams is making out that this is the new hope.
Then let's see. But that will be the token. Plus there'll be other tokens introduced to the community, okay? In both Hyperverse and Hypernation, okay? To give them options. And there'll be opportunities to swap your HU. And, they do have these competitions where you could maybe swap it for for Ethereum and Bitcoin, like I've done on certain competitions, okay? So that is that. Can I tell you all? The new program will have a marketing rewards system as well. So if you can still build a team in the new program, you can do that. Maybe I can say this, I suppose, there will be a daily. It'll be very similar to what we have here. I'm not sure if it will be 20 levels and unlimited, infinity payouts outside your strongest team, but it certainly will have the ability to have withdrawals. So withdrawals will be available to you straight away. And also you'll be able to enjoy a healthy daily reward.
Oops.
You have to make a decision. And I made the decision yesterday that I'm moving into the new program because I'm in all in. Now, So
let me get this right, Keith Williams. At that time, you had basically known that all the withdrawals have stopped. Only a few people were getting paid for whatever reason. People like Bitcoin Rodney could still withdraw at one point, and he was actually helping people get their money out of it, taking payment of 30% every time he managed to get somebody's money off the platform. So those type of people were able to withdraw. So Keith Williams has made millions and millions of dollars. Allegedly, Kalpesh Patel, his business partner in crime, made 89 million. That's the figure I got told by somebody who thought they knew something. Keith Williams here is now telling everyone that he's just washing his hands. And remember, he became the global sales representative of Hypernation, which is the new Ponzi scheme. And he said that he's going to have no association with the debt that Hyperverse had. So this is, even though you might think this is his best speech ever, he's plotting for himself to make even more money with a new opportunity and walking away from all the losses that people are having. A lot of people got momentum, you know, about 6 or 8 months before this platform fell over. A lot of people never got their money back. I mean, one lady I know, Vera, she was in the Guardian newspaper. I fed her to them. She told her story. She invested $45,000 into Hyperverse and managed to get 23 back, and then they closed the doors on her. Then she reinvested $15,000 into Hypernation, and then Carl Miller come along and advised her that she should transfer Hypernation dollars into Diversal, because Diversal are allowing you to buy planets. And Diversal were trying to give people their money back that they lost in Hyperverse, and they were drip feeding it people over, wait for this, 3,000 days. It just goes on and on and on, guys. Stay away from these platforms that take your crypto.
Might be able to do that quite easily, and some might have to consider. It's not something you have to do straight away, but I'm obviously speaking to Brenda about how that works with leaders and anybody else who wants to come across the Hypernation. We don't know the full details yet. I think that will be revealed to us in the next 2 weeks. Within the next 2 weeks, we will know how that plan works. You will have marketing material.
Now, after much scrutiny, Keith and Calpe's alleged that they were talking to corporate, like on the phone or on Zoom. It figures out that they're talking to corporate via WhatsApp and Telegram. This is how they communicated with these people that were in charge of millions of dollars. Chinese company, who knows? Hypertech Group, I know. That's who I believe is behind all this.
Everything's going to be available for us to be able to build again. And if you're still in Hyperverse, then, you know, obviously there'll be a consolidation there where they will obviously ensure that people are still getting their withdrawals through, and obviously asset negotiations for leaders that have a considerable asset and assets in that program. But Brenda, I did say I was only going to be around half an hour to 45 minutes.
There we got some good stuff. First 2 questions are pretty lame.
You will be thinking, well, okay, shut up now, Keith. I've heard enough. But I will take some questions, because you know
what? Of you, mate.
The most important thing is that I can get some of your questions answered, and the others that I don't know the answer to will be probably because we don't know at all yet. So let's take some questions right now. As I said, guys, I'm here because obviously, you know, there's no one else. Sorry, but
yeah, he's the last man on the ship. He's the captain. He's going down the ship. Interesting enough, this is Brenda Chunga's community that he's talking to, and this was a last-minute meeting. They still had about 500 people on board. And the lady that's about to speak is actually, is it the Humphreys? Well, I might have the name wrong, but her husband that comes and stands behind her is actually an ex-convict, been in jail twice, and he's cleaning up his act, and now he's promoting this Ponzi scheme. But from what I remember, Sly, I think his name is, they brought in over 22 or $24 million worth of sales. So let's listen to what she's going to say.
You know, I find myself in a situation after 2.5 years working even harder than I did in the last few months. It's been incredibly busy right now. But that being said, you know, with great blessings come great persecution, and I also add on responsibility. Take them all. So, wow. Okay, we got a few hands up.
I was saying, Keith, so we'll take a few hands for 15 minutes. So once we hit 4 o'clock over here, we have to end the call.
That's why I cut it short, because there's very little else I can add to that. I think you guys know where I stand, and it's not blind faith, it's just belief. I'm not a hope stealer. I don't steal people's hopes. It's not nice. Okay.
I mean, this is funny. When we bust these scams, there's a common phrase that they often use, and we're called dream stealers. So it's kind of funny that Keith actually said a hope stealer. Hope that you're going to get your money back. Hope that they're going to do this. Hope they're going to do that. Nothing that they claimed that we're going to do will help the community actually eventuated from this video. Nothing.
Okay, I'll let you control. We're just probably not going to get through everybody, but I'll let you control all the hands.
Is the disclaimer?
Okay, they're coming in. Next,
Am I co-host?
Yeah, you're co-host too, but yes, go ahead, the Flemister.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. How you doing?
We're good. How are you?
Good. My question is precisely about a withdrawal.
Now, this is really, really funny because Keith's going, well, I know what Keith's going to say because I watched enough of his videos, but the guy didn't say what he wanted to hear. But basically the guy's talking about how he can't withdraw any money, and Keith's going, have you withdrawn any money in the past? And the guy goes, no. Keith was hoping he was going to say yes. And Keith then would have said, if he said yes, he said, well, you should be grateful that you got some money out of this because there's other people worse off than you. But he had to change his tactics, and you can hear him on his back foot answering this question.
First attempt of withdrawal has been over almost 2 weeks now. But unfortunately, it's still telling me that it's pending review. I have tried so many times to text or chat with online help, but unfortunately, all I receive by or I get back is nothing but automated response with no definite time in sight of receiving or giving my refund or with my drawer. So I want to know what is the problem and why is my withdrawal still pending up to this point in time?
Okay, Nation, great question. Thank you very much for that question. How many times have you withdrawn in the past? Have you ever withdrawn before? You need you to unmute. Need you to unmute, my friend. Is this your first withdrawal or have you ever withdrawn before?
I have never withdrawn. This is my first withdrawal.
Okay, so you are in that basket and they are manually giving the withdrawals, doing it on a manual basis because you can imagine how many withdrawal requests are in and they've got to go through them manually, and that's why everything is being reviewed. And of course, there is the priority first. So you'll be in that basket, that priority. I can't do anything for you personally, but I can just say to you that I have had an assurance that this basket of members, and how long have you been in, Ignatius?
Since last year, September.
Okay, so you've been rebuying ever since from day one?
Yes, I have.
Okay,
yes, I have.
So you have a principal initial membership cost, and then you have a pending with rewards, and then you have withdrawals, which rewards which are built up, and now you want to start withdrawing some of.
See, he was the perfect person, this particular first question, because this is what you're told now to do. Which when you bought your Boomerang license, because this is where this is all up to at the moment, right? You got told that you buy a Boomerang license, they're going to give you, say if you buy a $500 license, you're going to get given $150,000 worth of flash loan money to do arbitrage trading with, but they release $1,500 worth of flash money for you to show your friends and family how it works so they can entice them to sign up. And then it gets worse. Out of your $1,500 flash loan money, if you're very clever and you put it on a trade, you can get about $12.50 and 36 cents. So we've proven, so nothing really. So they're paying you $12.50 back from your investment of $500. Then they tell you to wait until they launch because it's only in beta. It will never launch. And now they're claiming that you're going to get 300% return on your investment. So your $500 will turn into $1,500. Sound familiar? But now what people are doing, because they love the arbitrage trading so much, they tell people if they buy them before the 1st of April, the 5th of April, that you'll get 3 times arbitrage money to use. So once again, fear of missing out, everyone buying. Now we've got people buying multiple licenses waiting for launch day. But that's just because this is claimed to be a product like arbitrage trading, it's exactly the same as this, because what they do, these people were buying a $300 membership. It was maturing after 600 days. And when it got up to day like 400 or 500, more and more people were piling money and they could keep it going. But then when your 600 days are up, you're encouraged to rebuy. And your daily rewards that you were getting in your account every day, you could use those to top up and rebuy. So it's just, they don't want you to take the money off the platform. And it gets to the stage when you can't get your money off the platform, nor can you take your rewards out that they were offering. The only thing you do is put your money back. Now I get quite a few emails from people telling me they lost $160,000 to Hyperverse. And I have to pull them up and say, now, was that how much money you had in your Hyperverse wallet, or was that your initial investment? One guy blew me away one day. He put $5 million worth of money into Hyperverse and lost a lot. I think he got $1,600 out only. And I said to him, where did you get the money from? And it was his family's money. 113 people, he had a big family, put together, and they got together and they put well over $5 million into Hyperverse and lost a lot. Why they trusted that guy in the family? Because he used to work on Wall Street and he knew how money worked. So I hear all these stories, but that's what Keith's doing here. He's trying to figure out whether this guy has actually profiteered and got his initial investment back. Doesn't sound like it, but this guy is the perfect customer for Hyperverse at the time, and so are you maybe for Boomerang. You know, they don't want you to withdraw the money. It's literally a scam. They cannot afford to pay you more money than you put in, because if they do, they lose and you're not a good customer. This guy is the perfect customer, and he would have helped pay for Keith's letterbox in his £3 million mansion.
Your rewards, yeah. So you're in that
That's
basket.
right.
If you hear from the beginning, you're in that basket, which is the priority basket. Don't ask me when. I can't tell you exactly when your withdrawals will start to come through, but it was done manually. I haven't received the withdrawals since January.
And look at the face on Brenda Chunga. I mean, does she look like she knows she's telling the truth?
That's when my last ones were done, beginning of January, middle of January. And I've done quite a few, so there's quite a few stacked up. But again, as I said, I'm not a priority, Ignatius. You are, okay? So I can't give you an exact date, but I can just say to you that these members like you are ring-fenced, okay? Can I have the next one? Sorry, my friend, okay? Good stuff.
Bye.
Thank you, Ignatius.
Work it
Hey,
out
Brenda,
yourself.
feel free to unmute.
Hey, hey, hey. Hey there, Keith. Hey
Oh,
there.
oh, you've got two devices on.
Okay, hold on. I have to
No, you've muted the one.
Okay, there we go. There we go. So first of all, I just want to really thank you for putting this on and rallying the troops. It's like the State of a Union address, you know, so I certainly appreciate that.
I do know the State of the Union address is. I'm not in, but I know how that goes.
So I believe I can speak for my husband and myself. We've picked the side the moment we decided to focus. So
Her
we're
husband
here.
is an ex-convict.
We're committed wherever you use us. We thank you as well as our leader Brenda for just standing.
Hey, you're listening, Susie, because I just
in the
love
heat of
that.
things, because it's not easy. It's not easy. And, you know, I had a conversation with someone this morning, and I think one of the things, not only is Hyper has been, I mean, if you're a networker, you have to know I always called it a networker's dream, right? Because it's been amazing. But I think one of the things that we've seen here is that when you have a bunch of newbies come into a space and they get rewarded handsomely and not knowing about this space, sometimes it can cause chaos. The veterans are fine. They've been here before. This is not the first time Bitcoin has been down and things in this market has been down. It reminds me of the real estate boom back in 2008. So what happens? You have to shake the trees, and a lot of people are going to get out of the industry because
And this is all bullshit. This is just to make you feel that this is just another day in the office, but it's not. They know exactly how this works, and they always did.
but at the same time, as we stand here and we stand solid. And
How do we say her name? Is it Ronette and Sly? And what's it, Humphreys? Is it the Humphreys? I think it is. But these guys made, I think, 22 or 24 million they bought in for Hyperverse. And today, I think they're called Bitcoin bosses. If you go to Bitcoin, or search for Bitcoin bosses, you'll find their website, and they're still doing Zoom meetings, still pushing people into opportunities like this. They're serial multi-level marketers. That's what they do for a living. They don't care whether it's legitimate or not, and they'll read you their disclaimer before they tell you their bunch of lies, hoping that you will part with your money so they get paid commission from your investment. Here we go. Sly.
And we stand on the shoulders like yourself and like Brenda.
Thank you.
We can move forward. My question is, and I don't want to be lengthy, my question is this.
Sure.
You mentioned going over to Hypernation. And of course, we're going to follow, you know, one thing about, you know, leader, a good leader is also a good follower.
I love that. You're right.
We will follow you there. But here's the thing. We just want to get some clarity.
Yeah.
There's looks like two different ways of earning rewards here. So
Two boxes. There's two boxes, the purple box and the legendary box.
Okay, now with that being said, the rewards that are pending right now, do we start all over going to hibernation, or do they transcend over to hibernation?
I just got that question because I've been doing Zoom calls back to back for the past 2 days. And yesterday I had 4 in a row. It took me 6 hours, 7, 8 hours just to get through all of my, because I've got different teams. So I had this yesterday 4 times. And so, yes, and I've had it confirmed today because it was one of the questions as well. Yes, assets and rewards will go across and to the new hibernation. And not everyone's going to come across. But yes, you're not going to start from scratch. I mean, of course, why would you take a box and then you got nothing? I mean, you just got names, just like people in. And of course, you know, I asked the question today because, you know, I didn't ask the first time round. And before I made my decision, I wanted to make sure I asked the question because nobody wants to say, well, what's the point in going across there when there's no value in whatever you bring across anyway? So it's just a logical thing. I have to ask the question. Of course, yes, it was confirmed. Yes, it will go across.
Okay. Well,
great question. Great question.
Yes, we're just waiting for the
leadership call.
Yes, we're waiting for the play. Call the play coach, and absolutely.
No pressure. I do feel like the coach on the sideline. I'm only missing the headphones and the mic, and you know, and the play boards.
Thank you so much.
Ronnie.
Thank you both. Thank you both. Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you both. All right. Oh, hi, Miss Mary. How are you?
Hey.
Hi, kids. How are you? Thank you.
I'm doing better now. Now that I've actually, you know, sometimes you can be on the fence for a long time, but ultimately it has to be a little bit of faith and just a feeling, emotionally, gut feeling. That's the final. There's no guarantee.
Feeling, just a gut feeling.
Faith and a bit of belief before you make that decision. You got to
That's
follow
right.
your gut sometimes. Yeah.
That's right.
That's right. That's right.
That's right.
See, I'll do this and this will happen.
What are you doing?
But you got to weigh it all up.
I'm taking over the show.
Taking over the show. I leave you in charge. And what are you doing? Hey, what's the news today, man? What have you been doing? What havoc have you been causing? Did you enjoy Adam? Did you watch that short?
Oh yeah, it was good. No, and the community is firing back against Chavez. Like we have everyone's phone number, so you're gonna have to set up a Zoom and name it like Bob's laptop, and you're just gonna sit there and record it.
Is that right? So, so what's happened? Is it because there's no trading going on, and they think he's?
Oh, no, they're pissed. They know he's full of it.
Oh right. So do they have?
And did we look up Lucky's Empire Ltd yet?
No, let's do that. Bring it up. Is it a website address?
And our buddy Trishit has 2 phone numbers.
Ah, I did get that right. When you sent me the new phone number, I thought, well, I've already got his phone number. It's different. So why would he have 2 phone numbers? Is it because he's getting bombarded by people? You know.
Well, now we could call him at work.
That was the what?
One's his work number.
And have you searched that number on the internet? Because that's always a good thing.
I haven't searched it yet. But we also have Rajiv, if you want to call Rajiv.
You mean so Transit, who's doing so well with all this crypto trading expert, actually has a job? Or is that because he works for himself?
So we have Rajiv. We have Dennis Millions.
Oh yeah. Oh no, who's Dennis? Everyone was asking who Dennis was.
He's like the tech who comes in on Saturdays. He's usually running one of the rooms. We're gonna get Joe's. I think we have Susan's. I think that's who he's referring to. And my contact said Susan.
What Susan?
One of the Susan.
Oh, I'd love to get her phone number. Well, she's actually in this meeting that I'm doing at the moment. Have you noticed? I've just been watching Keith Williams' thing. I don't know what meeting you're in now. She's in Keith Williams' thing. I'll flip the screen back up. If you go to the top left of the picture, I'll just see if I can make that not. See that there? That's Susan Goldsmith there with the hand up. And she's going to come on here in a minute. But she actually bought a $10,000 purple node to go into Hyperverse. And she was also in the Hyperverse launch video. So it's just these guys just keep on going, you see. These guys only know one thing. Now, I know, just using Susan Goldsmith as an example, she's actually a dog trainer. And she's in this thing. This is the first time I've actually seen Susan really speak, but she's in tears. Yeah, so it's quite an interesting video, this one. So, yeah.
But they're getting mad that that we keep coming on and asking, can somebody go line by line and explain the flash loan? Because they don't know how to explain it. Nobody could explain it. It's like, wait, aren't we supposedly doing flash loans and you guys can't explain what we're supposedly doing?
Too technical. It's all hidden in the contract, you know, this sort of shit.
All their answers, it goes out to a smart contract. I'm like, and?
And that's the thing, is I would be really amazed if they do actually bring out a new website, because Rob's going to have a field day with that. But I mean,
the new website is remove the beta.
Oh, right. Is that it?
So Boomerang.trade, the one that we found. By like any common person would remove that.
Well, if we go back to the screen, this is actually, let's see what I go to do here. If I bring up this screen here, this is actually, I'm pretty sure this is the Boomerang Authority. So
one guy, not to cut you off, one guy still wants to do manual trading. He's like, why do I have to have the bot? Like, and the thing turns shit said earlier. He's like, well, with the bot, you won't be trading at all. So
yeah. No, and this is why I'm actually playing this video that you're watching at the moment, because hey mate, you just can't overtalk me when I'm talking. Doesn't work.
I was doing Scammer Man.
Yeah, I know. So what's going to happen is they're going to tell everyone that you're not allowed to do individual trading. They're going to have one mother computer doing all the trades, and then they will pay out dividends to the people that have licenses. And the more licenses you have, or the more rebuys, as we're looking at this other video, you will get more of the dividend money. But the dividend money will be paid out on the first of the month or the end of the week, but it will probably start happening for a few days, weeks, and then it will all cease. Mark my words, that's where I reckon this is going. What I'm just doing, I'll just get you back in the conversation in a sec, Bob, but in a second. But this is actually the test, the place where they test the new arbitrage trading. So 10 hours ago, they were testing successfully. But what I did is I looked at the test account and I labeled the test account 001. And you can see how much testing they're doing. And if they do bring back the website, they'll be trying to make sure that the mathematical equations that they put in the back end of the website actually work. So when you go into one of these fake arbitrage trades, you can actually see that they're doing things like testing it. What happens if somebody goes to post tether and trades for $1,000? Now, if you haven't been following this and it's all above your head and it just looks like a line of code, how it works is line number 4, if that's less than line number 3, that means they actually lost $10 during this $1,000 trade. If you go to the bottom, you can see that actually the payout rate is an unusual amount, which is $20.08. But if you take in the gas fee, you take in the money that they had to pay for the borrowing, the flash loan, you add up the $20.08 plus the losses they made, that all add up to a calculation that you can actually see. Oh, now this is, I don't want to get distracted just now, but if you go into the actual main Boom Trust Controller Fund and look at the transactions, you can see that the money, 5,000, that was 6,400 yesterday. So they're actually running these transactions. But if you look at this price, this is the actual trade that I just showed you. So there's actually been $30 paid into whatever the, I've forgotten what it's called now. I'll just go back and get the name of it right, into Post Tether. So here's Post Tether. They use their master control wallet to pay in $30.73. Now, the figures I just quoted aren't going to be exact to the millicent because the exchanges go up and down like a yo-yo, and this was done 10 hours ago. But the figure is exactly the same. And notice the figures of all the money they use to top up. They're testing the system with the same amount of money. And the fluctuation is literally because of the fluctuation. But the point is that this is not real arbitrage trading. In fact, this wallet that we're looking at is controlled by We Are All Satoshi or Boomerang, and you can see this is where they keep these wallets topped up. Now, this has taken weeks of research to find out this information. You're getting a flash presentation. But when these wallets run dry, and say like Rapmatic is less than 115, that is when people get the error messages. So if you go and trade, let's say $20,000, then the system will say, it will come up with these flash. See, somebody's tried to do it. Well, this is them testing the system, but somebody's tried to do a flash loan and it's rejected. We don't know how much money they tried to do as a flash loan, but that people will say, well, why can't I go in there with all my money and just and do the whole lot that I've got in one go and make a profit? That's because won't be the flash loan won't go through unless someone pays the bill. So they leave a little bit of money in these holding accounts, for the use of a better word, to keep paying for the transactions. When you go and do a $20,000 flash loan, $20,000 arbitrage trade, there's not enough money in these wallets for the transaction to go through. Hence why I believe you get these errors. But you can see right now, 10 hours ago, so just bear in mind that that when you go to beta test trade, the website is down. All right. So if you go to to remove the beta and you go to the website, there's no reason for that website not to be up because it's just a website. However, when you go into the beta trade, arbitrage and trade area, you can literally right click on it and go and inspect the code. And when you do that, you can literally see all the if then that coding that happened is absolutely ridiculous. So I hope that cleared up a lot, because now what they're claiming is that people will get 3 times their initial investment back. It's exactly the same as Hyperverse. They're also claiming that people who signed up before, I think the 5th or the 8th of April, would get 3 times flash loan money. And now it's 2 times flash loan money. They actually have closed the bridges of We Are All Satoshi. So if I went to the bridge and I showed you that the Tron bridge address that you're looking at, so this is the Tron bridge of We Are All Satoshi. Well, this is the We Are All Satoshi bridge where people can actually transfer the money off the platform. So if you go to transfers, you can see the last time anyone got any money off the platform, $6.75, I think, is 113 days ago. And the reason they said that the bridge is broken, Carl Miller actually said the bridge is not broken, but it's due to liquidity. There's no money in We Are All Satoshi, and that is why they can't do the payouts. So you've got to ask some curly questions. If that is the case, why is there $436,000 in here? 4 days ago, there was $6 million in here. And if you come down here in real time, you can see a minute ago, somebody paid $10, $50, $51, $51. These people who are paying the $50 are actually purchasing a We Are All Satoshi membership and getting a free node or a free NFT. And then if you go down to 1 hour ago, somebody paid $500. Somebody actually decided to pay $500 to buy an arbitrage flash loan license, and we can see the money coming in, and we can also see the money going out of this wallet into nowhere. It's getting transferred across in lumps of $16,000 to $8,000 normally, but here's $50,000, $28,000, $5,000, $16,000, $16,000,
to make it more steady.
What do you mean?
No, I was just flipping. I was switching between internet connections, so.
Oh yeah, no, it's you seem fine now, but you sounded fine before, to be honest. Oh, but you got kicked out. So yeah, it's just Susie's got a. So just last night we watched. I think last night was it? There was, yeah. So this is. So here's the transaction of. Yeah, so there. I actually labeled this one, Susie. But here's a transaction of. Get this. Listen to this. $4.6 million been transferred out of the We Are All Satoshi wallets into another wallet. Now this will sit here for a few days, and then all of a sudden it will disappear. See how they do a little bit of money to see if the system works, and then they go for the big kahuna.
Yeah.
And it came from the main liquidity wallet of We Are Satoshi. So if you think we're a bunch of dumbass YouTubers that don't know shit, then we do, because we're watching the money. And I tell you what, I am not a crypto engineer. I'm no one special in crypto, but by hanging around the Avengers and listening to people and trying a few things, I can actually see that these guys are moving money around. There's no reason for these guys to move the money around other than defrauding people. And the whole game, what's hurting We Are All Satoshi Boomerang at the moment is the fact that no one's buying these licenses. Chavez come on here about 3 days ago stating that, you know, don't lose our momentum. They're getting $200, $250, $1,000 a day is coming in for people buying these licenses. They're not even giving people the licenses. They're not even white labeling people. That means people can't trade. They're giving people a gift. Now they've labeled it. It was actually you got you got 1,500, 150, or $50,000 worth of flash loan money to play with. Now they're telling everyone that was actually a gift and you should be happy. And then they told a gift that they had to use it up before the 8th of April, and then they would have to forfeit it. And then they make claims saying that 60,000 people have purchased arbitrage trading. Then Chavez comes on and says they're selling between 7,000 and 8,000 licenses per day. Now that's the case. And the minimum is a $30 million income for We Are All Satoshi. And they claim that Boomerang and We Are All Satoshi is two different entities. So why is it that people are purchasing these Boomerang licenses in We Are All Satoshi? And then they claim that Chavez is the creator of this. And then they bring out Pavel, and he was in, it's the only time he's meant to be the creator of it. And I'll tell you now, when it all goes pear-shaped,
I know who it is.
You know what?
I know who it is.
Whom? Oh, well, you found the company that creates the platforms.
No, it wasn't a company. It was two people who wrote the code. And one of them, I don't want to give away my source. Let's just say he was a big promoter and he was on almost every meeting. His family member, along with a few other young children of age, wrote the code for Boomerang.
Do they have a sister that starts with T?
I'm not going to give away too much.
Oh my God, really? You sure that's not a smoke screen? Because I know that.
No, this guy is he's been like we talked like good 30 minutes while Grace didn't know how to run the meeting and was just playing videos.
Yeah.
So we were talking like he was on the when he should have been asleep in his country. He was on the English one and watching Grace with me.
Right. What was I going to do? I was going to do something here.
He's also the one who's like, he's talking to the whole Hindi community for us, and that's why we have every leader's phone number now, and co-leader.
Oh, well, you can tell him he's more welcome to my YouTube channel. Hey, just while I've got you, I've actually got to run off in about 10 minutes, but I'm going to leave this video playing, and then I'm going to hopefully switch it off while I'm on the road. But what I wanted to do is there's another YouTuber out there who's fighting this battle by herself, and she's absolutely amazing. She's got about 4,000.
Hello, Danielle E says, hi, Julie. Cannot
wait. Yeah. Julie is, she's brilliant. And I'm just going to put a link into her channel and also ask people if they would want to subscribe. It'd be awesome. But Julie's hopefully going to come on.
Actually, going to probably be like I went in undercover to that the Neo one I know it's a scam, but I'm undercover from that, and I found out a bunch of other stuff in that Neo life, and Transact Card put out an email that says we're shutting down Transact Card and Finmore.
Oh yeah,
from the CEO.
Well, did you see that guy from the Satoshi show? He was pushing Nemo Life. He did you see that?
No, I don't usually watch the We Are Satoshi, but
Oh no, but it's Troy. Is it Troy? And he's promoting it.
Troy is also in We Are All Satoshi, who's big. Him and
Great to hear your comment.
another person is really big. Prakash is the biggest. Like they're just gonna call all the big people. Like, here's their number. Like the Indian lady who's new to the meetings, J or whatever her name is. I have her phone number.
Good on you, mate. You can just start up your own phone directory. I'm just gonna play Julie here for a second because I've only got 5 minutes left, mate.
Missy says, "Fin no more." That's right.
Let's see what we've got.
Lisa Hans, hello. Crypto Ponzi Scheme Avenger. I'm gonna have time to go live with you at some point now. I have more time, so I'll be contacting you. And another fantastic content creator here, Crypto Ponzi Scheme Avenger. If you want to go give them a follow. Joy Neefel says below is next. Coconut says hi, hello. And Nathan says good afternoon.
He's
Hopefully
awesome.
people weren't burned too much by this. Yes. Okay, so my name is Julie. Hello. I was in multi-level marketing for 5 years. I was in Mon 8, and I was also a part of a multi-level marketing coaching cult called Rank Makers. I'm one of the whistleblowers from that. I'm turned anti-MLM advocate. And so what this video is about is that there was a multi-level marketing pyramid scheme called Transact Card.
Here we go.
This thing didn't even last a year. It started in 2023. I believe it started around June or July. It launched-ish 2023, around that time period.
About that, yeah.
And it just never delivered on what it said it was going to do. It like in all these scams, the lies, the deception, how it manipulated really good, hardworking people, conning people into, getting in on a ground floor opportunity, a business opportunity. They want to better the lives of their family. They think that by participating in this, they really see they can make the world a better place. All the stuff that we all get sucked into. Most people are good people. They do not know that these are pyramid schemes. They don't know that this is fraud. And a lot of these participants, unfortunately, are also still now in other multi-level marketing companies.
So Julie was actually in it for 5 years, and she used to do a video every single day of her life to promote these Ponzi schemes for 3.5 years. And now she's seen the light and realized they're a scam, and she's trying to warn other people on how to leave these cults. So a lot of people involved in Boomerang, We Are All Satoshi, the whole 9 yards, literally are trapped. They don't know anything else to do with their time. I'm trapped on my YouTube channel. Bob's trapped. All right.
I'm going to get to that. Transact Card didn't last a year. It was like sometime around the end of January 2024 and the beginning of February this year that it just changed. It's like, surprise, we're turned into this thing called Finmore. Well, Finmore doesn't exist anymore. And it didn't.
She's really cool, actually. She's got a hell of a sense of humor, and she's got this funny laugh where she's talking and she'll burst into laughter, laughing at her own jokes.
Yep.
It's really cool.
Take any great effort to predict that this was going to happen. This is all multi-level marketing companies are scams. They're all frauds. It can confuse people when you see these companies that have been around for decades, and yet you see something like Transact Card and Finmore go up. So it can feed into the delusion that there are good MLMs out there. There are no good MLMs.
Oh, I like this.
All MLMs are fraud. Okay, ground rules. If you're new to my content, I say I have zero tolerance policy for cult apologists, but there's always an exception. So what that means is if you come onto my content and you say, but Julie, not all MLMs are bad. My MLM is really good. You're just a hater. You didn't put the work in. The entire script that is predictable cult behavior, your comment will be deleted. You'll probably be blocked. All the spaces that I'm speaking out on social media are safe spaces for survivors to come forward. That is going to be part of the speech that I'm going to be giving at the MLM, the anti-MLM conference in Washington, D.C.
Oh, I want to go to
beginning
that.
of May. Who might be interested in tuning in
to that one.
and it's free to do that. Okay. Hello, Rob.
What was that?
So fly me into that one.
Oh, I'd love to go. Any philanthropists out there want to give me an all-expensive holiday? That would be the holiday of a lifetime. I'd probably get shot when I walk in the door by undercover agents who are trying to figure out what they're talking about. That is brilliant. I never knew there was such a thing.
Rob. Okay, so I think I've covered everything. Oh yeah, one more thing that I want to say. This is especially directed to all the Transact Card and Finmore participants, because there's another piece of this. Finmore just didn't collapse because of, it's just this, it didn't deliver on this thing. 3 people within the top of the pyramid scheme that was at Transact Card and then Finmore, Nick Sorensen, Larry Lane, and Eric Allen, who is like a blonde mini Ray Higdon. You can literally not make this shit up. They even have the same tone inflection. It's so gross. They left to start their own multi-level marketing company called Nilo Life. This thing was supposed to pre-launch at the end of April. Well, they've had to speed it up to get this money grab. These are scammers. This is a fraud going on. And it's horrifying to see the amount of people, good people whose intentions were preyed upon, their altruism was preyed upon, to get money, just to get money from them. And they're left. So a lot of these people, they'd put money into like Transact Card in Finmore. They've lost it all. There's no way good luck getting it back. I don't know if you're going to get it back. But even more important is the psychological mind fuckery that happens when you're involved in a commercial cult.
A potty mouth.
And so anyway, that's kind of the base.
Yeah.
So to all the participants who have been screwed over, and I know that there is so much confusion. It's one thing when you come to the realization on your own, what you've been part of is fraud and how you may have manipulated others, recruited them, sacrificing your reputation without even realizing what you were doing. That's one thing. It's another thing when this decision has been made for you and it just collapses and you're left like, what in the hell has just happened? This is horrible what has happened to you. And I am so sorry that this has happened to you. And I know that many people are going to be waking up from this. That's the terminology that I use to explain what it took for me to see through these.
It's taking a blue pill. That's what I describe it.
Yeah.
But I'm offering you like compassion and empathy with a hefty dose of boundaries as well. You're at an extremely vulnerable place right now. And I hope that you recognize that people will be preying on you to recruit you into another scam. They're going to try. And this is giving you an opportunity. I hate using that word.
Yeah, I do too. Hey, what I'm going to do, guys, I've literally got to go out because I've got an appointment. And I want to, so what I'm going to, there's a couple of things I'm going to do. First thing is I am going to continue this. And this video that you were looking at of Brenda Chunga, AKA Bitcoin Beautee, where Keith Williams, they're about to go into the best part of the meeting where the question and answers are coming in. So I do want to carry on with that. But this video is only last for that long and I will finish before I go out. So I'm going to go out. I'm going to be doing this on my mobile phone to keep the meeting going. And then when I return, I will carry on playing this video. But in the meantime, because we've got Julie here and she's live, she only goes live once every 3 weeks. She is one of the Avengers, even though she doesn't know it yet. But I'm going to restream her content. And she normally goes live for about 2 hours. If her live finishes before I get back, then I'm sorry, as Stephen Rees-Lewis will say. And then I will try to get the Brenda Chunga video going back. So that's the plan. But when you're doing these live videos, nothing goes to plan. But if you want to go join in Julie's show and go jump into her show and provide some comments, I would appreciate you talking about me like we're brothers from another lover. I'll leave Bob on stage. Bob's going to behave himself and not start reading, trying to overtalk everyone. But I think that would be quite good because Julie's
your job, okay? That's not my job.
Oh yeah, so I'm going to put this on my phone, and I'm going to let Julie go. But go to Julie's chat room and join in the conversation. Be sure to like and subscribe to her channel. She's got 5,200 subscribers. She's got 78 people in her chat room at the moment. Isn't that awesome? So she's doing really, really well. But her content is just awesome, and I'm hoping that we can get closer to her. And we can do better, you know, because what's that guy with the purple hair? Grogi? Barogi. Now, Barogi's got a whole team of people behind him, and that's what I'm trying to build here. I want to be called the Avengers, and that was Scammer Payback and the Avengers. We do the Ponzi schemes, and Grogi does all the phone scammers. And then one day we might have a big organization and we might go to a conference for multi-level marketing survivors.
Great.
Yeah. All right, so I'm going to let this just bear in mind Julie's going to be behind. I might speed her up so you're up in real time.
to start looking into the origins of multi-level marketing.
I know what I'll do.
It can give you an opportunity to start looking at other different
Because I'm gonna put her
anti-MLM
up
content
at
creators.
1.5
I suggest always, Marco, if you haven't seen his content yet,
And that means
he
you'll
gives very
catch
good
up,
language,
and then it will
the
play normal
specificities
speed,
of
and
what
then it
these
catches
things
up to
are,
real
and
time.
you might really like his content. I've been interviewed on his channel. I was like the
All
second
right,
person
I'll
that was
catch you
interviewed
guys soon.
when he was doing this series called Multi-Level Misery, so you might want to check that out as well. And you might want to check out different podcasts like Roberta Blevins, Life After MLM. There's a lot of different anti-MLM creators here on YouTube. If you're watching this on YouTube, that you might want to check out as well. There's everybody has a different approach. So I just want to, and also read that book, if you're open, Ponzinomics by Robert Fitzpatrick. You've been a part of something weird. This is why it's affecting so many people. It goes beyond just money. Money, it hurts. A lot of people, they didn't know they're putting more money in. It's not fair. It's not fair that you were taken advantage of. It's not fair that you were targeted. It's not fair that many of you also targeted and recruited other people into this. You didn't, if you had have known this, you wouldn't have signed up for this. And it's called undue influence. So I'm so sorry this has happened to you. And I want to, I'm going to go through this and let's just see where we're at. All right. Okay. And then we can see what we're going to do about Nilo Life, because that'll be the next thing that I'm going to go after. All right. Okay. This is I printed out the whole piece of paper and I just like made it really big so we could read it together. And then I'm going to add my commentary as we go along for what it's worth. Announcing the complete immediate shutdown of Transact Card and Finmore, including all operations, websites, social media sites, emails, customer service, and correspondence channels, from Peter R. Rancy for Transact Card and Finmore. What's important about this is this was released April the 12th, 2024. So 2 days ago. Now, April 10th, he had promised that there was going to be a store. The Fin Credit store was supposed to be launched. And instead, they had another like corporate call, another video, big surprise with the delay, a manufactured reason to delay this. 2 days later, they're announcing the complete shutdown. This is complete bullshit. That's what this is. The amount of harm that these companies do to people, it's just disgusting. All right. We have all been frustrated by delays in delivery of the marketplace and the repeated need to replace contracted banks and card issuers. I'm going to go over this with a fine tooth comb because this is Peter Rancy not accepting any responsibility for anything. And people in multi-level marketing, the ones that know that these are frauds, the ones that know how this can rip people apart, their families, their finances, know that they will blame themselves, know that when we're in these things, you need to be positive, you need to believe, you need to still say to yourself, this was actually a beautiful and an amazing idea. And it was only because we tell ourselves these stories. That's part of the brainwashing. And he knows it. He's one of these people that knows what he's doing, which makes this even more evil. It's so gross. There's people that choose to do this with other people. It's like when I woke up from multi-level marketing, I was going to let my market partner status lapse. I was with Monet. And as I was realizing what this was, I was like, I cannot take any more money from anyone. I want the fuck out. It's like blood money. I don't care. I don't care if people like the shampoo. I want out. Like I needed to be free. That was my reaction. So it's really disgusting to me when I see people purposely start multi-level marketing companies and they use all this extravagant, grandiose language. And Peter Rancy, I'd seen him talk about, we're at war. It's like this noble effort, just like riling people up. You're not thinking clearly when you're in one of these things, Okay, so back to Peter Rancy not accepting responsibility for everything, but it's like it's like you're part of it. The participants, no, he was in charge the whole time. Or Richard Smith, who loved to say that LeBron James, Obama, and Trump were endorsing Transact Card, which I have that video clip in 2 videos that I made, which you might want to check that out. Okay. It's not we, it's you, Peter. Anyway, because of federal and state regulatory issues beyond our control. So that's the first, all of this is lies. This isn't beyond your control. You were never prepared. You were ill-equipped to deal with this. You bait and switch. You did like a bait and switch of all the participants who signed up for $495 to buy in with this DBO. This was to get in for the business opportunity with Transact Card, encouraging people to recruit right up until the end of January. And then at the beginning of February, changing it to Finmore. That you knew this was going on. So this isn't beyond your control. This is all completely within your control. But this is how scams work. This is how frauds work. I wonder where Peter Rancy is going to show up next. Because at the end of this little letter, there's like a dangling carrot, like a little bit of hope, because these people move from one scam to the next. It might take them a couple of years to surface again, but the anti-MLM movement will be here waiting. And there'll be a lot more people involved too, because a lot of people have got out and they're like, I'm never going to be a part of MLM again. This was it. I finally see it. And now they're going to start healing. The layers peeling back until they get to the dark, rotten core where they see people like Peter Rancy knowingly doing this to others. Okay, beyond our control. Nonsense. And the incessant noise that surrounds the direct sales industry. That is a nod to the anti-MLM movement. So first off, MLMs aren't an industry and they're not a business model. They're frauds. It's important when you're talking about cults to claim the language back. Because with multi-level marketing, they say, well, this is a direct selling industry. It's not an industry. This is fraud. So we'll just get that clear. But the incessant noise surrounding these frauds, that's to people like you watching this. The people in the groups that were sending me and other anti-MLM content creators all kinds of screenshots and information. Thank you so much. You're part of this too. It's each person that leaves a comment like this on a video. Each person that is has the courage to post in Nilo Life saying, what was your business with this global game changers that you said you had never been a founder of before, Eric Allen? Let's see the books. How much money did you donate to charity? Since you were using those same 3 core pillars in this thing called global game changers 5 years ago that you were a founder of. Transparency, transformation, and truth. Radical transparency is, I think, the thing that is being trumpeted now. So let's see it. You're not going to see it. You're going to be blocked. You're going to be removed from the group. Each person that is like asking a question in like was in Finmore or Transact Card or now Nilo Life, you're all a part of this too. So this is adding up. It's all of our voices, this cumulative awareness being brought to these frauds. And look at what happens when people start speaking out and just start pointing at the truth. They crumble like a cracker. It's amazing what happens when you just have the courage to ask a question, you know? Okay. Let's get back on. So that is the power of the anti-MLM movement. And it must be just absolutely ripping them apart to have to admit that, but it's amazing that it has to be acknowledged within the very first paragraph. So well done. Every anti-MLM advocate creator who came before me, who has helped pave the way for more and more of our voices to be amplified. And I'm in turn like doing that with other people as well. I'm going to be working on another interview coming up this week too. So from someone else that I think a lot of people will be interested in hearing from. Okay. But now the ability of Transact Card and Finmore to achieve their respective missions have been eroded irreconcilably by the launch of a competitive operation. And that's in italics. That is referring to Nilo Life, which is funny. And I want to draw attention to that because I think it's in the third paragraph. Peter Rancy contradicts himself. So he says, Transact Card and Finmore, it's their ability to achieve their mission has been eroded irreconcilably by the launch of a competitive operation. So just remember that. He says it's been eroded irreconcilably, and he's blaming it on the launch of a competitive operation. As a result of this last factor, most digital communications channels have been polluted with a social media civil war that is still escalating. So dramatic. All this for a bank card, the phoenix rising from the flames, you know. Rather than investigate or accuse any individual or group of individuals who may have founded or migrated to this new competitor with cross-recruiting or breaches of non-disclosure agreements or other possible contract violations, or who everybody refers to as Jimmy Neutron or has hair that reminds everybody like there's something about Mary, we're going to go out of our way not to mention anybody that may or may not be affiliated with anybody like that. But it's like, oh, is it Nilo Life? I'm not... It's like the passive aggressive brutalness of this. This is classic MLM. Oh, you can't even make this shit up. Both Transact Card and Finmore will cease all operations immediately. So a social media civil war. It's like you couldn't run a business because you're pretending to be some kind of banking thing and you couldn't get your shit together. You had this Richard Smith running rampant. Then whatever happened to him talking about Obama, Trump, and LeBron, you couldn't get your shit together with Bangor Bank. Bangor Bank is like, we have nothing to do with you. That's on you. That has nothing to do with saying telling your participants not to call a bank that you have said that you're sponsored with or a partner with for Transact Card. Are you kidding me? This is a scam. Don't call them. It's not professional. You know what's not professional is running a pyramid scheme and dressing it up with bank cards and throwing words around, business sounding words like FDIC insured. Shame on you for taking advantage of so many people. Absolutely disgusting. Okay. And look at this. Let's be clear. I do not blame any competitor for the delays or mistakes of Transact Card or Finmore. So he's saying, let's be clear. Now I'm going to go back up to the beginning right here. The first paragraph, eroded irreconcilably by the launch of a competitive operation. And then he says, Amir, paragraph later, let's be clear. I do not blame any competitor. The contradictions within multi-level marketing are always this obvious. It's kind of shocking. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. And you're going to see it in every company. And it's just like, oh my God, how could I have not seen all this shit? How could I have not seen this for 5, 10, 15 years? People have been in multi-level marketing going from company to company to company. And they think, oh, maybe there's something wrong with me. Maybe I just didn't hit my stride. Maybe I just didn't go for no. Maybe I just have self-sabotaging beliefs. Maybe. And then you realize, oh, this is how these scams work. How didn't I see it, So he's contradicting himself, and the contradictions are there for every multi-level marketing company. And you can see it. They print it out. It's right there. It's always right in front of our faces. And I just feel for all the people that were sold a dream and you believed in it and you were so busy and you worked so hard and now it's just gone. And it's like, what do you replace that with? How do you heal from this? Who do I look to tell me what to do next? I don't trust myself because I believed in this so deeply. I believed with every fiber in my being. And I'm like, I was wrong. What do I do now? I know so many of us have been there too, and it's, what you got to do is you got to learn to trust yourself again. And it takes time, but it's learning to trust. You got to turn to yourself for answers instead of turning externally and having people tell you what to do, and there's that line. You're like, well, if I don't know how to swim, I'm going to hire a swim coach to teach me. Yes. But the swim coach doesn't tell you to go on a Facebook live video and talk about your trauma. That has nothing to do with it. It's unpacking from this can be really complicated. And I really feel for all of you going through this right now. Okay. So he does. So let's be clear, Peter, you do actually. So for the delays or mistakes of Transact Card or Finmore. However, instead of getting on with the work of Transact Card for most of 2024, the changeover to Finmore has taken precedence. It's only April, mid-April. This migration was requested by the Field Leadership Council, not initiated by corporate. The new competitive entity was swiftly created by and promoted by a number of the same leaders who had advocated moving to Finmore. Who could they be talking about? I can't name names. That would be so unbusinesslike. Everybody knows who he's talking about. This is just absurd. Oh my goodness. It was launched even before Finmore had the chance to release its store and commissionable products. It's just so funny. The scammer is being scammed. And they have the audacity to write this lengthy thing as if it's going to mean anything. You ran a pyramid scheme. You ran 2, Transact Card and Finmore. And then you have 3 people at the top of the pyramid schemes that are so deeply fucking brainwashed. And some of them know what they're doing. And they've opened up a new pyramid scheme. And wouldn't you know it, lo and behold, all the people that got in right at the beginning are already ranking up like crazy, even though nary a product is offered. It's just subscriptions, literally defining a pyramid scheme. Somebody sent me a screenshot of Randy Schroeder making a post on his Facebook page. He's like, the number one thing you got to do, guess what? You can't make this shit up. Recruit. Just like Peter Rancy saying, contradicting himself, it's right, the truth, the reality, it hides in plain sight. But these scams catch a lot of people, and they caught me, and they caught a lot of really good people. And I just want to keep bringing that back because there's such a stigma of shame that we, especially when you start taking responsibility, unlike these fuckers, when you start taking responsibility for your role in this, even though you shouldn't be taking responsibility for things that aren't your responsibility. Something's like coming to terms with what we did when we were in these commercial cults. And I wouldn't have recruited people in had I known what I was recruiting them into. I thought it was, same thing as with me. I thought it was like this really great, beautiful thing. I really thought that if I worked really hard and I believed in people and I poured into people and I attended all the events, that I would be the exception. And then I thought, if only leadership knows, they would fix this. And the really hurtful thing is when you realize they have known, they're choosing to do this because we all self-police. It doesn't take much to kind of like brainwash us. And then we're just so busy attending Zoom calls and feeling filled with this higher purpose that then we just start doing it ourselves. And you can see it in the various groups. You'd post a question in there and like Finmore or Transact Card or Nilo Life. And everybody will pile on you. No negativity allowed. How dare you? Just remove yourself from the group. This is a reason. This shows you if you wouldn't have lasted with Amazon or Uber or Microsoft, you would have missed out. It's just the same shit that we see in every multi-level marketing company. I got to get back on with this. I said that this was going to be a shorter video. And I'm going on again. Okay. In hindsight, the last months of activity have been a complete distraction on all fronts. It's time to end the social media civil unrest and the ensuing mayhem. This guy has delusions of grandeur. This isn't Game of Thrones. This is you running a simple pyramid scheme. And you got caught with your pants down. That's all. It's not social media civil war. Holy fuck. You are not that important, Peter Rancy. You're a fucking dime a dozen. And the anti-MLM movement is fucking taking each company down one at a time. And there'll be another one that spawns up over and over and over again. But with each company that gets taken down, there's going to be more and more people that start waking up. And they're starting to speak out too. Some of them are going to go on to another multi-level marketing company. It's going to take time for them to realize. But there's a lot of people that are really pissed off. And they're already starting to use the appropriate terminology. Commercial cult, cultic fraud, brainwashing, sophisticated thought reform programs. They're starting to say this isn't an industry. This isn't direct selling at all. This is a fraud. This is a scam. And they're only going to learn more and more because so many of us in multi-level marketing, we go balls to the wall. We know what it's like to get out of our comfort zones. Each time there's going to be more and more people exiting and speaking out. So you can talk about social media, civil, you can make it as like this grandiose, make all these plans in your head. Please keep doing that because you are going to avoid seeing what's right in front of your face, which is that MLM is crumbling like a fucking cracker. And it's great to see. We're just going to hope that less people get sucked into this and less people lose their savings, their money, their friendships, you know. Okay, and when we're helping each other out along the way. Okay. Yeah, Lisa says, let's blame other people while saying we're not blaming other people. Yeah, Kim says civil unrest, a bit melodramatic, I know. Peter, as he's like writing this, he's typing it out. He has something with drums, like some, like something like classical music. His like lip twitches as he's like typing it out. He's like feeling very important. He sits even more erect than usual as he's like typing it out. He's biting the inside of his cheek. It's like, I won't be able to have my hot lemon tea after this. I'm quite worked up. Okay, get back to this. The social impact and commercial objectives of Transact Card and Finmore cannot be fulfilled in this environment. Both companies will cease all operations immediately. Something that, you know, maybe you heard in multi-level marketing, whatever MLM you were in, is that it's like Tony Robbins is often quoted here, is that you don't make excuses about the current economic environment, that, you know, if you're a real go-getter, it's not about the resources, it's about how resourceful you are. So it's funny how when you, I wonder how many times people within Transact Card and Finmore, you were scolded by Peter Rancy or other apparent leaders. Leaders are just not better people. They're not vibrating at a higher frequency. They're just scamming you. They're higher up the pyramid scheme that got in at the beginning, mostly. And they think that they're better than you, and they think that they need to belittle you and demean you and make you feel like you have so much work to do, when all it is that they're at the top of a scam. So I wonder how many times Peter Rancy would just like belittle people, saying, you shouldn't, it doesn't matter. This is an amazing business. People want to extend their buying power. There's no excuse for this not to work. And look at him making excuses. It turns out those 3 participants at the top of those pyramid schemes had a bit more power than he thought. And he's singing a sad song, playing violins. I'm playing violins for Peter right now. My heart bleeds purple panther piss. No, the new competitive entity has never been a part of Transact Card Finmore. Of course, there are multiple potential or actual conflicts of interest embedded in these happenings. The crossover activities of certain field leaders, the crossover of legal counsel, this surprised me. But it really doesn't, because everything, when you have a fraud, when you have people knowingly participating in a fraud, you have large accounting firms around the world who are contracted by Amway. They know what's going on and they don't give a fuck. You have so many people who see and know what's going on, but they're personally benefiting, so why say anything? But he's saying a crossover of legal counsel? Like, is it legal? Guess it doesn't matter. It's just, I guess, whoever pays the most, that's what makes it legal. It's the same thing. It's the same criteria that makes an MLM a good MLM. If you're personally benefiting from it, then it's okay. Other people losing money, over 99% of people losing money to pay the people at the top, confusing them, using brainwashing techniques on them, giving them incorrect information. Everybody in Transact Card and Finmore and Nilo Life doesn't even know the definition of a pyramid scheme. The same as me. I didn't know what it was. I would repeat the same nonsensical things that you did. Like it was true. And I thought this was a mic drop moment. I'm like, I've just like defeated all freaking objections. I'm like, oh my God. And we just repeat it. We're grown adults and we don't know these things. We're so easily manipulated once you're in, you know, you just get, okay, back to Peter Rancy's nonsense. The crossover of legal counsel, that's just what sent me. And the crossover of the technology team, to name a few. While it sounds like everybody was poached, while all of these items are subject to further consideration by outside legal counsel, no accusation is made herein. It sounds like an accusation to me. It sounds like a statement of fact, to be honest, because it is. 3 people from the top of both pyramid schemes went and started their own. You don't need to have legal counsel to see that. Every Tom, Dick, and Harry knows that. And the ballooning numbers of people that are so angry from being taken advantage of and lied to in Transact Card and Finmore know it too. Peter just having elegant, flowery language. It's like he rolled out of a Jane Austen novel. He's got main character syndrome. Taken all together, the effects have been compounding. From now, the new entity's success or failure can rise or fall based on merit, but without having access to Transact Cards or Finmore's platforms or people to postulate positions. Well, there's some new P words, to postulate positions. It doesn't matter because the people who are already funneling people into their pipeline were in charge of these groups. Finmore Facebook community. Eric Allen writes his lengthy fucking post, his whole, for me, and everybody's, you're so amazing, you're such a wonderful leader, and how heartbreaking is it for you to see people running over and joining Nilo Life and just giving all this money, and the same thing is going to happen. The same thing that happened with Transact Card and Finmore is going to happen with Nilo Life. The people at the top, these scammers, are going to make a lot of money, and they're posting all the names of all the people who just ranked up, making the nice little graphic affiliate 4, so-and-so just ranked up to affiliate 2. This is incredible. Yeah, team. And then you see all the usual people populating the comments with the postulating of the positions. Got to have the P's. Multi-level marketing. I don't know whether this is an NLP thing, but my God, do they love their P words. And they're going to be like, yeah, or like doing the Facebook thing, like as if they've shot a hoop, like, yeah, it's so amazing around the world, like, woohoo. Like, it's like around the world, all these people's images on the same Canva image saying financial freedom, financial freedom, financial freedom. When truthandadvertising.org has made how many reports saying you cannot say financial freedom, reporting it to the FTC. The FTC has said you cannot say financial freedom. And yet, what does Nilo Life do? Nilo Life has 3 sheets to the wind. They're like, let's fucking go, boys. Let's go, Nilo. Look at how much money they've made. How many people that were still waking up from Transact Card and Finmore and were just duped again. And now like, shit, I can't even believe it. Just, if you can please get out, don't throw good money after bad. That sunk cost fallacy. You're going to feel shame. You're going to feel embarrassment, but this is a scam. It's just one scam into another. And these guys are huge scammers and they don't care about you. They will look you in the eye. They will tell you that they love you and care about you, and you will believe them because you're a good person and they know that. And they're just after your money. And the same thing is happening again. And when this one goes, they're going to do something else. And it's going to keep happening. Okay. Fuck. I'm so upset about this. The postulate positions. It's so stupid. But anyway, that's incorrect. It's like Finmore, Transact Card, they don't own these Facebook groups, which gives these people that are at the top of these pyramid schemes, they're in the power position here to keep using more P words because they have these Facebook groups. They have these large followings after years of building their network, after being in other multi-level marketing companies, and they just changed the name. They've changed the name of various Facebook groups from Transact Card to Finmore and Nilo. It's absurd. Can you imagine? It's like changing it from Arbonne to Mon8 to Saint Makeup. It's the same thing. It just looks, it's just like, oh, that's just way out of this world. That's just nuts. It's like, no, it's the same thing that you're doing. You just like, so passionate, put all your marketing all over your social media, put your reputation behind it, and then switched and just like, okay, no, this is going to be so amazing. I really believe it. We're off to a new start. Doesn't even last a couple months, Finmore. And now these people have just left. And the company that you believed in announces this, a complete shutdown. How are you going to get your money back? You're probably not. They're probably taking these scammers, they always get away with everything. I'd like to see it change. But what we can do is you can write letters, you can file reports to the FTC. You can contact your state attorney general. You can make a stink. And to go after these fuckers on Nilo Life, one sure thing that you can do is get on TikTok and report them. Report Nilo Life Global to TikTok because they are openly violating TikTok's community guidelines. Under frauds and scams, you can't have multi-level marketing like recruitment going on. Nothing about multi-level marketing. So they purposefully tell people like, follow us on TikTok. We're on TikTok. That's not being truthful or radically transparent because they're knowingly violating TikTok's community guidelines. That would be a question to put in the Nilo Life group. Like, how do you rationalize this? Would probably be removed. But that's one thing that you could do. It takes a, if you're not in the right frame of mind to leave a report for the FTC. I know what it's like. It depends how deep you were in. It depends how affected you were. It took me quite some time to be able to even file a report about my experiences. But it's very easy. You could have a shit ton of people doing mass reporting on TikTok too about Nilo Life Global. Get them off TikTok. Okay, back to Peter. The contracted institutional banking, investment, and commercial partners who are essential to our successful outcomes are no longer willing to enter into the compounded, noisy environment of Transact Card and Finmore. No shit. It's funny you had to write that out in italics, or the previous thing in italics. This isn't in italics. Okay, and thank you so much for your comments here. I'll finish off this paragraph and then I'll read some of your comments. They desire to partner with us in a clean corporate environment, but not in the current muddied waters. I'd be willing to bet that most banks now, they don't want to openly partner with a multi-level marketing scam, a multi-level marketing fraud. It's not about being in a corporate environment or muddy waters. It's that they see that these are commercial cults and they have more and more and more people speaking out against them. Where maybe before you could have found someone like, sure, why not? But it's like, shit, the shit is going to stick to me now. There is way too much scrutiny, and that scrutiny is increasing. A bank is going to invest in an endeavor where over 99% of people are guaranteed to lose money. They have to lose money in order to pay the people at the top. That's how it works. Banks are like, really? You think they just want to hook up because it's a corporate environment? This is just meant to try to appeal to people that are still brainwashed, that are still trying to figure out what the hell just happened to them. They'll be like, oh, it's because of the banks and it's because of this, these people, this other entity. It's like they're saying it's Nilo Life. Everybody knows this is Nilo Life. It's like it's just that heavy-handed passive aggressiveness that goes on in multi-level marketing. It's so obvious. It's like getting hit with a sledgehammer, Yeah, I'm going to read your comments. Benjamin, hello, Benjamin. Rescue Ninja says, hello, Julie. It's the bait and switch ×3. Yes. Indigo Tiger says, thank you very much for all you do, Julie. You helped me realize I was being brainwashed by a commercial cult and a super sleazy snake oil sales. Oh my goodness. Good for you for critically thinking. My goodness. I'm glad you're out. JCL says, as far as FTC reports, they do not investigate single reports, and I did 10 of them. They shared that on an email follow-up to me. The report gets put in a file for local, state, federal to look at. Monica says, I guess they did not manifest hard enough. Benjamin says, just like Douglas Brooks said, 1 minute you're an energy drink expert, you're a stocks guy. Yeah. And Ken, imagine those top dogs, i.e. Larry Lane, claiming he had 40,000 in his downline. Wonder how much money they made from the interchange dollars payouts alone. Yeah. Julie says, hey, I chuckled out loud when I saw your headline yesterday. Patrick, Allison, yes, everyone was poached. Even the back office technology has been moved to Nilo Life by the tech team. Oh. And Robin says, can you name all the regulatory agencies which should be going after them? Start with the FTC, the SEC, IRS. I've heard people say like your attorney general, your state attorney general, and the FBI. And it's a lot. I know that's a lot. And what's really important is what you're doing right now is openly talking about this because of this fact, this scam goes on, but it's also the commercial cult aspect. This is what really prevents people from coming forward. This is what prevents people from even writing a report. It can be, it's too much for someone to even get what's in their brain down on paper because they're still confused what they've been part of, So even watching a video, even having a discussion with someone who was in the group that you were saying, oh, I thought it was just me. I thought I was alone. That's good too. So, but if you can file a report with the FTC, SEC, IRS, FBI, and your state attorney general. And you could, and if you choose, if you want, you might be one of the people that want to start speaking out as well, you know, make some content, you know, but yeah, that's all I got there. I don't know. I have my issues with the FTC because the FTC is corrupt as all get out. Although, you know, within things, there's good people within each one, but they've got a long history of being complicit in this stuff. But it's good to have it on the record. You know, at least these reports have been made. So if something does move forward, then, you know, do not insult Jane Austen. You're right. I'm sorry. I take that back. And Tori says, Monica, me too. I'm going backwards in time here. John says, love you, Miss Julie. You're kicking ass on this MLM. Coconut says, I can picture him writing this with the Darth Vader score playing in the background. Yeah, he's so dramatic. He is too dramatic. Nathan says, Finmore Transact leaders want to know the reason for the collapse. Look in the mirror. Yeah. And Missy says, it really is so sad how many vulnerable people they have taken advantage of and continue to take advantage of. Absolutely. It's just devastating to see this on people, you know, realizing now, like still it's like, because it's abuse. Intermittent love doled out, you can manipulate people that way. So even with like, you don't know when you're going to get praise and attention or when you're going to get scolded. And this is another tactic that is used in these groups. You've been strung along from Transact Card to Finmore with people that you really look up to, uplines that they show up all the time. They're working so hard. They really love you. When corporate failed them, they decided out of the goodness of their hearts to start a new company where everyone can make money. We can all be rich together, you know? And you believe it because you don't get into it from zero to hero. You get into it like, and then you're led on crumb by crumb by crumb and you follow it. And then before you know it, you're like, they say jump and you say how high. And then you're like, oh shit, where did all my money go? This company, both companies have literally shut down. And there is no way. 2 days ago, they said this Fin store is going to be even better than ever. But just to wait. And Peter Rancy did a little mumble, which I missed in the video. Thank you for everybody who pointed it out in the comments that I had missed that. That it was supposed to be in the summer. So he led everybody on. He led everybody. First, he promised it was going to be released April 10th. And then he lied. And then he lies again by saying it's going to happen in the summer. And we all expect delays and we all expect for this, you know, this is a natural function of business. The same shit that they said in Transact Card. Knowing 2 days later, this is probably going to happen, you know? And so all these people just being, they wouldn't describe themselves as being vulnerable. They describe themselves just like I would. I thought I was in full possession of my faculties. And it's so demoralizing when this happens. I just feel for these people and I'm really deeply concerned about their mental health, you know, in this tumult, because there's going to be people that really believe that this was a good thing. And there's already these weird myths springing up. And I've covered it in my last video about Nilo life, where there's these three saviors have just decided to start a new company and they work so hard and thank goodness. And I'm so excited about this. Like, this is all made up. This is the same as Richard Smith talking about Obama and Trump and LeBron James. And then that other guy talking about Tom Brady. What? This is the same thing that's going on. So then there's going to be people seeing their friends getting sucked into this and they can't do anything. And as you do point out, you're going to see what's happened with so many of us too. Suddenly you're going to be called a negative hater. You're going to be accused of all kinds of things. The same things that you see. You're only doing this for money, which I don't monetize my content. I have no problem with anybody who monetizes their content. I support everybody who does. And I actually physically support people. I don't donate money to other creators. I don't. They'll say you're doing this for attention. I know for me, I get way more views on TikTok. If I wanted views, I would just be on TikTok, or I would be doing videos here, training people how to do TikTok lives. That's where I get most of my views. This isn't done for views, but there'll be you might get that you're just doing this for attention. You're just saying this because you didn't work hard enough, and it will be a switch and it will be shocking to you. People that you would swear that they wouldn't do this to you. Your upline, your friend is different. And because it's a cult, you're going to see this play out. And I'm so sorry that you're going to experience that too. It sucks. And I hope that in time these friendships can be mended, but it's a cult is a cult is a cult, and MLM cults are really brutal. All right. Okay. I'm going to get onto this next page here. Go back up to the top. What does this mean for you? It means you're fucked. That's what it means. That's the truth. He doesn't need to have all these points, but you know, he's gotta like puff it out. All the employees and contractors of Transact Card and Finmore have ceased their engagements. You know what's funny? It's like have ceased their engagements. They haven't ceased their engagements. They've probably been fired or because it no longer exists. This is important to point out because it's kind of blaming you, or if you're considered a contractor or an employee, you have ceased your engagement. No, we have shut down, but it's actually you that decided to stop coming to work. No. They haven't ceased their engagement. They don't have any engagement to show up to because the engagement has been shut down. But you see how manipulative this is? You see how deceptive this is? It's disgusting on every level. And shame on you, Peter Rancy. Shame on everybody in multi-level marketing that knowingly does this to people. There will be no further correspondence from either entity. How convenient for you. Number 2, there will be no corporate correspondence from me until further notice. This may be frustrating, but is necessary for the present while we plan next steps. He's probably on a plane to Dubai. He's like, we got to get the fuck out of here. I hear they don't extradite us. If we get to Dubai, we can do a whole other scam. Who knows? Who knows what's going on with him? 3, my email address will be the only correspondence channel maintained for these entities. I will address all necessary items from whomever in their order and within available means. How many emails do you think he's going to be answering? I don't think he's going to be answering any. He's going to hide. I think he's running. 4, naturally, registrations for all products and services have ceased. 5, legal teams are working on mechanisms for the proper wind down of Transact Card and Finmore, including proper disposition of licenses and other assets. And 6, I understand that some will completely lose faith and some will stay the course. I will respect your decisions either way. This is something I don't understand. He has just announced that Transact Card and Finmore have stopped. Everything is stopped. He's not going to be answering any emails. The ones that he says, which I don't know if you're going to believe him or not, that he will answer in the order that they are all received. And then say, I understand that some are going to be completely lose their faith, but some are going to stay the course. Stay the course of what? One thing I observed with people in multi-level marketing companies since I begun speaking out is a common response will be like, I'm going to wait and see, as if this is a power move. And what this actually is a delay. It's you procrastinating, critically thinking. If something happens, then it will mean
guys, just at
that
the foot doctor,
it's not a scam.
laying stomach
If
down.
product happens, if a store is
needles
launched,
in
if
my
you make
foot.
money, if your upline makes money, there's some nebulous if.
I'll be back in the office.
Don't know what that if is, but if it happens, you're going to wait and see but it's like, it's avoiding confronting like these contradictions, like those first sentences that Peter Rancy has where it's right in front of you. So I just encourage you to look at what that 0.6 says as well. This doesn't make any sense. I understand that some will completely lose faith. It's like blaming the employees for losing their jobs after they've shut down. And now it's like, I understand if you've lost your faith, but some are going to stay the course. And I know that there will be people that be like, I still believe that it could be a turnaround at the last minute. I know that's going to happen. And that's devastating. That's what's really hard for me to see. So I keep focusing on the people who I can, the ones where I'm making it really clear. You get it. You're waking up. You're on your way out. There's not the apologists of, but this multi-level marketing company is different. It's like I'm talking to specific range of people. That's my emotional bandwidth. That's what I can handle, because this other stuff, it's heartbreaking when I see people just being led like a fucking pig to the slaughter. You know, they even use that terminology for those romance scams. It's just, they don't view people as people. And this is just, it's just deplorable. That sixth point. I understand that some will completely lose faith. Just revolting. This is multi-level marketing in its glory, though, you know. Okay. Will there be a next? Possibly, but only with proper timing in an orderly manner. So those people, there's always the people that will cling on. Even if you look at the multi-level marketing company, Nexium, still people are devoted to Keith Raniere, even though he's in prison. Can't even make this shit up. It doesn't even matter. Even after getting in for 120 years, having the multi-level marketing company end up turning into this ballooning fucking sex cult where women are branded, and all the weird shit with feminine energy, masculine energy, even with all of that, people still are devoted to him, thinking, no, but you don't understand. There's really good things in here that we learned. You're the one that actually has a problem. There will be something possibly next. Just look, hang on. The people that are faithful, they're going to hang on because it's like I don't know what it is. It's like their desperation for just wanting to believe in something, and they believe so much that it's almost, I don't know if they're past the point of no return. I don't know how this shit works, or if they don't have the courage, or they just don't want to face it. They just don't want to admit that they're wrong. I don't know the other factors that are playing into this, but this is going to hook people along with this. Will there be a next? Possibly. So they'll follow him wherever he goes, just like you've seen all these people, although there's a larger mass of people following the Three Musketeers and whoever the fuck the big O is, all of them around. But there'll be people, because of this, they will be like clinging to Peter Rancy, following everything he says. It's like, but only with proper timing in an orderly manner. Why you're supposed to be like this business owner, the CEO, whatever, founder of Transact Card and Finmore, your track record is abysmal. 2 pyramid schemes have collapsed that you've started, and you're trying to tell people that there's going to be a next one. Excellent. Please let us know when the next one is so we can be all over it from the very beginning. Very much looking forward to the next iteration of whatever scam this Peter Rancy is going to attempt to do. The last 2 years of your efforts and ours have proven beyond doubt the need and desire of many people to enjoy the fruits of the original social impact mission. Again, flowery words to disguise the fact that this is a straight up scam, that it's a fraud, but it's cloaked in social impact and altruism. Remember when Transact Card was released and they showed these great videos of people going out and buying groceries for others and filling up a gas tank for people? And how dare you criticize this? And it's like, this is how scams work. They make it look like it's, you cannot say anything bad about it. That it's the grossest kind of virtue signaling, you know, and it's loathsome. Oof, I haven't used that word in a long time. Okay. Increased buying power for ordinary Americans. Literally cannot make this shit up. He is using the same language that he was selling Transact Card. So remember, there was Rev Card, Transact Card, Finmore never happens card, and then what's going to be the next card. And I also just wanted to say thank you to everyone who has been leaving comments on my videos. I have been away for a couple of days, and I'm going to be catching up and reading them. So thank you so much. I've kind of scanned some of them, and I want to respond to a lot of them. And it's heartbreaking to read some people, like, you've lost so much money and you've been a part of, like, even Rev Card. There was one person that has been Rev Card, Transact Card, and then Finmore. And I'm really grateful that you're leaving these comments for other people to see. It takes a lot of courage to do that because it does kind of put a target on your back too. But I just want to emphasize, anywhere I am on social media, it's like it's a safe space. I go and I delete comments, you know, for all that nonsense. All right. So thank you so much for your continued comments. As you know, many of us, when we're waking up from MLM, we go to the comment section and being like, what are other people saying here? Is this what they see? And we're trying to like figure out how to think again, you know? So all of your comments are so important. Okay. Community driven rather than shareholder driven banking. Yeah, right. It's all about the community, right? A reinvigoration of the community banking sector. Somebody who was a banker had left a comment here. It was like this whole narrative about the big banks are out to get you and this is really about the community. It's bullshit. It's not reality. It's just the scam. If you don't know anything about banking, it just sounds really good.
So
it's like,
true.
yeah, that sounds really good. This is about the community. Don't even think to question, just like ignorance on fire. Let's go out and swipe these cards, earn extra bucks, increase our buying power. Sounds great until you look at it a little more closely and you see that it's not, it's just this dead, rotting fish, just that stinks. And it's not a really cute capybara after all. Okay. Sustainable home-based business units, and that's a lie. These aren't home-based businesses. This isn't business. This is a fraud. You're telling people that they're business owners, and that's another lie. While Transact Card and Finmore will no longer be part of that mission, the mission has not ceased. Of course it doesn't, because the scam will continue. You know what happened when I had so many people send me that email that Peter Ramsey sent out, like this thing. And thank you so much to everybody who does that. I just want to keep saying thank you for that. It doesn't matter if I have received it from other people. It takes no, if you send me a DM or if you send me an email, I appreciate it because you just don't know, I might not get something. So I really do appreciate it. It takes a moment. If I received it, that's okay. Like I have another copy just in case. But when I received this, I was just like, when's the next one? And immediately thought of how many people are going to rush to Nilo Life. They already have. And then what other MLM they're going to be driven into, And then it's just, it's like, you just see the shit coming from a mile away. And it's just heartbreaking to know that it's going to happen again. However, it's important to know also, like, I got to remind myself this, how many people have been sending me stuff, have been sending other anti-MLM content creators, have been sharing videos within, I know one of my videos was shared within like these Finmore groups. I mean, that's it. That's so important. So standing up to these people within these groups, standing up in these groups, you see what happens. It can be like, holy shit, I can't believe somebody did that. And then you think, well, wait a second. Why is this such a big deal? I should be able to answer. I should be able to get my questions answered. I should be allowed to get mad when something goes wrong. What is this thing called toxic positivity and this weird like sense of controlling everything we think and feel? This isn't a healthy, authentic way to live at all. This is twisted and distorted and fits the definition of a cult. Not like when you're in MLM and you say, if you disagree with me, and a lot of people do, that means you're in a cult. That's not a cult. Fuck, I'm getting so jacked up. Okay. So mad about these people that have just been manipulated. And I'm okay. And I know that there's going to be more, but I'm keeping reminding myself that many more. I've seen people, they're like, I'm out, and they're starting to heal, and some of them are starting to speak out. Okay. There are many of you, plus numerous investors and a bountiful supply of vendors and service providers who want to continue that mission. Oh, I bet. They want to start another pyramid scheme and then offer the same 3 riveting products: laundry detergent, toilet paper, and diapers. This is going to happen again. And I don't know when, but it will. In due course, you may expect to be presented with a program designed to realize the mission, but which would only be presented and released if it includes an already built and fully functioning store loaded with a broad array of mission-centric suppliers and products. This is absurd. Why in the fuck would you not open a store, open a business with all the pieces in place? Because it's a scam, the exact same thing that's going on with Nilo Life. Throw together some slides, a deck, a promise of a 58% return on investment, lots of religious manipulation, hype, empty promises, and people will just sign up. And stupid language, drawing a pyramid scheme, 2x16 forced matrix, whatever. Oh my goodness. Mission centric. It's like, if it includes, it's like, it's ridiculous that they need to write to like the participants saying, we promise the next time we open up a business, we're actually going to do our due diligence and have the store and everything ready to go before we open it. In normal business, even somebody opening an Etsy shop would have the products to sell before they opened the Etsy shop. This isn't a business. This was always a scam. promises. Oh, it's going to be amazing. Look at how Nilo Life has taken this to the extreme. Nilo Life has that deck, that presentation of all the testimonials of people so excited about what's going to happen when it launches. Can't make this shit up. Where does that make sense? A testimony. I'm going to be so excited when I receive this product. I know it's going to absolutely change my life.
They're all the same,
and the product never launches. Can you imagine if Transact Card and Finmore had have done that? Use all these people's testimonials. If you were a participant, your name attached to this, be like, what in the hell was I talking about? And it's happening with Nilo Life right now, you know? Oh, Coconut says, I am currently writing an essay on MLMs for my college English class. Ooh. Okay. An attractive suite of business and compensation systems suitable for multiple distribution platforms and markets. We like to partner with and do strategic initiatives. It's just word salad. Look at this. He knows a lot of words that sound like business. He couldn't get his shit together in 2 other attempts. And he chose to use multi-level marketing to defraud people with. Endless chain recruitment. Extreme money transfer from the bottom to the top. Pay to play. Recruiting mandate. 4 things that all multi-level marketing scams have. 4 things that aren't in any other thing. Only MLMs.
And they say they're going to do a wealth transfer and they don't have any wealth themselves.
Okay. A well-capitalized and fully prepped operating team. Hopefully ones that don't start their own multi-level marketing company. Rhymes with Nemo. Definitely not implying or accusing anything herein. Banks, cards, and other requisite institutional partners, an international platform that allows global alliances to operate alongside the US-based operations. Well, maybe you should copy Nilo Life, a pre-registration process designed to recognize and reward those who have stayed the course. So there's the other carrot at the end. If you stick with me, the next time, the next one I start, if you stick right to the end and give me even more money, not get paid, but just have faith, the next one, you're going to get in at the top. Revolting. I readily acknowledge the frustration that so many of you have experienced. Thank you for your patience and shared sense of mission. Sincerely, Peter R. Rancy, April 12th, 2024. You know what's really funny is I've apologized to Finmore and Transact Card and Nilo participants more than any other person in any of these companies have. And I don't take any of their fucking money. I'm just so sorry for what they've experienced. How fucking ironic is that? All right. I'm going to go through and read your comments, and I'm going to go backwards. So if I miss what the conversation was, that might be why it's clunky. So Monica says, Robin, okay, so this is where I'm fucking up already. Lisa says, I can just hear them asking, I wonder how many times we're going to be able to pull this and get these same people to keep trusting us. Yep. Maybe I'll scroll back up again. Charlie says, shameless sociopaths. Not that Kate says you'd make bank, but this is obviously more important to you than money. Yeah. Oh, Ginny Jen is here. Hello, Ginny Jen. Ginny Jen leaves awesome comments, by the way. Go check out the comments that Ginny Jen leaves. They love PS so much they even made the first card mock-up for P. And I didn't even notice that when I posted that that Finmore, that AI thing. It was like the name generated on the credit card was P. Yeah, Leslie, they're doing this for us. Oh, here we go. Oh. Aerodeal is here. Hello, Aerodeal. Hello, Aerodeal. Okay, Kim Gosling. Most people probably don't know in the US the Secret Service handle financial crimes like counterfeiting, credit card fraud, and more. Hershey Bay. Didn't a lot of people also buy printed materials for shows, etc., for both companies? Yes, I don't know about Finmore, but I know for Transact Card, people were mentioning that they had purchased a lot of like table covers and merch. Same Nilo Life is selling merch now too. And what's heartbreaking about Transact Card is this investment for their business, and then Transact Card is no more, and now Finmore is no more, you know. And if you're new to watching my content on YouTube, you might not know that there's another you can see the live comments even after the video is not live. So when this is posted in the comment section, I think if you like just swipe over, there's like 2 little dots in the comment section, then you can follow through the live chat, and you're going to be seeing me respond to a lot of these commenters. So wherever I'm at in there, you could follow along, because there's so many good comments that come in, and you can find it really helpful to start piecing together what you've been part of. The comments have really helped me even as I speak out. Some things I miss, some things I'm under no fucking illusion. I've only been out 2 years. I'm under no fucking illusion that I'm vulnerable. I've seen undue influence happen. I've seen people get sucked in too much, thinking that, well, now I've seen it all. Now I know the red flags. I got to have a healthy respect for these things. So I want to put as many checks in place. One of them is not having my content monetized. So I'm trying to lessen the amount of influence that I have, and having the comments from various people really helps as well. So it might help you too. GDGM says, sadly, a lot of people still believe Nilo is different. I know. It's like watching a car about to crash and we cannot do anything about it because they are not willing to hear the truth. Yes. I saw a screenshot of someone in one of these groups talking about this myth. Now there's another myth that has sprung up. So it's a deflection from looking at the reality, just like Peter Rancy did at the beginning, saying it's eroded irreconcilably because of the launch of a competitive operation, and then says, let's be clear, I do not blame any competitor for the delays. That contradiction, it's like it's right there, and people, they can't see it. So different people that are in multi-level marketing companies, they're at the top, they know what's going on. This isn't their first rodeo. They know how to manipulate people. They will say things like, people are saying that Larry Lane was in corporate, but they weren't. And then people are like getting hung up on this. And it's like I was speaking with someone, or I was like messaging them. I'm like, it's like arguing about who was steering the wheel of the ship as it hit the iceberg as you're sinking down to the bottom of the ocean. It's fucking irrelevant. This is a deflection for you not to see what's right in front of you. And I know it's hard, and I know that you think that you really know these people and that they really care about you, but the same thing is happening.
They don't.
Neil, like
they don't.
More that happened with Transact Card, and in time you're going to see, if you have the courage to heal and do actual research on this and not get sucked in. Don't listen to people telling you to restrict your access to information, but to actually research. You're going to see that it's all MLMs. And then you're going to, then what it felt like for me, it felt like the ground was falling out beneath my feet. I thought I'd figured it out. I'm like, Monade is a scam, Rank Maker's a scam. I get it. All MLMs are scams. But then it was like, holy shit. Why have they been allowed to be scams? Why are some companies allowed to be around 20, 30 years? And why do some collapse right away? Falling through space. What the fuck? It's so much, it's horrible. And then when you're trying to speak about these experiences, a lot of people, like a lot of the mainstream, it's like, you can't use the word cult. That's preposterous. When what is so preposterous is that these things are called business models. And it's slowly turning that around, and it's going to require people like you that have been in Finmore and Transact Card that are starting to speak out. It's going to require the people that have been victims, which I use the term survivors, to step up and be like, no, this isn't wrong. These are frauds. And maybe you've been abused. Maybe you've been one of the people that have been abused as well. Spiritual abuse, psychological abuse. It's pretty fucking rampant in multi-level marketing. You know, you're shamed, you're yelled at, you're belittled, you're demeaned. Faith is used against you. It's so gross. All right.
I'm back. Hey, you been going, Julie? You looking after my...
I saw a Sensi stickered car earlier today. The personalized license plate ending wax. I was the passenger, so I took a photo. But it just made me feel sad for them. I know. There's some comments where I take screenshots of them and I respond, you know, and I'm like, but some of them, I'm like, I can't, even if I were to make a video, I wouldn't respond to them because it's like kicking someone when they're down. even though they think that they're so postured in their multi-level marketing business. Like, it's just so obvious how diluted they are. I'm like, this isn't going to accomplish anything. There are some times where it's like, it's important to set a boundary, because it's like, this is wrong. This is harassing. You're not welcome here. You need to remove yourself. But then there's times where it's just like, oh man, these people just don't know. It's just not worth it. It's not going to achieve anything.
In the chat room of Julie's, saying that
Joymeful says they certainly didn't like it when I asked questions. I was told, don't question the process. This is something. Thank you for this. This is something that happened with me and rank makers, and with many of us.
Scam.
If you had millions of dollars, then you could question the process. But you little peons out there, don't question the process. We are above questioning because we have more money than you. We're more successful than you. And that's another manipulative strategy. Nobody is above questioning.
Yeah.
And people who shy away from it and tell you like that's going to damage your business or it's going to somehow hold you back, it's a scam. They have something to hide. Ask a fucking question. What's the problem of asking a question? When we were growing up, there's no such thing as a stupid question. But in multi-level marketing, there is. Every question that you ask is stupid because you need to be what they call coachable, which is really just compliant. And then you do very quickly, for some of us anyway, we just stop asking questions altogether. We self-monitor, we self-censor. You internalize this shit. And when you like wake up from it, you're like walking around in everyday world and it's just like you're trying to be a human again. And you're like, what the fuck just happened to me? I'm in my like late 40s. I had a life before this, but yet it's like everything has been reprogrammed and I'm learning how to be a human again. It's so fucking weird, Crypto Ponzi Scheme Avenger says one of our multiple markers lost his battle to cancer on the 12th. Keith Williams made millions from
3, 2, 1.
family. And this is the thing too, the family members left. They're caught up in this. Their kids. I was watching this documentary on Netflix about the troubled teen industry, which has these cults are cults. You see the same techniques used in multi-level marketing
Every time.
And it's just wild. Every time I see one, I'm like, my God, this is the same thing too. This is very similar. And they were interviewing one guy. I think his dad opens up these schools and realized what he was a part of. And it's like, I can't even look back at my childhood and feel good about it because it was brought on by the abuse of all these kids and how they took in so much money from the parents and they just abused so many kids over the years, under the guise of saying, oh, we're helping teens. And they have a lot of these people, they're not educated. They have no credentials. They just have a fucking power trip and they do all this random weird shit with people. You have to stand, you have to walk really straight. You have to show up on Monday and write all your goals down. You have to upload a video of yourself dancing every Friday. You have to give money to a stranger. I'm crossing over to rank makers now to show you that it's these ritualized things, these weird little practices of behavior. It's just meant to control behavior in multi-level marketing. Monica says that's a very suspicious and a huge red flag when you are unable to ask questions that you have all the right to ask. Yes. And when people are that threatened in MLM, it's so obvious that you'll usually be removed from the group, as that Joymeful mentioned. We don't want your negativity.
I know.
It's considered the ultimate insult. It's like you're negative for asking a question. What?
No quick.
Don't think, don't question. How is that a healthy business? How is that being a healthy and self-actualized human? Oh, it's not. It's being controlled in a cult. And more people are having the courage to name these things what they are. And it's wonderful to see.
More and more people are.
Lavender Rain. Thank you so much for your comments. I've been reading them. Thank you. And such bullshit. And this is a good one. And what's his email? I don't know what his email is, Ken. I don't know if
you think he would have put
Christine,
that in his letter, yeah.
And Crypto Ponzi Scheme Avenger says, hey, Julie, what are they going to do with all the leftover products that they had on their online shop? I wonder. I bet you they didn't have any at all. Maybe Kimber will buy all of them. Kimber, the one that said her husband tells her she's a really good consumer. Aerodeal says, oh, we're going to open a store. Whoop, never mind. We plan to rug pull you. Yeah. They don't deserve to have anyone stay the course after what they've done. Exactly. And Kim says they must have boxes and boxes of diapers, TP, and laundry soap because those are the only products they actually named specifically. Yeah. And they would mention luxury goods dangling out there, but I don't think that existed. I wonder if they do. I wonder where the skids of these products are going to go. Jules Morrison says, stay the course. Let him keep your money. Lose faith. Try to get your money back. Yes. And JCL says, stay the course of them having a 2-hour Zoom meeting announcing Richard Smith and Peter getting together again and launching a fully ready program as early as this summer. I could see that happening. This is what's alarming to me, like, is that I don't know what the solution is to avoiding getting scammed. My coffee has gone cold.
You've been here for an hour.
But I know one solution is to spread awareness to as many people as possible so we can see the red flags and just be like, okay, I'm not going to get in this, and boycott all MLMs. That's something that we can do too. No more buying products, no supporting them. No, I'm not going to share a post from a friend or family member. I've seen how this has gone down. This has destroyed my friends' mental health. They're suffering right now. They've just completely disappeared off social media. Their personality completely changed. I'm not buying. It's not worth it to me to support you buying a fucking lipstick or practicing your Primerica Zoom meeting with your mentor just to do a test. No, it's done. And then I could totally see this happening. Fuck. Because this is what happens.
Rob,
they just keep starting. They keep going and going and going. And all these scammers, they're not going to suddenly have an attack of conscience. Maybe conscious too. They're just going to keep going. So the only thing that we have is to avoid doing business with them. See, it's like I'm going to avoid that. I'm not going to go in that direction. I don't know what else to do. And then make as much noise as we can, like with various bodies, politicians and stuff like that.
That's where we're going to.
Patrick Allison says, they have not all been fired. Peter's still building in the shadows and plans to relaunch with a complete product. Oh, here we go. Oh, man. Melon still has diapers to tell us about yet. Bored Black Sheep. Hello. He closes it down and still expects some people to believe. Believe in what? That's part of that. What I see it as, that's enough when you're in a cult for you to fill in the blanks. If you were pressed to answer, believe in what, they wouldn't be able to answer. They would kind of get, if this was me, I would attack you. I would say that you're attacking me. You'd say, why are you so defensive? I'd be like, I'm not defensive. You've never respected me. Here I was part of something really amazing and everybody was just haters. This could have happened, but we had so much negative attention, and the people that were a part of this, they betrayed us. They left. And now there's a promise that there could be something else, happen. That's what it means. Believe in what. They won't be able to articulate it, but what they will do is perceive that even that question as a personal attack. And until people see that, where they're being defending the scam by equating it with their identity, I think that's a piece too. Robin says the wait and see means the statute of limitations is running and you are willing to let it run and you lose your right to get refund. Sue the hell out of the scammers who are winding things down. Yeah. I agree, Monica. Stupid Dasto. I wonder what angry guy is thinking right now. Yeah. Rescue Ninja clinging on like dingleberries, of course. Yeah, absolutely. Robin says, when you are dealing with a narcissist, it's called future faking. Coconut says branded with his initials.
Why is my
too.
computer
Yeah. Shadow. Hello, Shadow. Like the Mormons that still followed Warren Jeffs after he was in prison. Yeah. David G. Hello, David G. Hey, so Finmore is finally dead. It is. Didn't make it very far. Finmore, I have a special message for you. We both knew this wasn't meant to last. It was just a brief affair. But I got to move on. I got bigger fish to fry right now. Called Nilo life. Cognitive dissonance is a very strong drive. Monica says, in my opinion, I think the Big O might be a fictional character to keep people intrigued. Christine says, class action. Someone should find a lawyer and begin collecting plaintiffs. Love and lemons. Hello. Hey, Jay, people cling to the idea that they believe in something real. It's devastating to realize you are deceived. Yes. And Leslie says, and why do they all have to either have their spiked or hat on backwards? Pisses me off. Oh, I know. That's to show how relatable they are. Katrina Ann says, this is so insane how transparent this particular scam is. I just can't understand how morally people do this shit. I know. My faith in humanity is constantly in question. Me too. This is something like I see these people do these scams and they put so much work into it, like doing all these Zoom calls and presentations and just being so obvious about it.
I know.
And I'm like, how in the hell are people able to just avoid getting sucked into this? Like, they have no shame. There are no consequences. As of yet, you know, maybe every once in a while. This has been interesting to see Transact Card and Finmore collapse and like have to shut down. But to see like just the brazenness of Nilo life is so disgusting. Just like making all these promises and everybody just following along. It's like, oh my God. But they're already brainwashed, most of them. And then there's some people that are new. They're just getting sucked in like we all do.
Yep.
Slick talk. And I was in, and I find it really hard, at times, you know. Yeah, I don't know. It's rough. Monica says, one thing is an emergency situation, but out of the blue with how expensive gas is, nah, get the fuck out with that. Yeah, I agree. The next one is going to be called Revzactmo. Yeah. And this is something that helps is like humor, you know, dark humor through this. We can laugh at ourselves. That helps healing. Especially there's a lot of inside jokes. Like when you've been in like something like Transact Card or Finmore, there's a lot of easy, like low hanging fruit jokes you can make. And it's healthy because it takes like the ridiculousness of Peter Rancy with his P words and his postulating of his positions and his fondness, his penchant, if you will, for his use of italicized words to make a point. I mean, there's some good jokes that can be going on in here to help you, as you start healing and talking with others about this, helping each other out, helping each other exit, because exiting isn't just stopping. It doesn't just stop once you leave. There's all the healing and the realization how big this fucking thing is after that. It's like, holy shit. And there's a next level. But there's a lot of content out here now, and there's more and more coming. So, and you might be one of them contributing to it. Mark Scott Online says, the O may be Orkin Arrett. He's listed as VP of Technology. And you know what? I wanted to, and I don't know if I'm pronouncing his name correctly, but you're not. I've seen other people post this as well. I was going to say, like, you're not the first person to say this. And I think this guy was in Transact Card too. And I could be mistaken, but it seems to me, I remember seeing when I had a mole in Transact Card and they were sending me all these screenshots. And I think it was that guy who would write these really weird things. Like they're really like cutesy wootsy. It's almost like how you see people in different MLMs saying, hey, hun, or not, it's like, hey, hun, but it's like, I see you stay at home, mama, wanting to have your, it's just that fucking way, right? And he was doing it in this way. It's like, riddle me this. The next flash sale will be at the Lone Star State. Like I was like, what the fuck am I reading right now? And I think I saw another post. This was, and if you know, let me know, where he's saying, he talked about this, how Nilo Life, of course, they broke the internet, right? Because their website is world class and it's state of the art, and it broke the internet in the first 10 minutes. Holy shit. It's like, it's collapsing already. It's overloaded because it's like, this is going to be like such a money grab. And he's like, oh, the reason the internet or the website went down was because Eric Allen makes his amazing smoothies. Like he's trying to be cute. And it's so fucking stupid. It's so stupid. And I think that's the same guy. I don't know if this is the same guy, but I think it's the same guy. And I want to know, is he also the Turkish delight? I have so many questions. And it's the ones that really aren't important, but it's these weird details that just intrigue me. Okay. ARE Deal says it's about the money. Yeah. Robin says this is banking as described in Depression era movies, or It's a Wonderful Life. Yeah. It is. Okay. So it is. It is this guy, Orkan Arat. He actually posted twice at Behind MLM blog. No way. Mark Scott Online. Yes, I have seen that. So Mark Scott's like, be careful if anyone from Finmore, Transact, Class Action, Suit Facebook group that popped up. Some of them give great praise to you and are dropping your videos to show that you have been trying to warn people. But other people got the ask about it because she dogs on MLM. Yeah, and I had to block somebody from that group. Actually, that's the reason why I stopped promoting that group, was to make it totally clear that I don't endorse it. I'm going to help people that are they know that this is a cult. They know that this is a fraud.
Yep.
But there's other people that believe that are going to be using this as an opportunity to target and recruit other people into a new multi-level marketing company. You can see this as easily as what happened with Transact Card and Finmore, because this story has already been written and I've seen it happen again and again, even in the short time I've been out. So what you'll see people saying is like, I am helping all these people. I'm virtue signaling.
Roy Archer.
Therefore, I am above reproach.
That's right.
And
didn't take
you have no right. You coming onto my content saying you have no right to make content. You should rebrand yourself. You should only make content saying just some MLMs are bad.
I know.
And it's like, I am not going to be giving like any kind of endorsement or support to that kind of toxic behavior. And it's the same thing. It's like the harassment, the same stench of multi-level marketing, arrogant entitlement. Can you imagine like you coming onto somebody's content, you're like, you're going to tell them what to do and what to say? I know. It's like all MLMs are frauds, and that's the truth. And I'm here for survivors. So yeah, I've just stayed away. Like any kind of, so I deleted 2 videos that I had made, one on Instagram and one on Facebook, just to kind of like look at, like, there's people that are fighting for this. And I'm like, no, I don't want anything to do with it. Like, people need to fight their own fight. Certain people, I don't mind giving advice to, but I'm going to be like very clear on who I'm talking to, which hasn't changed since I began speaking out. So thank you for that heads up. And it's important for people to see this, because just when you leave a commercial cult, you are very vulnerable. Not you, Mark Scott, but people are very vulnerable. And watch how people behave when they come under scrutiny or criticism.
That's right.
Watch the aggression and like the violence with which they respond.
That's right.
With like threatening behavior, insult, the same shit that you observed in Transact Card, Finmore, Nilo Life, any multi-level marketing company. You're going to be told what you can and can't do, what's okay to think, what company is good, what company is bad. Only this one is good.
Gaslighting. And
it's going to be hard, because they're going to be people that you really looked up to, and you're going to think like, how can they not get it? It's very messy. This goes far deeper than just you getting out of Finmore and maybe getting your money back. It's really fucked up. And it's important for you to learn how to set your own boundaries and learn to listen to your instincts.
Yep.
Patrick Allison says the 3 amigos had complete control of the affiliate Facebook and Telegram communication group. Oh no. Ugh. See, so they had total control of it. So people have so much of their time is spent in various groups. They look up to him. They look up to all of them, and they just believe what they're told. You know, it's so sad. Robin says they can use the toilet paper, diapers, and laundry detergent to clean up the shit they are dropping. Agreed. Yeah.
That's quite cool.
And now have the entire database of the members since they hijacked the tech team that built the back office. Dirty pool, eh? Just dirty. Tori says, I could use a shirt that says you can't make this shit up. I know. I say that too much.
That'd be cool.
I'll keep saying it. Lisa says, I can just hear them asking, I wonder how many times we're going to be able to pull this and get these same people to keep trusting us. What what a lot of multi-level marketing companies and people don't realize, though, is that they're fighting a battle where the algorithm is delivering anti-MLM content to people, because you can't fight the fucking algorithm. And it doesn't matter on what social media platform a lot of these people are. They're like, okay, people will still, they will still, no matter what, people will continue to follow these people. I know that's a given. However, there's this other factor that's like in play now. And we spend so much time on social media. And every time somebody is told, stay away from this person, don't listen to this person, it is created in a curiosity post, and it will drive people who are beginning to critically think, especially if they have been fucked over by, most recently by Finmore or Transact Card, to be like, why? Why are you telling me what I can and can't do? Why are you insulting someone? What is your motivation? I'd like to make my own decision. I'd like to take this information in, and I'd like to take time off, and I'd like to make my own decision.
Excuse me.
Monica says, I said, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Yeah.
Cliche.
Tastes like a wall says, I'm just glad for this nightmare to be over. Yeah. And I hope, I know some people will just be like, be done, and they're off and they move on with their lives. And thank goodness, you know. Nilo sounds like a new Disney movie. No kidding. John says, I say, before you join any business entity out there, your due diligence is required. Your money depends on it. Thank
Why
you, Ms.
join
Julie, for
any
valuable education
entity?
in this area.
Why do it?
You're welcome. I wish I had have done that. I got caught. I thought that you don't need to do your due diligence. This is something that's just so easy that you can learn as you go. There's like these subtle ways that it can introduce itself to so many people. And this is the deceptive nature of commercial cults. It presents itself as something that it's not. And in this case, it's presenting itself as a business opportunity. And it usually comes in a way that you least expect it. It's not going to come like one of my interviews with Susan Dones, one of the original Nexium 9, who left, spoke out against Keith Raniere, and she ended up fighting against 7 of their lawyers and won. She represented herself. She's fucking kick-ass. She describes, people think cults are like, you're going to be able to see them, that people are just wearing long flowing white robes and they're chanting and they're holding hands, or, you know, and it's not. A lot of them, like they just look just like regular people, maybe even in business suits.
Yeah.
That's what they can look like. And that's what can fool people. People think that they would know, that they would be able to detect it. It wouldn't happen to them. And then their mom says, you really got to try this, this CBD oil. It's really helped me. And you think it would never.
Well, I just want to say thank you to Julie for letting us restream her content. If you want to go to Julie's, the video she's watching at the moment, I'll just put the link in the chat room. The reason why I played Julie is because she's Neo Life, I forget. It's been featured in Behind MLM. You can see the article here, and it's all associated with Transit Card. And I know Bob's been going on about that for a while. Now it's turned into Nemo Life. So the shocking thing that you might not realize, this is
So let's start off with a quick disclaimer. I am not a licensed.
Do you know? So that Troy from the Satoshi Show, and he's telling people to get into I can't find the part.
Always call me. My phone is 24/7. Yeah,
so if you don't know Troy, he's disgusting, and he's been involved in
shut it off if I'm sleeping. So don't hesitate to call me.
So here he is wearing his t-shirt. He's even got a hat with. This was only filmed like 5 days ago. So I'm going to actually put together a whole video about this, and I'm going to hopefully ask Julie to come in here and actually be in this meeting. And she said she's got time. I don't know if she's got time right now. But while I'm getting ready for this meeting, I'm actually going to carry on playing the video that I started off with this morning. But I just want to show, I've got a video there of Troy promoting this Neo Life. Now it's all throughout Behind MLM, which is Oz's website. And I'm going to restart a new video. I'm just creating a thumbnail in the background. But in the meantime, I'm going to finish playing the meeting that we started off today, because this is actually groundbreaking stuff. This is an old video of Keith Williams. He's just gone through telling the community that he's going to go from Hyperverse and he's going to jump into Hypernation, and then he became the global sales representative for Hypernation, and the rest is history. And then he got stage 4 cancer. He died two days ago. He died on the 12th of April. But now people are coming in, and ironically, the Satoshi show, we have got Marcus and David Chandler in here challenging Keith and his decision and the information that he's providing his community. And it's quite breathtaking. But I want you to listen to this. And then while this is playing, I'm going to put together my next meeting. And hopefully, with a bit of luck, we might even get Julie in the meeting. I'm still watching her live over here. So let's see what happens. But let's finish up where I started off this morning, and let's round up this meeting. This video is on my YouTube channel. You can watch it direct if you want, but I'm just going to play it now.
Thank you so much. I cannot thank you enough. You are at least my hero. I can say that plus. But number one hero is Miss Brenda, and you are my number 2 hero.
I'll take that. I'll be number 2 anytime.
Okay. Thank you so much. I'm VIP 5, and I'm here to stay. I'm not going nowhere. I'm holding both of you by your cloth. Wherever you go, I go. Okay. Now,
thanks, Mary.
You're welcome. I have 2 questions, because this morning when we woke up, we saw to unwrap our gift. I always call it gift. So that yellow box, right? It made us to connect our Hyperverse to Hypernation.
Yeah.
Now, is that our ticket to Hypernation?
Do you know what, Mary? I don't know, because
I
haven't logged into my Hyperverse for about a week.
Okay.
Why do I need to do that? I'm sorry, but if there's something in Hyperverse there, all I know is that I've already made that commitment. So whatever they've done behind the scenes for me, but I'll find out the answer for you. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff going on right now, and they're getting on with the program. They're just getting on with it. So again, we'll find out the answer for you, Mary. What's your second question?
So the second question is, when you does the pro node, is it when you purchase the purple or the platinum?
There's two boxes.
Yeah, 2 boxes after the yellow, right? The purple and the
platinum.
Yeah. So which the purple is the 10,000? Is that a node or pro node?
Node.
Node. Okay. Now you mentioned that there will be a box to check to go to Hypernation. Where do we find the box?
No, there's a link, and then after this call, Brenda.
Oh, have I got the wrong screen up?
The boxes, but it all basically, you've got to put an invitation code in. So at the moment, what they're doing, Mary, is just as they did with the Supernode program and the Pro Node and the Node program, they're basically selling node positions. Brenda's experienced that because you became a node, that's right. And I think Marcus is one, and a few of you guys on here. So it's not something that's alien to us. We've done it already. Yeah.
Okay.
So they're doing the same thing here now. Then comes the migration of your entire team if you buy a certain box, or 10 levels. And as I said, in my opinion, 1 to 20 was always too generous a program for any company. So they've made the necessary changes. Now, there will be, as I understand, Mary, I got it confirmed today, there will be a limited period for you to be able to upgrade, if you wish to, from the purple to the platinum. But it's totally up to you. Again, this call here is not to, sell you on anything. It's just to give you as much information as I've got, tell you where I stand, and I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. In actual fact, I'm moving forward. And whoever comes, who doesn't. That's it, Mary.
I'm coming. I'm coming. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time. That's all my questions.
As Mr. Ford says, pick a side. Okay, who's next?
We have
Susan?
Michelle, Beauty Lane, and Brain Entrepreneur. How are you?
Hi, how are you guys?
Good.
Good. Of course. I've always raised my hand, and today I did take that. It's so funny. So I sat still in my car. And first of all, I too want to say thank you for you guys' genuineness and your hearts. I'm been an entrepreneur all my life, so I kind of know how things kind of shake up, and move around and everything. Yeah. And I really enjoyed this platform a lot. Yeah. I felt like it was, and I still do feel like it's a godsend, and it has empowered me in so many ways. My question is that I just joined in December of 2021. Right.
Oh,
2021.
Okay, 6 months ago.
Yep. And I have a team of 8.
Okay.
I have a team of 8.
And you've got no friends?
And I'm clear, but I'm not quite clear.
Yeah.
If I would have to purchase a node, right?
No, you don't have to do anything. No. It's just on offer. Should you wish to, you want to bring your team across. So the boxes ideally are going to be for the individuals who've built big teams. So let's say you've got 20 levels, 15 levels deep, you've got a substantial team, you have to make a decision. And if it's a really, really big team, then you have to make a big decision.
Got it. Okay. Now, that makes sense.
The opportunity. Everybody else will have the opportunity to decide whether they want to come into Hypernation or not.
Right.
And as I said, if you have only got a very small team, or you're an individual, you have a path to get into Hypernation, or stay in Hyperverse if you want to, and then you'll be subject to the new program in Hyperverse when that's introduced. Right now, I don't know the full details.
And that's okay.
We're probably 2 weeks away from it.
And I received that, and thank you. With my team, though, when I talk to them, because we are very connected.
Yeah, sure.
So this is their own decision, what they want to do.
Absolutely.
So when I decide to transition, they won't automatically go with me. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yeah, that's what I'm understanding as well. Okay. So your decision will decide what happens to you in your position. But what I've seen so far, and what I know is that there has been a healthy take up to Hypernation already. Mm-hmm. It's been quite, successful. But again, as I said, I don't know the numbers. I'm not the guy behind the scenes with all the numbers and all the algorithms and the charts. But I do know that they have a plan, and the plan. Again, this is just maybe a little bit of reassurance. Is not for the next 6 months, as some people say. 6 months time. This is a 3 years. They've talked about a 3-year plan. Again, a little ray of hope or sunshine that you hang on to. What else can you do?
Right, and I really enjoy it. And I just want to say thank you, and Brenda, for just keep showing up. I mean, that's a blessing. Most people in your positions, they would have been gone. So I'm grateful.
For 41 years, I can tell you, I've seen many leaders end up on the beach somewhere, retired, they've made their money, and unfortunately their network marketing teams have not. So I've been around a long time. I've seen what leaders do when they've made enough. And I would say, for me, it's not about, it was never about money. It's about the individuals. You're into multi-level marketing, so you want to change people's lives. This has been the redemption deal. For some of you, it absolutely has been the redemption deal. It's changed your life forever. Done.
Yeah.
Whether you stay or not. And that's what's happened. And for others, it's the deal that gives them hope. It's the deal that allows them to dream again. It's the opportunity that gives them some hope and belief for the future that it could be them. Make sense? Why would anyone want to steal that from anyone and replace it with nonsense? Sorry about that, but that's the reality. Replace it with their idea of what this other deal is going to look like. Good luck to you, I say. Anybody who does that, good luck. I wish you all the best. But I'm already been here 2.5 years, so I'm done. I'm here. That's it. Final destination, last stop. Okay, Brenda, who?
Yeah, final destination, last stop. The famous words for a man that passed away 2 days ago. There's one of the biggest multi-level marketers, scammers out there. Final destination. Here, this is final destination.
Who we got next?
We have our VIP 5, Marcus Davis.
Brother man.
Now this is where it gets good.
What's going on, everybody? I will.
Thank you very much for removing your cap. I feel absolutely honored.
Yeah, I gotta take my cap off. There are two very important factors here, and that is many of us, and again, whether this is for everybody or not, I'm going to give it anyway. Some of us nodes who are on this call have already had sit downs with corporate, and you really weren't specific on who you sat with, because my concern is trying to figure out who you're aligned with and who we're aligned with. Are we aligned with the same teams in reference to who we speak with at corporate? And the reason that's important, Keith, is because you've given us for the last hour a lot of you, but you didn't give us a lot based on what we need for
full screen
and
so you
this
guys
hibernation.
get this video.
And that's a problem for me.
I'm still in the background.
Because my mind is, I've given blood, sweat, and tears to this.
This is the best part of the
But
video.
most importantly,
the next 15
I've
minutes.
given belief to this. So it's not about money. This is about belief in having something for all of us. That's all I came into this for. I was never here for money.
Okay.
Now in this transition, we've gotten two sides. I've gotten a side from Jean, Agnes, and Ro. Those are three community leaders, and I think Jean is over them. Jean actually does some of these corporate overviews for the Hypernation, okay? The three of them consistently have said things to me that I will not share on this slide that concern me. Now, you've met with someone, and my feeling is you have this warm and fuzzy that I don't have. And I need to know who you talk to so that we can have that same warm and fuzzy to pass on to this team. We've got 600 people on this line who are leading in this field, looking to build, looking not to be swayed. But I cannot give them a false hope in moving into a direction that I feel gray and hazy in.
So interesting enough, the Satoshi Show held a Zoom meeting that had 5,000 people in it after this, claiming that they were helping people from Hyperverse get their money back. And then they dropped in all the people from Novatech Group, I should say, Novatech Group. And they tried telling them they should diversify their losses into another scam. Couldn't believe it at the time, but that's how these guys operate. Straightening my camera.
So the conversion, let's talk about that. We now have Hibernation, where they opened up the 10,000 and the 100,000 to all members to participate. The lady who just talked doesn't even apply to her. Doesn't apply to her. The whole point of that is now new USD volume going in. Where again, what you talked about earlier, when you said, okay, as a company, you need some coming in and going out. We know that. But here's the separation. I was specifically told from those three that the nation did not concern with the verse. That's what I was told.
What do you mean by that? Just explain that. What do you mean did not concern?
I will explain it in detail.
Okay.
They said Hibernation was not concerned with paying out members in Hyperverse. So I then said, well, if that's the case, why would I, as a node, take on a $100,000 USDT position with you? Give that to you in the nation, a nation that does not need money. They had new investors come in the nation. Clearly, we know that, Keith. Why? Because they took $1 million billboard in Madison Square Garden, where I live.
Oh, really? Was it Madison Square Garden as well? Wow.
That's right.
I didn't know that.
That's right.
Okay.
Huge. Now, clearly they don't need money. So this is not about money anymore. So now let's talk about what an investor is. An investor is one who puts in. Now they don't want anything to do with the verse. They don't want the debt of the verse. This is what we were told. I have 7 other nodes who were told the same thing I was told. They don't want the debt of the verse. So now you want me to now put in 24 million into the nation. How do the people who get the one time, forget the leaders, the one-timers, how do they get it? How do they get it if you don't want anything to do with it? And that's where I'm conflicted.
Marcus.
Here we go.
I don't understand when you say they don't want anything to do with it. It's one company. It's one company. It is
not one company, Keith. Let's be clear.
No. When I say
Hibernation.
one company, let's be honest, Marcus. How many owners are there? You said there's separate owners of Hibernation, separate owners of Hyperverse. I'm not sure if that's what you're alluding to. We're talking about the same people behind the same company. Yes.
What Keith's trying to say there is, Marcus, even though they've got different brands under the one umbrella, the umbrella company is actually Hypertech Group. In my opinion, Hypertech Group is a company above this. And what Marcus is about to say is brilliant, because he's telling us that Hibernation, which remember I said right at the very start of this, if you've been with him for the last 4 hours, that Ryan Jew and Sam Lee seem to have parted ways, and it seemed like they were trying to run their own entities under the umbrella of Hypertech Group. Now, I believe that Ryan Jew was doing Hibernation, and Sam went off and started Hyper One, and now we've got, Hyper One, you've got Stable Deo, and you've got, VidiLook, Vend, MMM, Make More Money, VAV, and obviously now Boomerang. Even though Sam's not there, I still believe he is. So it's interesting, but let's carry on.
And the company is one big entity where you've got Hyperverse and Hibernation, which is a new entity within the same setup. Let's be honest, it's not going to be, if you know that, then wow, you know more than me, because I don't know that even now, and you're telling me that you know.
Yes, this is what they've given us. So Hibernation is here. They have investors for Hibernation. Hibernation is separate from Hyperverse. That's what they've told us, Keith. I'm not, trust me, I don't speak unless I know what I'm speaking about.
Marcus, okay, the point that you're making is you've got Hibernation and you've got Hyperverse, and Hyperverse is going to be consolidated. Are you saying that then?
How are they going to get, my point is, Keith, how is the money going to go from the nation and pay the one-times people in the verse if the nation doesn't want to be attached to the verse?
But Marcus, they already are still paying out in the verse. Withdrawals are still taking place. Now, let me get rid of this. I'll say this to you now, Marcus. Withdrawals are still taking place. Now, I can't say when everything will be righted as far as the one-time is concerned, but I get every day daily withdrawal amounts from the from Scan, and they've been doing. I've been getting it for the last 3 to 4 weeks. Every day they have been paying out, and I've seen even individuals messaging me, "Yippee, I've got my withdrawal through." And Marcus, if your only concern is this possible? Can they get out of this? Well, that's going to be something that you have to make a decision on. I feel that this is the only hope that I'm going to hang on to, that they will get this right, because the bottom line is that if they don't fix the old problem of the one-times, let's not talk about leaders. If they don't fix that, then there is a big problem for them. Would you agree?
I do. I agree with you 100%.
I don't think that Ryan Jew and Sam Lee will just all of a sudden become Mr. Invisible and disappear. And let's be honest, they're the ones who are going to be right up in the firing line. I'm sure they're hanging on to their liberty right now because they understand that there's a massive responsibility. So Marcus, what is, aside from that, because you seem to think that this Hyperverse is not going to be able to get out of its situation. I know one thing for sure, that the liability, the total liability is much bigger, huge outside of the one-times, much bigger. And that's because a lot of leaders, from expert all the way up to VIP5, and individuals who've been able to sit on top of nice teams that haven't ranked up, has got more out than they've put in. And we're not talking about 100 or 500 or 1,000. There's already 450 VIP 5-stars, 450. So all I'm saying to you is that if they've got a plan going forward, that plan does not mean that they're crashing and completely destroying Hyperverse, Hypercommunity. It will consolidate and it will change, but there is a responsibility and a liability, a minimum liability on that side. And I'm trusting that these guys will get that right. But I'm not going to sit back and do nothing or say I'm out until they get everything right. Because I can't afford to do that because the community needs leadership. And without leadership, we go nowhere. That's it, done.
Right. And again, we will never argue on that. I agree with
No, not at all.
We will never argue on that. I think the biggest picture now is just clarity. We specifically asked for answers, and the response back to me was, we've submitted it. Now, no response. We've submitted it. And I've gotten that for the last 2 months. Last 2 months, it's been submitted. Last 2 months, it's been submitted. And so the problem is, that's why I said, I don't know who you were dealing with or who we were dealing with. The reason why I want to know what that connection is so that we can all be on the same page. We have committed to this platform. But if we're on different pages as leaders, it makes it difficult. We got to be on one page.
And the one page is this, Marcus, okay? They are yet to give us the full details of Hypernation. We only have a direct sales plan for the node. It's a direct sale, 3-tier direct sales, and it's open to anybody that wants to become a node or pro node. Whereas before it was under selection, you were selected by a pro node or a super node. So this time they say, no. We know what that caused the problems because individuals became nodes that should never have been even anywhere near the node situation. So you can't have, someone saying, oh, I've got 5 mates, I want them to become nodes, and they're only like professionals on 1-star. So we know that that doesn't work. So that's their program there. They have said, and they've assured me that Hyperverse will not be allowed to crash. Now, and they said also, Marcus, that they are ring fencing as a priority individuals who are yet to receive 1 times. And I've been saying this to them for the last 8 to 10 months before we even became Hyperverse. You know why? Because I understand the importance of actually, if individuals get 1 time, forget the 4 times.
I'm building that coming up in the next slide.
Then if they don't get 3 or 4 times as per the promise, on your promise is pending, then at least they can't go and say, I did not get my product, I did not get the service as promised, i.e. the 4 times. We're only talking about the rewards. They might have got the education, they might have got everything else, but the 4 times. All I'm saying is that they are well aware of this, Marcus. And I've got to say to myself, well, if they understand all of that, do I then say, well, let me continue to wait as a leader without making a decision? I can't be one of these individuals. I never have done that. I told you when I signed up, I had it was the unknown. It was the only thing, Sam Ryan, background, blockchain, global, next blockchain. Wow, great. That's all I had to go on, and a plan that looked pretty good. And as I said, along the way, I and a few others appointed compliance. We appointed compliance. We paid for compliance out of our own pocket for 12 months. Not many people know that. We paid her salary for 12 months. I got the company to appoint James as our legal counsel because I know how important it is to have a legal counsel in this type of business. And you've heard his videos. He made sure very clearly that what we have here is a very good business model. Would you agree? Gave me comfort at night to know that you got somebody independent, officially appointed by the company. It took me 3 weeks to get him appointed because I know how good he was. So now, fast forward, we're in June of 2022. We know how difficult things are out there. But what I do know is that these guys are not prepared to shut shop. And knowing that, without knowing everything, Marcus, is enough for me to say, do I stick or do I twist? That's the bottom line, my brother. You can, I mean, as I said, I'm not here to convince anybody. I'm just letting you know that I'm in. This is the chicken and the hog situation, bacon and eggs. I'm all in, brother. I'm not participating with a few eggs. I'm in. That's it, done.
All right.
So I'm just saying,
Great. I got you guys. Let me.
I know.
We're done, but let me get both of you because I hear both sides, and I think this will bring it on home.
Good.
So this will bring it home because I
voice of reason.
I see both sides, but it all comes into one. So here's the beauty. I see both of your passion. You're passionate about the people. You're passionate about the community, and we all want the same thing, right? It's just that some of us are being pulled in so many different ways. We're trying to help the communities. I get that. So Keith, listening to you speak, I heard where you said they're consolidating hyperverse. Marcus, when you spoke as well, you mentioned that they say they want nothing to do with hyperverse. Here is what I see. So you're both right, because what's happening is they're going to consolidate. They're saying, hey,
just
we
bear
want
in
nothing to do
mind,
with
Brenda Chunga
hyperverse,
has a
but
mission.
why hyperverse is there,
She's
let's
guilty.
take care of the people within hyperverse. They don't have to move to Hypernation.
To her,
So again, also have to remember English is their second language. So they're saying they want nothing to do with hyperverse. Hibernation wants nothing to do with hyperverse. What I'm hearing, from hearing what Keith has said and what you have said, Marcus, they're right. They want nothing to do with hyperverse. They don't want to bring them over unless it's voluntary. You want to go to hibernation.
Yeah, you can't do forcefully.
While the people are in hyperverse, let's continue to pay them out. Let's continue to help get the people to get their 1X as we consolidate. So as they're there, they may just, whatever they decide to do to consolidate it, and they don't merge it with hyperverse, with Hypernation, they say, let them get their pending rewards. They may even slash it in half if we got so many of it. They want to make sure people get at least their 1X. But I hear it. I see both sides. It's like, no, we don't want anything to do with Hibernation. They're right. But they want to consolidate hyperverse. But how do we consolidate? Let's take care of the people in hyperverse who don't want to move to hybernation. They're just probably happy with their.
I would say maybe it might be lost in translation. So having nothing to do with sounds a little bit like, all that thing over there. So maybe lost in translation.
That's where Marcus had an issue, because he felt like they were letting the people go. Like, how can you say you want nothing to do with it? So that's why I said, y'all two men, women hear things differently. Men.
No, you basically summarized everything, and we're both on the same page, and we're both passionate about the community. I would not still be here doing calls right across the community if I didn't believe that there's a chance for the individuals who are currently in not just survive and not be made whole, but also maybe have the opportunity to get something back out of it. That's why I'm still here. And as I said, it's not about me and the leaders. We all have to have what we call asset negotiation.
I'm trying to find
that they've made. I wrote it down, so I understand what that means as well. Let's say you're owed $1 million. Then have an asset negotiation with you. Let's say I'm owed 30 million. Not saying that I am, but let's say I am. They have to have asset negotiation with me and maybe give me a token and stick me on a smart contract. It's just logical. But what I won't do is delay, do nothing. And then who knows where we're going to be, because you have to at some point say in or out. I'm in or out. Thanks, Marcus. Always a pleasure.
Last 3 questions. Thank you so much, Marcus.
I love the passion. He's just like me.
Yeah, y'all both. I don't know what's y'all sign. I didn't know your sign. So, no. Go ahead.
Whatever the most passionate sign is, we're both the same.
Hey, Keith, thank you for being here, and Brenda, always. I do love your passion, Keith, and that's important, but I'm in it. I'm committed. I started last May, and you know where I started.
You need help.
And where I am today is I wake up every day in this program with hope.
Was that crying there?
When you said hyperverse will not be allowed to crash, that's huge. Because I have so many people that have said, is hyperverse going down? Okay. And the whole thing for me is if I can bring that hope to other people, which I will,
purple
that's really big.
Node.
I did have a question when it came to the whitelist. So I did that. I was able to use my USDT. Other people were able to use HU.
Yeah, there's a promotion for a little while. Yeah, I actually paid 100 USDT myself. I just jumped in straight away, and then of course I decided what I was going to do. Yeah, absolutely.
What I had a question is on the purple box.
Here we go.
Do you think we'll be able to use our HU
no, because
instead of the USDT, or you think just the USDT?
He'll say whatever you want to.
As I said, that's what I've been told, USDT, and I haven't been told any other incentive or idea of bringing assets over from Hyperverse to Hypernation. So again, I will not say, yes, there's a possibility. From what I know now, it's only USDT, and I did that yesterday. I did that yesterday because it just made sense.
Okay, great. And when I sign someone up, because I spoke to someone today, I still bring them under Hyperverse, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. Hyperverse is still an entity, and it still has a business model. So of course, why not? And we will get new marketing material. There'll be presenters. Maybe I might be able to have some nights off. I don't know. But anyway, that's what I've heard. We'll have direct. If depending on what box you have, you'll have a manager, a dedicated manager. Guys, this is big. This is not a small thing. Again, it gives me the feeling that these guys are going on to another level. Now, they're taking it to a next level. And you've got to understand the problems that have been in hyper community, not, as I said, not only the fact that it's an overly generous plan, but they have had a lot of abuse to deal with on that platform. Abuse. And I'm not talking about the innocent person with 2 or 3 for their kids. We're talking about smart Alex that have come in and put 50, 100 positions together. And they've done very well.
Also
it's not fair on all of us. Makes sense? Not fair on the company, because guess what? The withdrawals go to the roof. That's what happened. And they noticed a spike. They introduced a risk management team last July because they were noticing something. Oh my God, the signs, the stats were showing a spike in withdrawals all of a sudden. And when they investigate, when they looked at it, they realized, oh, wow, the same individual is getting from multiple positions. And we're not just talking about 5 or 6, we're talking dozens and dozens. And
yes. Wow. How about that?
Susan, you've muted yourself. There you go. I'll ask you to unmute. Unmute again one more time. One more time. Unmute.
Scam after scam, isn't it?
Got it? Unmute. Ask you again. There you go. Oh, you just do it one more time. It's me.
There you go. Okay. Am I muted?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so when it comes to Sunday training, I just do Sunday training, not Saturday morning. Is it going to now also include not just the back office of Hyperverse? Because
nothing.
I'm getting ready to send you my information for that.
There'll be two. You have to continue. And yeah, it sounds like my workload is going to go up, but that's okay. That's fine. As I said, I don't know yet. But of course, all that will be revealed in the next 2 weeks.
Thank you. I appreciate both of you.
I appreciate you too. Thank you. Love you. Thank you so much.
Dog trainer out.
All right, David.
A few more. Yeah. Who else have we got? Oh, David. David, how are you, my brother?
Here we go.
Hi, how you doing?
Now he's going to get told.
Still fighting the good fight, bro.
I appreciate you, Keith, and I appreciate you, Brenda. But from what Marcus is saying, because I've been on the calls with Marcus with management, and I just want to share with you what was really said to us. To us, we are community leaders, and we want everyone in the community to get the rewards that they deserve. But with that said, there's a lot of unknowns, and so we were trying to find out what those unknowns are. And what Marcus, when he said that, they said that the Hypernation and Hyperverse is 2 different divisions, and they're trying to move everyone to the Hypernation. Hyperverse is going to be downgraded. We asked them many times what that downgrade means. Then nobody has an answer to it. But here's my concern. When we were on the call, we said, so the first call we had, they said that we're going to roll out a node position the following week. And we're going to let you guys all know first, the V4s, V5s, node, and super nodes prior to everyone else. So we said, okay, we'll wait for that. The following week, bam, it was on the website for everybody. Yeah. Okay, so they didn't follow through what they said. The second time when we talked to them, they said, yeah, buy into the NFT for 10,000 and 100,000, because 10,000 you get to bring 10 levels over, and 100,000 you bring your whole team over.
Yeah,
and then we asked them, what about our pending rewards?
This is how they do it.
Oh, that will be negotiated. So I said, oh, so does that mean like 30% across the board, 40%, or how does that work? No, we will negotiate with you individually. So I said, okay, so you want me to put 10,000, 100,000 out, and then you can negotiate with me?
I just want you to see what I'm working on at the moment, but I'm working on the thumbnail for my next video. I'm not going to have David Chandler in here, but here's a photo of Troy, David Chandler, the guy that's speaking right now, and Bitcoin Rodney. And they're telling us that they're not involved. Wait until you see my thumbnail. It's going to be a goodie. Anyway, carry on, David. Tell us how you're a good guy.
And I'm going, that's just like me going to go and buy a car blindly and not know that I'm going to get that car. It may not even have a motor.
Let me address that one there straight away, because I've had about, as I said, 6-8 calls with all my different teams, and I've heard lots of questions, and some of the questions that you probably haven't even asked. So let's address just that point there. So going across to Hypernation, whoever comes across, let's say, for example, you became a pro node, okay, legendary, platinum box, and that means your entire team comes across. That means their assets will come across with them. Now, you might not want to come across, so whatever you have in Hyperverse as a leader will be, as I said, you're right, asset negotiation for the leaders. Now, it doesn't stop you from making a decision. It just, because the decision is about Hypernation. Hyperverse itself is a separate discussion with the company. And listen, you're a leader, and I know you've done extremely well, but I know you have a build-up, and you have assets, and also a promise of rewards that's sitting to be negotiated on. Likewise, myself, and I wouldn't like to tell you that number, but all I know is that I have to separate the two things. And I look at the Hypernation as when I made the decision to become a supernode at that time, with a lot of unknowns. However, what I did know, that everything around that decision pointed to a good decision if everything worked well. So I had to sit down. I spent 3 weeks before I decided to make that leap of faith. Now, you're not going to get everything right now. I'm going to have an asset negotiation, sit down with them, whatever that is. But I'm prepared to have that with them, but it's not going to stop me from being part of also something which is going to be exciting, David. And I'm just saying to you, there's always going to be some element of unknown, and where you're going to have to decide, okay, right, fine, I know enough to make a decision. And I think the main issue here is a lot of the leaders, some of them maybe are quite uncomfortable with like a pay to play scenario as a node or a pro node. That shouldn't be an issue at all if you are a leader.
Keith, you are right. Okay, 80% of that is right. My problem is that trust, transparency is very important, but trust is very, very important also. Okay, as leaders, they know what we can do. And we're looking out for the whole team and everyone. But if you take a look at this, they say to us one thing, they do another. They tell us that, I mean, you're all in, and that's great. You know, I'm in this thing too. But I want to know if everyone's going to be taken care of. You said, hold on.
I do as well. I do as well.
Okay, they said to us, we're going to make everyone that has not been able to withdraw, that has never been withdrawn, to be whole to what they have brought in. I have a whole list of people who have done the first withdrawal and it's still pending. The second withdrawal is still pending. I set it up.
You missed my, did you not hear? I said it's done manually. They have to do it manually to make sure. They're not going to, listen, if it was the automatic as it was
9
before,
months, Keith, for 9 months.
I don't know when the first withdrawal attempt was made, but all I know is that they're doing it manually, and they are actually sending out withdrawals, because, as I said, I see how many they do on a daily basis.
And I see it too. Okay,
so
I see
we
it
know
too.
that they're doing something, but it's manual, David, not automatic.
Okay, my point is this. If they follow through exactly what they said to us, we're all in. We're all in.
Are you stupid?
But, you
Where do
know,
you think they can get this
making
done?
us
You're
pay, not
effectively-
just us, but the rest of the community, the
Obviously,
people who
five.
don't have as many penny rewards as us and all that, and making us do the purchase prior to the negotiation, I think is a little bit off.
I'm not mentioning you that it's on the table. As I said, David, you're a node. We've been aware of this for 3 weeks. It's 3 weeks of me asking certain questions, not getting every single question answered, but getting to a point where I felt, you know what, I think I'm ready. And I spoke to also Chris and Francesca, who sit on 1 billion in sales in Italy.
Ooh.
And I had a long conversation with them last Friday.
1
We had an
billion
hour on the call.
sales.
Very sharp guys.
There's only meant
Out
to
of
be a
one market, they did 1 billion in sales.
team.
1 billion. So they've got a huge Italian team. And they've got some very sharp individuals. And we talked about it. And again, that was also contributing to me deciding what to do yesterday. But I did not jump in just because they said, listen, this is the boxes on the table. And again, there's going to be a point where you have to decide. And that might be for you, David, after everything is revealed and maybe not every single thing of yours is satisfied. Because as I said, the promise to pay is going to be a period of months to get rid of, make sure that everyone's made whole. We know that. It's not going to happen next week. However,
I understand that.
However, the decision to move forward has to be a decision that's going to be made maybe in the next 2 to 3 weeks for you.
All right, you guys.
Okay, and that's all we ask. What is it moving forward? And you and I had this conversation a couple of weeks ago. You, Troy, and myself. And all we want is, what is the plan? So that we know how to share it with our team, so that they can get the most out of this thing.
I think they're doing the third round of calls now. The third round of calls with the nodes that will be revealed. Then the plan itself, the actual plan for Hyphenation will be revealed. Because I don't know it, David. I can tell you now, I don't know what the pay plan looks like in Hyphenation. But as I said,
for Hyphenation,
you know, I'll wait.
And then also on Brenda's call about a week ago, I was on it, and this is why I asked the question at the last call with Marcus that we had with the management team. I said, so if we were to pay 10,000 and brought over 10 levels of our team, they have to also be in the hyperverse, whether they're doing it with the whitelist or the 100 or whatever. But if they go to buy the 10,000 or 100,000, they can get someone else's code and be under someone else.
That is something that, listen, I'll tell you what I've done, David. I've had meetings with all my front line, and I've had them bring their leaders on, and then I've shared my code with my front line. I will not go under. But yes, David, yes, at the end of the day, if we have people on the fence not deciding, and I understand that, why should that slow down the take up of the new program? So I've had my meetings, not all of them, I've still got them right through to next week with all my front, and I've inherited a lot of front lines because some of my leaders have gone. So I've got a whole bunch of new leaders that's moved up to me. So the bottom line is that I'm having calls now to let them know, and I'm only having it with the front line, and they can have their separate meetings with their leaders. Let's try to keep the integrity of the teams in place.
Good luck with that.
However, we know network marketers. Remember, this is only a direct sales plan. It's not like it's part of it. It's not the network. It's the sales plan.
Community.
So again, I'm doing it the right way, but we know not everyone's going to do it the right way.
Who aren't it?
Well, yeah, and that's the question that we asked them, and they said,
their money.
"Well, that's your problem."
I don't know about problem.
And we're like, what? You know,
it's not a problem. I've had my meetings already with half my leaders. I've got another 6 or 7 more to go. I mean, I go right across my front line, and I get them to have their team leaders on, and then I let them know that I'm going to send my code to the team leader, the top of the line, and then they can then work it down through the lines. That's the way you do it with integrity.
Okay, but corporate could have done that integrity for us. because we did all the work to get the people here into Hyperverse and believe in Hyperverse. We went to Hibernation.
It's just a bonus.
No, but it's not a bonus. They came on and just said, hey.
No, the structure, David, will still be intact with the leader, but it doesn't move lines around. It's just a 3-tier direct sales program. That's what it is. Let's not get it confused with the actual network, your lines, what the work.
That's what they were saying.
Okay, so out of this meeting, and I thank you, Keith, and I thank you, Brenda. What I'm getting out of this meeting is we need to have a leap of faith, and that's it.
At the end of the day, we all have to take a leap of faith in anything that we do. There's no guarantees in anything that you do that it will be like that. But guess what? You have to make a decision at some point.
Yeah, and then I also asked them, if you guys don't fix everything on the Hyperverse, or do you learn everything from Hyperverse that Hibernation is not going to run into the same situation in 2 years?
Of course it will.
Well, I'm hoping so as well. 2 years is a long time away. They said they got a 3-year plan on the table.
3-year plan.
Okay.
They didn't.
Thank you, Keith. Everybody, thank you so much. Always a pleasure.
All right, we're in.
Hey guys.
Thank you.
Hi. Sorry, I'm in a car. So can you hear me okay?
Keith, how are you, brother?
Hi, how you doing? I'm in a car. It's a little noisy right here, so I apologize for any background noise. But I just want to jump on real quick. There's been a lot of accolades, so I'll get right to my questions real quick. In terms of, you mentioned that if you do the node, you can bring over 10 levels of your team. I guess what I'm trying to understand, a little confused. First off, does your rank mean anything in the hibernation? Whatever rank you have, are you starting from scratch? Does that have nothing to do anything? And if you're bringing over 10 levels, what exactly does that mean?
We don't know the actual pay plan, the marketing plan for hibernation yet, Keith. It will come to us in the next 2 weeks. That's the last round of calls. And as soon as I know, I will then reveal that to everybody. But we don't know if it's going to be ranked. We don't know if it's going to be HU. We don't even know if it's going to be unilevel plus, So the finer details, we don't know. But I trust that the plan's going to be quite healthy. Maybe not as lucrative, but it's still quite a nice plan. I'm just trusting that.
The other question I have is, again, just as a backup, I'm an approved presenter. I present every Thursday at 8 p.m. And I always want to make sure that, I know what I'm talking about when you bring out the opportunity. And we also do an update and train call every Tuesday night. So as you say, we're in. We're there, calming the troops, making sure we get the information. But again, like everything else that's been said on the call, where there's agreement on both sides of the argument or discussion here, that the transparency aspect of it would be great. And if you say in 2 weeks they're going to have some type of communication, that would be great, because we're finding these things on Twitter, we're finding these things, in the Telegram group, and it depends on who finds it first as to how we find out what's kind of going on. But we just log in the back office and we click the link. So it would be great if there was some type of layout. And you know what I'm talking about. You don't have to tell you, better than I do. But the other thing is with the certified rewards, you mentioned the negotiation. Are we talking about that being included in that negotiation?
That's going to be separate. You mean on the Hyperverse and say, for example, what you built up in assets and pending and rewards? Absolutely. They're going to discuss that with you.
Correct.
So again, I've been told that that's a separate conversation with the leaders, and that will be done over the next course of weeks and months as Hibernation takes off. Hyperverse is also, consolidated. I don't like the fact that it's downsized. It's going to be consolidated. There's a lot of rubbish to get rid of in Hyper.
Oh my God! Take the sales team, take the assets, and everybody. Thanks very much for giving us your money. And Keith, keep living in your $3 million house.
Last question: those who came on and did 100 USDT or 100 HU, because again, the way it's set up, I did 100 USDT initially, and also 100 HU. So I don't know if that gives you 2 positions or 2 opportunities to get a mystery box, because it doesn't clear. You can go back there today, you can probably do it 3 or 4 times and still, sign for 100 USDT for the yellow box. There's some clarity on that. But what do the people get?
Just while he's breaking up, I'm going to show you my thumbnail for my next live. looks like Julie is still going, which is awesome. But this is the thumbnail for the next time. So that's Troy. I can't even get his last name. Rejda, and part of the Satoshi show. And here he is now promoting Lino. I can't even say it. Lino Life. And it's just disgusting that this guy is off promoting this pyramid scheme. So we'll see. We'll see how that plans out. We'll go back to this guy. I apologize for the bad sound, but this is an old video, and we'll see if his connection gets better. We'll go back to this video. It's only got about 5 minutes to go, and then we're going to strike out another live and going to do that video that I've got of Troy.
We can't hear you.
Protocol for term, the reconcile the numbers. You guys still hear me?
No.
Can you hear me?
No. Breaking up.
What do you get for the 100? No? Oh, hold on, guys. I'm really sorry. I'm in my car.
Yeah, I was saying, what do you get for the 100 USDT mystery box? Is that just the opportunity to apply? I mean, what are they actually getting for that?
Again, I can't answer that question because I don't know the answer to that question. We will know as you know, as the communication comes through, as they deliver the entire opportunity to us, we'll know exactly what every aspect of that is. And of course, at the moment, the first thing they've got to do is decide which leaders are in and which leaders are not. I think this is just a shake-up of the current community. We've already lost a handful. We've lost some big people. We've lost a lot, actually, to be fair. But it's okay, because I think that's what they're doing. They're shaking up and seeing who's coming with us and who's not. And then they'll build again from there. You know, it's like pruning back in the winter, ready for spring and summer. And they're cutting away branches and taking off dead leaves and weeding out so that we can all have fresh growth. Because as Marcus, I didn't even realize, did he say it was in Times Square or something like that? Incredible if that was the case. But I knew it was in 5 countries. But the fact is, I think that they've got a bigger plan, much bigger than even my imagination, which is good.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you, Keith. Appreciate you. There's 2 Keiths, so there's Keith Walden.
Oh, sorry. I'm thinking
there's 2 Keiths, not you, Keith Williams. Keith Walden. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I
Thank
didn't realize it was going to go this long. I mean, I think I went from high to low.
Wow, it is.
Like, whoo.
Gosh.
So I want to say thank you.
It's been an hour and 45 minutes.
That was me. I wanted to give respects to the leaders to at least get their questions answered. And some of you who we did get to your questions.
I'm going to go for a lie down now. Maybe a glass of red wine, and that's it for me tonight. It's meant to be my day off.
But I wanted to say thank you for sharing. And at the end of the day, honestly, what I believe for all of us is that we do just have to have faith for those of us that are still hanging in there. And then again, all of this is optional. So for me, so everybody know where I stand, I'm having faith. And I can only control what I can control. So because I can't control what they're doing in the background, just having faith and waiting to see what they say. But you know, time will tell. I guess the problem is the time has gone too long where now everyone's now frustrated. They're like on the edge. So we're having faith that 2 weeks from now we have some answers, we can move forward because we all want the same thing. And that's for everybody to win. That's why I became a presenter, because we had a platform where everyone wins. That was it. I was excited about that. Prayerfully, that's exactly what we're going to have again moving forward. So we're all just waiting. So I want to say to the entire community that's here on the line, 572 of us that are still hanging on, we appreciate you. And we just keep in mind, we want the same thing. Seriously.
100%.
Right? So
absolutely.
Good luck.
Keith, thank you. And all the leaders that spoke, all the members that are here, the experts and above. I know we have some new people that came on this call. This wasn't for you, new people. This was for leaders. I apologize in advance. I'm so sorry. But I want to say thank you. And
Brenda, what I'll say, we're a very passionate community. We all want the best for one another. Well, most of us do. There are individuals who have a different agenda, but I think on a whole, especially from the leadership that's still here, you know, some really passionate and empowering, you know, just feelings of responsibility and caring, which is what I love, and that's why I'm still here. And as I said, guys, it was easier for me just to take the side door out on the quiet and just say, listen, I've done 2.5 years. I can't work any harder, but we still have some work to do. And we're in a winter, we're in stormy weathers, and we have some work to do. This is not the time for putting the sails up and enjoying the boat and you're sitting down on the deck. It's the time for rowing now. We've got to row, and we've got to get through this together, and we've got to be rowing together in the same direction. And again, the only way we're going to get to where we're going to get to is if we're all rowing in the same direction. Whoever's left, not everyone's going to want to row. And I understand that as well. I've been long enough in business to understand that people come, people go, leaders come, leaders go, and even good companies, great companies, because something else, another opportunity comes along and they think, hey, I'm better off over here. I've got a better opportunity, more money over here. But the bottom line is that they're still around, they're still here, despite all their faults, and I never said they didn't have faults, but they're still here, and they're still in business, and the lights are still on. And that gives me hope. It's the only thing I have left to hang on to. Because as I said, in the last 2-3 weeks, how many deals that you've known have gone, just gone, it's gone. And that's not a nice feeling for anyone. So I wake up every day. I haven't logged in for the entire week because I know they're still here. I don't even have to log in to know they're still here. How good is that? That I don't have to log in and check what's going on in the background because they're still here. That's confident. That's belief for you. That's faith. No, I don't even know what my rewards are. You know why? Because I've got a job today to focus on getting us going in the right directions, those that want to do it. And this is not a call to get anyone to do anything they don't want to do. Brenda, I want to thank you. 650. Wow, I thought it'd be 150 max, but 650 tells me one thing about your leadership and the love that they have for you and the rest of the leaders on here. An amazing team. Guys, I've said this many times, this is not, you're not my team, but you are my community. And I look at Hyper as a community that I've been blessed to lead. I've got a purpose and a passion to lead the community, which includes my team. So thank you everyone for just showing up. Brenda, I want to thank you for everything. You're amazing.
Just know that the leaders brought their leaders and their leaders brought their leaders. So everyone on here, you know, is a superstar and a rock star. So I'm going to allow everyone to feel free to unmute so we can end the call. So I want to say thank you and thank you to everybody. I appreciate you all.
The end of the show, I think.
Bye, everybody. Feel free to unmute. Good
Bye.
night. Thank you. Thank you so much for
Well, that was the end of the show. This is my old intro, as you call it, that I used to play. I've got a better one now. I am actually going to go live again straight away. How I do, and then hopefully I can get Julie, who's still on her live, to jump into our live, and we'll tell us more about this. What I'm going to do. So that's that video. I'm going to stop that video for the noise. Okay, so this is my next video, right? This is the thumbnail that I've just been creating. You're probably wondering what I've been doing. And this is Troy, and I can't read his last name, so I'm going to see if the computer will do it.
Rejda.
Is it? Hold it.
Rejda.
Rejda. Troy Rejda. Can't. That's his real name. So this guy here has been promoting. So I've got this video of Troy.
If you can't get me for some reason, you go to Barlos. Barlos, come out and introduce yourself.
And what I'm disgusted about is that guy's promoting Nemo Life. And if you go to behind MOM, you can see it's just a pyramid scheme. They've labeled this one as, and it's all from Transit Card and the whole 9 yards. Then we've got Julie here that's doing her best to help people.
Video about me in Rank Makers.
And she was a multi-level marketer
on the internet. It's always like the most fucking melodramatic.
She's a delight. So I'm going to try to convince her to come in here as we watch Troy's video presentation that he put out to his community the other day that I got a copy of. But in the meantime, while
Peter
I'm getting
Rance,
ready,
it's like at war with his italics. Like, my goodness, just his
rock and rolling.
Typing in the fucking, he goes back and he highlights, like, is it going to be this whole paragraph or just this portion of a sentence? Like, oh, just this portion of a sentence I'm going to italicize, you know? At war. Good grief. The postulating of positions of Peter Rancy. Peter Piper picked up postulated positions. Shadow says there's a paid per letter bro who is scamming others and is upset about his being scammed by Transact Finmore. And then this is when I hope that there is the recognition that it's the same thing, but it's hard for people to, if they're benefiting from it, say they are recruiting people into that paid per letter scam, then they think that it's legitimate. If they're making money, then it's legitimate. That's the definition of a scam. If I'm personally benefiting, it's not a scam. If a scam has been around for 30 years, or if a company has been around for 30 years, it's not a scam. That's all it is. It's so easy. It's like Transact Card Finmore, clearly a scam. I'm so angry I've been scammed. This one, all the people in their downline maybe are being scammed, and it's right. Like, no. This one's good. You're all negative.
You listen to Julie.
Can you imagine if he's
I
told
get the next
he's
one
like
ready.
a negative?
We've got the rest in peace,
like,
Jeff
no,
Williams. Yes,
you were scammed out of money, and you're in another scam that's scamming money. And the paid per letter scam drives me absolutely
unfortunately
bonkers.
true.
I made a number of videos on them. And the other one, like, I just about lost my shit because I'm like, at the very root, the most simplest way to explain this scam for no other, you don't even need to know any other details. But when you have adults lying to you, saying that you will get paid $5 for every letter that you write to a casino, and telling them that that's a lie because you're not getting paid $5 because you're getting $5 worth of tokens that you have to then gamble. That if you win and it accumulates up to $100, then you can cash out. If I have to explain that to an adult, why that's a lie, and they don't see anything wrong with it, it's like there's nothing I can do. The amount of comments I've had to like delete from these people saying, you're a liar, you're like making things up. Did you even sign up for the course? I'm like, there's just no getting through to people. They're so deeply brainwashed, even to something as absurd as that paid per letter scam. Like, you can't make this stuff up, you know? Like, oh my goodness, these people. And they work so hard, you know? Monica says, when someone tells you don't research or listen to someone else voicing a different opinion, ask yourself why. Why does that person feel so threatened by someone else's differing opinion? Yeah. And you can have a differing opinion. You can not like people.
Okay. Yeah.
You can have differing opinions of people, and you don't have to divide them into camps of good and evil and right and wrong. You can just not get along with people. And in that, it's just fantastic. It's just fine. It's okay. But in a commercial cult, it's so extreme. It's just like this, you know, everything is so amped up. So messed up. Rescue Ninja says, today is my birthday. Happy birthday to you. And I got several of those birthday messages, and I have like only 3 other messages from that person once a year with no replies from me. Just my yearly message of hope for a reply. Oh no. Oh, not the birthday messages. I don't know if you've followed my my content at all, but when I was in Rank Makers, we were taught to unfriend people on their birthdays. Like, this was considered incredible coaching, like the fucking emoji like this, except that was before it was cool. We thought like, oh yeah, so what you do is you go through when your friend's birthday every day on Facebook. This is part of your daily method of operation. And if they haven't posted anything in the last 3 months and they have never replied to you or supported your business, unfriend them, because they're just clogging up your algorithm. They're weighing your like reach of the posts that you make and the potential that you could postulate people into various positions in your pipeline. They're ruining it. So we were coached to unfriend people on their birthdays.
Wow.
Use that as the like.
Troy will promote anything.
You can
he will.
Smell a rank maker from a mile away.
Troy said he didn't.
Daniel says yes. We're pulling through. We have a meeting with a marriage therapist soon. Yes, awesome. I'm so happy to hear that.
Was a good.
I'm so glad that you continue to fight.
How that turned out. Brilliant. Can't wait to do this one actually. Because the accolades he makes at the start of this video.
Says, one of my classmates is friends with Hannah. They went to college together. Small world. Oh, that's so good. And Sweet Goth says, proud of you all. Oh, Nicole says, Hannah Alonso is how I found you. Wow, that's really cool. It's so interesting, you know, how everything is connected.
I'm about to do a video.
There's so many excellent
and I
content
need you to
creators
join me.
that do.
So wind this up.
They
I'm
have different
starting in
approaches
about
to
20
things,
minutes.
you know. And
come
Hannah's
and
been
join
speaking
me
out
as my
even long before
co-host.
I was. She was speaking out when I was still in. Thank God for the
Yes.
younger generation speaking out, because they were the ones that helped get me out, you know. Sam D is doing Sensi. Sam D, yes, that's Sam D has also covered Ray Higdon as well. Big shout out to Sam D. Sam D makes good content too here. Hannah, being a teacher, has a very unique way of presenting the material in a way that is easy to understand. Yes, yeah. Brianna Jewel, yes. Queen Lemon also does anti-MLM content. Thank you. Yes, and she's like a registered dietitian now, isn't she? Or she was like training to become one and does commentary, especially with Beachbody or Body, whatever they call themselves.
Really getting there, guys.
Smurge says, I also found Julie from Aaron B's. I think I'm watching multiple anti-MLM creators. I forgot. Oh, that's so cool. Beach Dog says, just FYI, I watched the entire 3-hour long movie. Okay, you need an award for this because I know that was long. All my shit is long sometimes. All of my shit is long sometimes. That's my MLM. I'm doing the contradiction right now too. That you posted last week. Never been in an MLM. Just love your content and your snark is hilarious. Thank you. Yeah. I'm glad. I'm like hoping it's like there's like the few people that like get my sense of humor and it lands. I'm like, okay, this is good. That's my pocket of anti-MLM is right there. Sharon says, my fave anti-MLM content creators are you and Savannah Marie, another great anti-MLM content creator, Savannah Marie. Brilliant. You're both a hoot to watch. You both use humor to get your points across. Yep. And Denise Lopez. Denise, you're creating paparazzi anti-MLM, and you are from paparazzi content. So I'd shout out to you too. And Sweet Gal says, hi, thanks for the free publicity. Denise, congrats on the anniversary of getting out of your MLM. Yeah. And Granny says, I'm like that too, guarded. Yeah. It's weird because
she's got 167 people
with some some of my friends that I become more friends. We had friendships in the cult, but they weren't real. They were that weird real. They're real, but they're not real. It was like you were in the cult. It was like this fabricated connection. And we've become actual friends outside of it. But then with the shit that goes on, unpacking from being in a cult, if anybody has these friendships, I encourage you, like, fight for those friendships and please hold space for each other if and when either of you get triggered, because don't let the cult take these friendships away from you. It's so easy to have something really fucking blindside you that you don't even realize. This happened with me that I didn't even realize. I'm like, shit, it's like I can see I had fucking thousands of people, like thousands of comments coming at me every fucking day when I was on TikTok speaking out. And I was like, it was such a barrage of like being under attack. And then like on Facebook and these private messages, and I'm saying, do not leave comments. I am putting this boundary. I do not want you. They don't give a shit. They kept coming after me. And I was like, after I was speaking out, I'm having these friendships with people. And it's like, just a similar feeling or a similar experience just trigger me. And I think it's like, I'm under attack again. And I felt attacked by my friends. And it wasn't like I needed to be able to communicate with them and just be like, I'm feeling this. And I'm like, holy fuck, to say that I'm feeling something. I'm taking time off TikTok because I showed big feelings and I ran away from them because I showed them and I can't face the kindness right now. So I'm off it right again. So it's like, fuck. So then there's that piece too. So if you are
such a naughty mouth on it,
Transact card and you have friends, I just encourage you to fight for that friendship. And if somebody seems to go off the rails or there's, be the bigger person or be like, don't give up on your friendship. Fight for that friendship. Don't let the fucking cult win.
That's awesome. I like that attitude. That's cool.
Tips if it helps.
Yeah, because these things destroy families and take people.
Tuned into this live and all I got was some lousy tips and the whole spiel. All MLMs are bad. Just another disgruntled person. Sharon says larger than life is another way of describing a grandiose narcissist. Sweet Goss says it's like telling a child not to eat the cookie, and they're not. They're going to do it anyway. People are going to look. I like that they do. Yeah. Melody. Hello, Melody. This is another long one. After I said it wasn't going to be. It's pushing 3 hours. I'm so full of shit. Alexandra Monette says, I'm watching so much anti-MLM creators, never been in one. False. 2 weeks, lost 169 bucks, but it's the tactics and the business side that I like. Yes. Kezrin, sorry. I've never been in an MLM, but my sister has been in 2 that I know of. Mary Kay Makeup scared me off makeup, and Chef Toolbox Knives.
Now you've kind of seen how much effort I put in.
Lynette Dorrington, yes. Sam D, if you haven't mentioned anti-MLM. Savannah Marie, and the anti-bot. Yes, so many all doing a great job. And also recovering Hunbot as well as anti-bot. But Sam D, yes. I've been meaning to say, because I've seen Sam D make some other content as well. I'm like, fuck, I got to shout her out. Alexandra says, my aunt used to have the tiny lipstick from Avon. Always thought it was too small for somebody, even as a sample. Linzer Tort, Cece Suarez has an anti-scam channel. She's spicy. So if you need a softer approach, I recommend Hannah Alonso, but Cece is funny and saucy. Yeah, Cece is amazing. Cece's really good. Cece is solid. Good person. Smurge says, I didn't catch if Always Marco was mentioned. I mentioned Always Marco at the beginning, but definitely. But he had to move to an undisclosed location due to MLMs harassing him. And anybody that is, if you happen to come across this content and you are in Finmore or Transact Card, I highly recommend take a look at Always Marco. If you haven't come across his content yet, and you might not have, he's going to explain things in a way that makes things very clear. I think you're really going to enjoy his content. He's got a wicked sense of humor. He's extremely articulate, very compassionate, and different approach too. Excellent content creator. That's if I were just to pick one right now for Finmore participants to take a look at, just like with my interactions that I've seen with people piecing things together, I'd be like, see his content, because he calls these things what they are, like commercial cults, cultic fraud, pyramid schemes, and he does have MLMs harassing him. He's been sued multiple times. He made this incredible Primerica documentary, and he had cease and desist letters sent to him from Primerica before the fucking documentary was even released, if you can believe it. That's how threatened they were. The documentary almost hit like 1 million views right away, and then he had to pull it because Primerica is suing him. You can see this documentary if you look up, like if you just Google Always Marco and Primerica, there's been a few creators out there who have just uploaded the video. Some are in different parts, and there's some videos where it's just up in its entirety. I did a live reaction to it, but I had posted the link. So I'm talking shit and all this while it's playing, to do kind of like a watch party to support him. But there are people that I've put links to where the videos where you could just watch it, and it is excellent, showing the ridiculous behavior of these representatives that are the same that you see with these 3 amigos in the Big O, or whatever this other 4th mysterious character is, with this ridiculous Nilo life with the arrow, whichever way the arrow is deciding to point that day. Absurd claims, ridiculous haircuts, talking about the most nonsensical stuff. And it's to see it happening in Primerica, this big company, this legitimate company. We sell insurance, therefore it's really good. So that's why I was, but also all these other anti-MLM content creators too. So,
hi sir, how are you? No, you can hear me.
Good mate. You did really good yesterday. Sir? No, I did good, mate. You did brilliant yesterday. Really proud of you.
No, I'm just doing live on TikTok, YouTube TikTok to show everyone about if they want to join here to see what you're talking about.
Oh, you're brilliant, mate. Appreciate it. No, I loved it. You got kicked off the Zoom meeting.
I'm not allowed to do that.
That was brilliant. You did really well. I was proud of you.
What do you mean?
Did you see the short in my videos?
No, I didn't get no.
Oh, didn't you? Oh, look, I'll give you go to my YouTube channel. Well, you probably can't because you're doing a live, aren't you?
Yeah. All right.
It's gone. Oh my goodness. Yes, I'm still here, Susie. But there's some interesting stuff happening. We've got this lady here.
Anybody that can be in there, just pile it in the
I'm
comments.
trying to get Julie to come live with me. I want to close this one down and start up another one.
Try this. I'm going to check out this person. Echo, who's Tish. Her handle is Echo, and also the Clown Town. Karina Hurtado is another anti-MLM content.
So this is the thumbnail for it. And we're going to be going over a video that's got
Roy, how's everybody doing, man?
I'll survive.
Patricia says, I was actually in Avon 2 times. I was so uncoachable.
I
My
will
upline so
survive
was way to go.
without
Good for
you.
you. It's actually
Make sure you
the first time I made
comment on it
$200
after I'm
and my
done.
upline talked me into spending the money on product, but I never really got culted. And that's important to show too, because not everybody has the same experience in a cult. And that's how these cults work. You can be kind of on the periphery. You can get like right into the inner circle.
I was actually brought
still
up
in the
as
same
a
thing. So thank
Jehovah's
you for
Witness,
sharing your experience.
and that's why I
Monica says
fight
Gen X
these
here.
Ponzi schemes.
Your sense of humor is what
They're
makes us entertaining and
exactly
educational at the same time.
as the religious
Oh,
cult that I was
Alexa says,
part of.
my internet name is long, just use the first name. Got it. Lavender says, Brianna is still doing internships, so she's not registered just yet, but her educated opinion on things holds so much more weight to me than MLMers. Yes. James says, the swipes will come. Yeah. Benjamin, I see your comment. Dora says, Rank Makers is still a trigger in my life. I tried watching your coverage where they were giving away all their swag. I couldn't watch it all because I thought, damn, was I this brainwashed?
Right, what have we
I
got
know.
here? I'm trying to get
I watched it again.
closer to
And
the
I watched it again just yesterday. And I was alarmed at how like defeated Jessica looks. It was so fucked up just watching it and like just trying to react to it. It seemed like it took forever. And it really did, because I was trying to explain like this introduction as to what Rank Makers is. Like, where do you even begin? How do I make it like succinct? Like just to get into the fucking video. And then as I'm
going really
explaining, I'm like,
fast is because I had to pause you.
video. But then it ended
Then I
going back
put
on
it
it. And
on
people's feedback were like, this was
1.5
actually
catch up
interesting.
with
I've never
your
even heard
live.
of Rank Makers, but I watched it. And I'm like, oh my goodness, thank you. But watching it again, it's messed up. Like at the very beginning of the video, Ray says to Jessica, his wife, start the video, start now. And she's about to begin. And then he says, well, just no, wait. What we have to do here is we have to greet people first and then start. He directly contradicts her. He tries to make her look like an ass. It's so fucked up. And there's like so many parts in there where he's saying something and she's like sitting there looking down. She's abused a lot of people over the years, but fuck, it was weird to see. And I was like, looking back at this the second time, like I was making fun of how she was always focusing on the feminine energy, in that, because that's just so weird, and the pink and all that. But when I in context of what else was going on, to me, it looks like this is something that he can't touch because he's not a woman. Like he doesn't have the feminine energy. So that's something that he can't, shit on her about. If I can like pick up this pink thing and women like this, it's almost like claiming some kind of identity. Like I know there's so much weird shit in this whole thing that's Rank Makers, but I'm like looking at that, I'm like, these are not people. I think that all of the exposure has really impacted them. I think they're really hurting financially. I think that if you were this powerful, you wouldn't have to resort to wearing sequin blazers
and you have some
playing
time,
Home Shopping Network in a warehouse that your rent has gone up on,
to have your 10 cents.
I think the anti-MLM movement is having way more of an impact than we all think. And, just seeing what's gone on with Transact Card, where they actually even mention it with Finmore too, in the very first paragraph, where it says the incessant noise that surrounds the direct sales industry, Benjamin, I'm still here after I said this was going to be a short live. Patrick Allison. None of the serial MLM uplines have been posting about wanting refunds. But what I find interesting is they will jump in and fuel the fire on people posting in order to gain trust and recruit them. The strategic, eh? And Denise says, yes, I do too. In Spanglish, my channel is about all the nonsense paparazzi accessories bring specifically for my Latino community. So here is somebody that you might want to follow.
It's a short live. I've been streaming for 5.5 hours.
Check out her content.
I'm about
Indigo
to end
Tiger
this
says,
one.
I'm Gen X too, and I don't give a
one.
fuck. Yeah! That's why you fought. That's why you came and you were like searching. They fuck around and they always find the fuck out, don't they? This is one thing. There's a brand of Gen X, especially if you've been in MLM, like look the fuck out, especially if you become like an advocate and you start speaking out, because then it's just like, you want to help people, you've been so fucked over in life and you know how to take it, and you can't, and you'll go out of your way to help other people. There's all the embroiled deep shit that we have. So many of us have. And then when we find out how we have been used to manipulate others and how so many people are too afraid to acknowledge that shame and be like, look at how I was manipulated. Look at what I did. Look at how enthralled I was with this person. Look at, I feel so cringe about
guys,
this. They
so
don't
you want to
expect
bookmark
that.
my
Gen
next
X is pretty
live,
fucking good at doing that.
which is here. and
oh God.
There.
Monica says, OMG, the last video
That's
you
me.
presented with Ray and his wife
Live.
was so
And
cringe.
we'll say
The
goodbye to Julie in a
desperation to
minute.
sell their merch
We're
was
nearly
so
there.
yuck. It was.
Anything I need
Marco
to do
is awesome.
Set up
I've got to catch up. He's done 2 videos recently, 2 lives. One was about Amway. I'm like kind of about halfway through that one, and then he just did another one. I don't know. I think it might have been yesterday. I'm not sure. I missed it. but I was at a concert. And it was like, I waited for this concert. It was so good. And I have no idea what in the hell happened with their microphone, but it was like a disaster. I can't, everybody was like, what the hell is going on? I was on Reddit and someone was like, it was like somebody, a madman was playing off and on with the microphone. I mean, it did such a disservice to the bands, you know, but we're all sitting there like, you know, these guys are great. It's good anyway. But like, oh fuck, it sounded like worse, like the worst karaoke.
No, that was the day she was wearing her sparkly blue dress.
It was so brutal, but it was still fun. And Monica says, Indigo, as you have the right to absolutely not only so they scam you, but have the audacity to try and gaslight you. Sweet God's like, I'm just a chronic tweeter. We all have our strengths. Just go there and like throw some fire everywhere, you know? Frequencies. Yes. Marco has talked to MLMers. Tiger Lady and Benjamin referring to frequencies is about Marco's video about Primerica. And there's this one guy in there. He's so deeply brainwashed. I actually inadvertently grabbed this fish. It's just like that. Every time that guy says frequencies, it's like I grab this fish. He's like, it's all about frequencies. It's like the perfect example of a brainwashed Primerica representative, you know? Julie Joe, awesome content creator. Mrs. Pico Speaks just started making videos. Oh, MLM No is also a great streamer. I don't know that that first one you mentioned there. Pocket Watching with JT, of course.
Oh, he's
yes.
Cool.
Such a good content creator.
Pocket.
He's so good.
JT is an awesome
He's so funny.
YouTuber.
Yeah, if you're not watching, if you haven't
not.
watched Pocket Watching with JT, you're missing out. He's a really good content creator. I will survive without you, but make sure you comment on it after I'm done. I will do that. And send me, if I happen to, then just freaking send me an email and see like, Julie, get your butt over there. Lisa Harvey, she does anti-MLM too. I was actually brought up as a Jehovah's Witness, and that's why I fight these Ponzi schemes, because they're exactly the same as the religious cult I was part of. A cult is a cult. Aaron Bees! Hello, Aaron Bees! How are you? Aaron Bees. Yeah, he does degrade. Isabel Lanter is another one.
Right, what are we missing here, guys?
Benjamin.
We
Vivian says, love your work,
we've
Julie.
got
I work the Crypto Ponzi Scheme Avenger. And Crypto Ponzi Scheme Avenger says, there's no such thing as a short life. I've been streaming for 5.5 hours. I'm about to be in this one, start another one. Good for you. You're hardcore. Peppy Painter says, oh, and congratulations for taking down an MLM. Next is Nilo Life.
Yeah.
Everybody in anti-MLM has had it just shows when a lot of people get together, each comment, each person in these groups, each participant that had the courage to even, start talking about their experience with each other.
Okay. So what we're going to do is I've got a couple of things ready here to go. I'm just shutting down a few windows. I'll get back to me. All right. So I'm actually going to end this live and I'm going to start up another one. But this one is the reason I'm doing that is because I want to focus on the video and make a short video. And we're going to go over Troy's video he did. It was absolutely breathtaking. I haven't got much information on I'm not going to be able to say that Nilo Life, but it's obviously there's enough information on Oz's site behind MLM to show that it's obviously a scam and not real. So follow me around. But as I always say, I'm Danny de Hek, aka the Crypto Ponzi Scheme Avenger, here to name and shame anyone running or promoting a Ponzi scheme or a scam. If you're out there doing it, I'll find you. So sorry about the long video, but Julie, in between this video, I went and got my feet treated, got some acupuncture, played Julie, her live, it's still happening right now, which I'll probably flip back to in my next live I'm going to do. And last but not least, I went through the Hyperverse video that was recorded 2 years ago in a tribute to Keith Williams, who passed away from his fight of cancer on the 12th 12th of April 2024. So Godspeed, Keith. Hope you got what you wanted out of promoting all those Ponzi schemes and scams. And unfortunately, it doesn't matter how much money you've got, you can't stop the terrible thing of cancer getting you. Who knows? But anyway, thought I'd share that with you. I'll see you in my next live. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for being here. Give me about 5 or 10 minutes and we'll boot up the new live. Just go to my YouTube channel and you'll see the new live in the queue to go live. That makes sense, that. Anyway, see you guys.